Chapter 2991. Qin Feiyang added, "And my ancestor and great-grandmother, you must have seen how close they are." "Yes." The mermaid princess nodded. "So, you don't have to worry at all, because the Qin clan has a good bloodline and we're all loyal men," Qin Feiyang said. "In that case, it's my fortune to be able to marry you?" the mermaid princess said. "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. "Shameless." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes. She had seen a lot of people boasting, but she had never seen anyone boast about themselves like this. While they were talking, the island in front of them finally came into sight. The island was about 100 miles long, floating on the sea like a boat. However, when she looked at the island, the mermaid princess couldn't help but frown. The entire island was in ruins, and they could smell blood from afar. When they got closer, the island was full of sea beast corpses. Blood stained the ground. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Brother Luo, what's going on?" "A few days ago, when we came here, these sea beasts wanted to kill us. To avoid trouble, we just killed them." Luo Tianshan smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other. It seemed that these people were cruel and merciless, and they had to be more careful. "Brothers, come out and welcome the guests." When they entered the sky above the island, Luo Tianshan stopped and laughed. Whoosh! At that moment, with the sound of air breaking, 6 figures rushed out from the mountains below and landed opposite Luo Tianshan. These 6 people were all middle-aged, and there was obvious hostility between their eyebrows. The 6 of them looked at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess suspiciously. Qin Feiyang and Luo Tianshan were also looking at the 6 people. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. 4 of these 6 people were half-step invincible realm, and the other 2 were beginner invincible realm. Then, he glanced at Luo Tianshan. Previously, Qin Feiyang had paid special attention to this person. However, this person had concealed his aura, and Qin Feiyang could not see through his cultivation. But now, looking at the other 6 people, he estimated that Luo Tianshan's cultivation was at least at the initial imperishable realm. He might even be stronger. The first wave of people they met in the sky cloud realm were actually all in the imperishable realm. This was truly a shocking matter. "Brother Luo, who are they?" One of the thinner middle-aged men looked away from Qin Feiyang and Luo Tianshan and looked at Luo Tianshan suspiciously. Luo Tianshan said, "I met these 2 near the island." "So you don't know him?" The thin middle-aged man was stunned and frowned. "Yes." Luo Tianshan nodded. When the other 5 heard this, they could not help but frown. The thin middle-aged man pulled Luo Tianshan to the side and transmitted his voice, "I don't know them." "Why did you bring them here? Don't you need help?" "I saw that their cultivation was not bad, so I brought them back." Luo Tianshan thought to himself. But, the thin middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry. I have my own plans." Luo Tianshan transmitted his voice. "As long as you know what to do." The thin middle-aged man nodded. "You still don't trust me?" Luo Tianshan smiled slightly, turned around and walked to Qin Feiyang and Luo Tianshan's side, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my brothers are a little afraid of strangers." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Now you can tell us." "To tell you the truth, there is a treasure on the island you passed by before," Luo Tianshan said. "Treasure?" Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other. "Yes." Luo Tianshan nodded and said, "If I tell you, you will definitely be shocked." "Is it that exaggerated?" Qin Feiyang smiled disapprovingly. "I'm not joking with you. The treasure on the island is the first volume of the alchemy scripture." Luo Tianshan said word by word. "Alchemy scripture." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. These people actually knew about the alchemy scripture? It was really a shock. Even in the ancient realm, no one knew about the alchemy scripture, but in the sky cloud realm, there were actually people who knew about it. Moreover, listening to Luo Tianshan's tone, it seemed that the existence of the alchemy scripture was not a secret in the sky cloud realm. Fei Yang, calm down, maybe it's just the same name and not the alchemy scripture in your hand. Mermaid Princess saw the shock in Qin Fei Yang's heart and secretly said. Qin Fei Yang responded. How is it? Are you scared? Luo Tianshan looked at Qin Fei Yang and smiled. Indeed. Qin Fei Yang nodded calmly. As long as we get the first volume of the alchemy scripture, we will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. So brother, you must help us. You can rest assured that when we get the first volume of the alchemy scripture, we will definitely not miss out on your copy. Luo Tianshan said. The first volume of the alchemy scripture, Qin Fei Yang pondered again. This person mentioned the first volume again and again. Could it be that there was a second volume? Seeing Qin Fei Yang's silence, Luo Tianshan thought that Qin Fei Yang was unwilling and continued, Brother, I really treat you as a friend, otherwise I wouldn't tell you such important news. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Luo. However, we are only half-step immortal realm cultivators, not as good as you. What can we help you with? Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. Brother, don't be modest. When I was hiding in the sea before, I saw your speed with my own eyes. If I'm not wrong, the footwork you used at that time should be a heaven-defying divine art. Luo Tianshan smiled. Heaven-defying divine art. The 6 people next to him heard this and looked at Qin Fei Yang with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, Brother Luo is really insightful. That's right. At that time, he had activated the Xing character art. Luo Tianshan said, with this heaven-defying divine art, even I can't catch up with you, so it will definitely be of great help. Qin Fei Yang pondered for a while and nodded, okay, I'll help you. To be honest, he was quite interested in this so-called pill scripture. Was it the same thing as the pill scripture in his hand? Thank you, brother. Luo Tianshan was wild with joy. Then he looked at the other 6 and said, Brothers, are you ready? We're waiting for your order. One of them sneered. Good. Luo Tianshan nodded and looked at Qin Fei Yang, saying, Brother, I can't explain the details in a short time. When we arrive, follow my orders. No problem. Qin Fei Yang nodded. Then let's go. Luo Tianshan waved his hand, and the group immediately flew toward the island. Brother, don't you have a heaven-defying divine art? Why don't you show it to us? A thin middle-aged man suddenly looked at Qin Fei Yang and said. Sure. Qin Fei Yang nodded, rolled up everyone, and stepped on the walk formula, breaking through the air like lightning. This speed, it's really a heaven-defying divine art. The thin middle-aged man was dumbfounded. The other 5 also glanced at Qin Fei Yang, and a trace of killing intent appeared in the depths of their eyes. For Qin Fei Yang, who had mastered the kill formula, killing intent was the most sensitive. He noticed it at the first moment, and his heart suddenly trembled. It seemed that these people were not only ruthless, but also very greedy. Qin Fei Yang's eyes flickered, and said to the mermaid princess, You go to the Black Tortoise world first. Why? Mermaid Princess was suspicious. These people are not good people, you might be in danger if you stay outside. Qin Fei Yang said. Mermaid Princess's pupils shrank, and secretly said, Then we might as well not go. We have to go. I want to see what kind of pill scripture they are talking about. And I've been thinking that the pill scripture I have is not complete. Qin Fei Yang thought to himself. Not complete? Mermaid Princess was dazed. Yes. When I came out of the Nether King Hell and checked the pill scripture, I found that it was already the last page of the pill scripture. Theoretically, the pill scripture should have the formula to open the door to the eternal realm, but it's not there. So I'm thinking, is this pill scripture not complete? Qin Fei Yang thought to himself. Mermaid Princess asked, You mean, there's another part of the pill scripture? I don't know. But now, since there's a part of the pill scripture, I have to go and take a look. Qin Feiyang said telepathically. Okay. Mermaid Princess thought to herself. Although she was also in the half-step undead realm, she didn't have a heaven-defying divine art or a heaven-defying divine artifact. Therefore, if Luo Tianshan and the others really had ulterior motives, they would only be a burden to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the mermaid princess disappeared. Luo Tianshan and the others were dazed. I've also noticed the sea beasts on the island. They're quite strong. I don't want her to be in danger. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Luo Tianshan nodded and said with a smile, Brother, you're really good to your woman. When a woman marries you, it's the same as entrusting her life to you. You have to protect her, don't you? Qin Feiyang said. I'm impressed. Luo Tianshan clasped his hands. The thin middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he said telepathically, Brother Luo, he has a divine space item. Luo Tianshan thought to himself, what's so special about a divine space item? I'm interested in his divine art. We have the same idea. The thin middle-aged man said telepathically. Luo Tianshan smiled and then fell silent. If they knew that the place the mermaid princess went to wasn't a divine space item, but an independent world, they wouldn't be so disdainful. However, even if Qin Feiyang told them the truth, they might not believe him. After all, it was incredible to have an independent world. Soon, they returned to the island again. The sea beasts on the island didn't move. Some closed their eyes and took a nap. Some lay on the ground and basked in the sun. Brother, the sea beasts on the island aren't as simple as they seem. Luo Tianshan said solemnly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. There's a beast king at the initial imperishable stage hidden on the island. It's very strong. The morning before yesterday, we were about to charge in, but we almost died in its hands. So, we can't be careless. The best thing is to leave as soon as you get the pill scripture. You have a divine art. It can't catch up. Luo Tianshan said in a low voice. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. He didn't care about a sea beast at the initial imperishable stage. After all, even ancestral Gragon and other experts at the greater imperishable stage were no match for him. However, he still had to hold back in front of these people. Chapter 2992. Go. Following Luo Tianshan's order, a group of people immediately rushed into the sky above the island. Roar. Immediately. Loud beastly roars rang out one after another. You again. A sea beast at the initial stage of the imperishable realm suddenly roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others like a torrent. Get lost. Luo Tianshan snorted and stepped out, his aura rolling out. A wave of divine power also appeared and roared. Initial stage of the imperishable realm. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This person's cultivation was indeed not simple. Boom! The two waves of divine power collided, and the void suddenly twisted. There was no suspense at all between the initial immortal level and the small immortal level. Roar! Along with a miserable shriek, the sea beast was sent flying. Blood gushed out as it smashed into the deep sea. After Luo Tianshan sent the sea beast flying, he pointed at a mountain in the middle of the island and said, Brother, do you see that? Qin Feiyang looked up and asked, Is the first volume of the alchemy scripture there? There's a cave halfway up the mountain. It's a cave left behind by a predecessor, and the first volume of the alchemy scripture is there. You must be quick. Luo Tianshan said. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded and used the walk formula to rush toward the mountain. Roar. At this moment. With a series of roars, the sea beasts below rushed up and pounced toward Qin Feiyang. Help! Luo Tianshan roared. Boom! The seven of them moved together, their auras erupting and divine power surging as they charged toward the sea beasts. The void was instantly soaked in blood. Qin Feiyang didn't stop at all. Because the speed of these sea beasts couldn't stop him at all. He was like a ghost, constantly dodging the obstructions of the sea beasts and smoothly arriving at the mountain peak. His divine sense appeared and shrouded the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he found the cave abode. The cave was halfway up the mountain and was only 500 or 600 meters away from the ground below. Human, you're courting death. 2 more sea beasts pounced towards Qin Feiyang with overflowing hostility. These 2 sea beasts were as large as mountains, and they were both in the initial imperishable realm. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to take the things inside. Get out of my way. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and his imposing aura surged towards the 2 sea beasts. Although he was only a half-step Undying Realm expert, he gave off an invisible pressure that made the 2 sea beasts fearful. However, the 2 sea beasts didn't retreat. They stood in front of Qin Feiyang, blocking the entrance of the cave. Brother, let me help you. Luo Tianshan roared as he sent a half-step imperishable realm sea beast flying with a palm strike. Then, he charged towards Qin Feiyang. Do you think I don't exist? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from below. As soon as this voice came out, the faces of the 7 people from Luo Tianshan paled. Boom! The next moment, a monstrous aura burst out as a half-meter-long crocodile soared into the sky. Brother, this is the beast emperor I was talking about. Quickly find a way to enter the cave. Luo Tianshan exclaimed and immediately charged towards the crocodile. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. The crocodile smiled ferociously. Boom! Its half-meter-long body suddenly began to grow. In an instant, its half-meter-long body expanded to hundreds of feet, and the scales all over its body seemed to be cast from divine iron, exuding a monstrous aura. Qin Feiyang looked at the crocodile and Luo Tianshan. They were both in the initial imperishable realm. Why was Luo Tianshan so afraid of the crocodile? Boom! The moment the man and the beast collided, Luo Tianshan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was sent flying just like that. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. It seemed that the crocodile was terrifying in its body and strength. If the difference in strength was too great, it would be fatal. Take himself for example. With the body and strength of a sovereign, he could crush creatures of the same realm with his fists. Roar! After the crocodile blasted Luo Tianshan away, it turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang, its eyes flashing red. You'd better not provoke me. Qin Feiyang said. The 7 people from Luo Tianshan were dumbfounded when they heard this. Better not provoke me? Shouldn't he be afraid when facing such a powerful beast? Why is he so arrogant? The crocodile was also stunned. This human must be a fool, right? The sea beast blocking the cave also had a mocking look in its eyes. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang took advantage of their carelessness to use the movement formula and rushed into the cave at lightning speed. You're courting death. The crocodile flew into a rage and charged towards the cave. Stop it! Luo Tianshan roared. The 7 of them immediately pounced forward. Inside the cave, Qin Feiyang scanned the surroundings. The cave was not big, only about 100 feet in size. There were weeds growing inside, which was enough to show that no one had lived here for a long time. There was only a stone bed and a rotten futon in the entire cave. There was a pile of rotten bones on the futon. Qin Feiyang walked closer to take a look. The bones had been there for God knows how long, but they turned into powder when he touched them. Qin Feiyang looked at the fingers of the bones and saw that there was an interspatial ring on them. Could the first volume of the pill mantra be in here? Qin Feiyang muttered. Sorry. Looking at the bones, Qin Feiyang reached out and took off the interspatial ring. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. There's danger. Qin Feiyang grabbed the interspatial ring and retreated without hesitation. At the same time, a blood-red divine light swept out from the rotten futon and went straight to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked and found that it was a blood-red scorpion. It was not big, only about the size of an adult's thumb. However, the aura it emitted was more terrifying than that of the alligator and Luo Tianshan. Boy, you've got guts. How dare you touch my things? The little scorpion stopped in the void and stared at Qin Feiyang like a poisonous snake. This is yours? Qin Feiyang frowned. Judging from its aura, this little scorpion should be at the profound undead stage. Great accomplishment. Imperishable realm experts were not much of a threat to him. This immortal's cave is mine. You said that the things here don't belong to me, then whose are they? The little scorpion smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that the sea beasts outside did not care about the interspatial ring, but the little scorpion. In other words, the real beast king was not the alligator, but the little scorpion. This cave is yours? I don't think so. There's a pile of bones here, and they're obviously human. You're just a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest. Qin Feiyang said. Even so, shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served rule? The little scorpion stared at him, its eyes emitting a blood-red light. Qin Feiyang frowned and then said, well, let's not fight and solve it in a peaceful way. Tell me about it. The little scorpion was slightly stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. A half-step undead stage cultivator wanted to talk about peace with it. Are you kidding me? Okay. Since I'm bored, I'll play with you. Qin Feiyang said, let me see if there's anything I want in the interspatial ring. If there's nothing, I'll return it to you immediately. What if there is? The little scorpion asked. Qin Feiyang said, if there is, I'm willing to exchange treasures of the same value with you. Is that so? It seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. The little scorpion looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. Qin Feiyang said, I'm already very polite. I advise you not to push your luck. Huh, the little scorpion laughed and said, okay, as long as you can take out the things in the interspatial ring, I'll give it to you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked down at the interspatial ring. What did it mean? It suddenly became so generous. No. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't notice it before, but this interspatial ring seemed to have a sealed aura. At that moment, Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and indeed sensed the existence of the seal. Huh, the little scorpion sneered. You already knew that this interspatial ring had a seal? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course. Also, I tried to break the seal inside, but I couldn't. So, I just left it here. Otherwise, do you think you have a share? The little scorpion's eyes were full of disdain. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. If even the little scorpion couldn't break the seal, then he definitely couldn't do anything. However, he couldn't do anything, but it didn't mean that others couldn't do anything. One had to know that the two ancestors were supreme experts of the perfected indestructible stage, even stronger than the little scorpion. Moreover, since there was a seal, it meant that there must be a treasure in this interspatial ring. Otherwise, why would the owner of this white bone leave a seal before he died? Hurry up. I'm waiting for you to break the seal. The little scorpion urged, the teasing in its eyes became even more intense. Qin Feiyang finally understood that even if he broke the seal, the little scorpion wouldn't let him go. In that case, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, he activated the concealment technique, turned around and rushed out of the cave house without looking back. Where is he? The little scorpion was slightly stunned and glanced around, its eyes full of doubts. Outside. As soon as Qin Feiyang went out, he saw Fierce Crocodile and a group of sea beasts outside the cave house. As for the 7 people of Luo Tianshan, they were all lying on the ground below. Qin Feiyang was about to silently pass through the encirclement of these sea beasts. Boom! But at this moment, In the cave house, a monstrous ferocious aura rolled out. This was the ferocious aura of the little scorpion. The little scorpion was at the great achievement indestructible stage, while Qin Feiyang was only at the half-step indestructible stage. His stealth state was immediately broken by force. Fierce crocodile and a group of sea beasts looked at Qin Feiyang standing in front of them and couldn't help but be stunned. Then, this group of sea beasts fiercely pounced on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, his figure flashed again and again, but in the blink of an eye, he calmly escaped the encirclement. What kind of speed is this? Fierce crocodile looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Brother, take us away quickly. When the 7 people of Luo Tianshan saw Qin Feiyang appear, they were wild with joy and immediately roared. Qin Feiyang swooped down and swept towards the 6 people. Kill it for me. The little scorpion swept past, staring at Qin Feiyang and roaring. Boom! Immediately, the group of sea beasts came back to their senses and chased after Qin Feiyang crazily. Why is there another scorpion? Looking at the little scorpion, Luo Tianshan and the others were stunned. It is the beast king on this island. Qin Feiyang rushed to the side of the 7 people and swept them up. Then, using the walk formula, he left without looking back. Chapter 2993. Run? Even if you run to the end of the world, I won't let you go. Brothers, chase! The little scorpion roared. Boom! Its body also grew rapidly. In less than an instant, a few hundred feet tall Zhu Xia appeared, its ferocious aura shocking the world. Greater undead stage. Luo Tianshan and the others turned to look at Zhu Xia, their faces pale. The skinny middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother, it's hiding in that cave? Yes. We were almost ambushed by it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, the 7 of them couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, they didn't have the ability to break into the cave, otherwise, they would have become the sea beast's food. Luo Tianshan said in admiration, Brother, you're really strong. Even a greater undead stage sea beast can't hurt you. You flatter me. I'm just being careful. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Luo Tianshan asked suspiciously, Then how did you become invisible? It's a divine art. It can only be used once a day. Qin Feiyang said. I see. No wonder you could escape from the cave. The 7 of them nodded in understanding. The skinny middle-aged man glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Luo, when should we do it? Don't rush. Zhu Xia is still chasing us. If we kill him now, it won't do us any good. Luo Tianshan thought. The skinny middle-aged man couldn't help but look at the sea beasts that were chasing them. Indeed. Without this person, they wouldn't have been able to escape Zhu Xia's pursuit. Because Zhu Xia's cultivation had far surpassed theirs. But this person was different. This person had the heavenly god art. Even if Zhu Xia was at the greater undead stage, he wouldn't be able to catch up to them. As expected. Even if Zhu Xia used a supreme-level auxiliary divine art, his speed couldn't be compared to Qin Feiyang's. Soon, they had left Zhu Xia far behind. Let's do it. The skinny middle-aged man couldn't wait any longer. A divine art that defied the heavens and allowed one to become invisible was very tempting. Although they were all seriously injured, they believed that it would not be a problem for them to sneak attack Qin Feiyang from behind. Luo Tianshan's eyes flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother, did you get the first volume of the alchemy mantra? I didn't see any alchemy manuals, but I did find a universe ring. Qin Feiyang took out the interspatial ring from his bosom. Cosmos ring? Luo Tianshan was taken aback. He snatched the interspatial ring and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. Immediately. Luo Tianshan frowned. Frown? The other 6 looked at him suspiciously. Luo Tianshan said, Why can't you bind it with blood? It can't be bound by blood? The six of them looked at each other and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. The skinny middle-aged man said angrily, "Brother, you're too unreasonable." "What about me?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "What else?" "Only an interspatial ring that has recognized an owner cannot be bound by blood. Weren't you the one who took the initiative to drip your blood to claim ownership? Brother, we treated you with sincerity. And in order to let you enter the cave residence, we almost lost our lives. But you went behind my back and dripped your blood to claim ownership. Tell me, are you being honest?" The skinny middle-aged man said angrily. Qin Feiyang wanted to call him an idiot. How could there be such a stupid person? Didn't he know to look carefully first? "No." Luo Tianshan suddenly said. "What's wrong?" The six of them looked at him in confusion. Luo Tianshan muttered, "This interspatial ring seems to have a seal." "Seal?" The six of them were stunned and released their divine senses. There was indeed a seal. "Well, brother, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The skinny middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang awkwardly. "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Luo Tianshan said with a smile, "Come, let's work together to unlock the seal." "Okay." The six of them nodded. However, they couldn't unlock the seal even after using all their strength. "Don't bother. That little scorpion said that even he can't unlock the seal." Qin Feiyang said. "What? Even he can't unlock the seal? Doesn't that mean we need someone stronger?" They frowned. "Then keep it first. We'll find someone to help us when we get back," the skinny middle-aged man said and gave Luo Tianshan a look. What he meant was to keep it quickly and not be afraid that Qin Feiyang would snatch it away. Luo Tianshan looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother, let me keep it for now. You don't have a problem with that, right?" "I'm just helping." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Haha." Luo Tianshan smiled and put away the interspatial ring. The skinny middle-aged man looked behind and saw that Zhu Xie had disappeared. He said through voice transmission, "Let's do it." "Okay." Luo Tianshan responded secretly with killing intent in his eyes. "He can't wait anymore." Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. Although he didn't look at Luo Tianshan, he could sense it through the sensitivity of the kill formula. Whoosh. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. "There are people." Luo Tianshan's heart skipped a beat. He said to the skinny middle-aged man and the others, "Don't move." Qin Feiyang also saw the two figures in front of them. Their aura was very strong. They should have reached the peak Undying Realm, or even the peak Undying Realm. The skinny middle-aged man and the others also noticed the aura of the two figures and couldn't help but feel nervous. "Don't be nervous. They shouldn't be coming for us. After all, we just found the first volume of the alchemy mantra a while ago. It shouldn't have been leaked yet," Luo Tianshan said through voice transmission. They nodded and tried to stay calm. Luo Tianshan whispered again, "Brother, quickly deactivate your heaven-defying divine art so as not to attract their attention." "Okay." Qin Feiyang immediately slowed down. After a while, they finally saw the faces of the two figures. They were two burly men, both dressed in black. They were about 1.8 meters tall and had bulging muscles, exuding a ferocious aura. Moreover, from the strength of their aura, Qin Feiyang finally judged their cultivation. Peak Undying Realm. That's right. Both of them were at the peak Undying Realm. This was an existence on the same level as Long Zun. They had only been in the Sky Cloud Realm for half a month, and they had already met one Undying Realm expert after another. Even Old Hai, Old Hua, Little Rabbit, and the blood-red clothed old man who ordered the blockade of the sea area were all terrifying existences in the Sovereign Realm. This place was truly frightening. "Stop." When they were close, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't stop and wanted to leave silently. But suddenly, one of the big men spoke, his voice filled with a fierce aura. Greetings to the two lords. They were startled and hurriedly bowed. The two big men sized them up and asked, "Where did you get these clothes?" Luo Tianshan sighed, "Not long ago, we were attacked by a group of sea beasts and almost lost our lives." One of the big men asked, "Then have you seen a man and a woman?" "A man and a woman?" Luo Tianshan and the others were stunned. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled slightly. Could they be the subordinates of the blood-red-clothed old man? Suddenly, Luo Tianshan glanced at Qin Feiyang. Wasn't there a man and a woman? Could it be that these two were talking about the couple in front of them? Qin Feiyang also noticed Luo Tianshan's gaze, but his expression didn't change at all. He looked at the two big men and smiled, "Lord, there are many people in this sea area. If you ask like this, we don't know who you are talking about. Do you know what they look like?" "Yes." "Do you know what they look like?" Luo Tianshan also looked at the two and asked. One of the big men waved his hand, and two figures of a man and a woman appeared. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess? However, Qin Feiyang didn't panic at all and pretended to look at the two figures. Luo Tianshan looked at them for a while, then looked at the two and shook his head, "Never seen them." "We haven't seen them either." Qin Feiyang and the thin middle-aged man also shook their heads. "You really haven't seen them?" Their gazes turned cold as a terrifying divine aura surged toward the group of people. "Lord, we really haven't seen them," Luo Tianshan hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang, the thin middle-aged man, and the others all had panicked expressions. But the difference was, Qin Feiyang was pretending, while Luo Tianshan and the others were really panicking. The two looked at Qin Feiyang and the others for a moment and said coldly, "Then let's go." "Thank you, Lord. Goodbye." Luo Tianshan bowed and said, then winked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and immediately left with the others. "Wait." However, after a few steps, one of the big men suddenly spoke again. They stiffened and turned to look at the big man. Luo Tianshan smiled and said, "Lord, is there anything else?" The big man's companion also looked at him suspiciously. The big man looked at his companion and said, "It was said that this couple is quite cunning, so we can't rule out the possibility of changing their appearance." "That makes sense." The companion nodded. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace. It seemed that it was impossible to get away with it, because the big man obviously wanted to verify their identities. Sure enough, the big man looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, took out a few pills, and said coldly, "Take it immediately." "Okay." Luo Tianshan nodded and ran over, grabbed a few pills, and returned to Qin Feiyang and the others, saying, "One for each, take it quickly." After that, he took the lead to take a pill. The thin middle-aged man and the others also stepped forward, took the pills and threw them into their mouths. Qin Feiyang also took a pill, but did not take it. He played with it in his hand. "What are you doing?" "Take it quickly," Luo Tianshan urged. The two big men also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality, and there was a trace of cold light in their eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to speak. "Roar." But then, accompanied by a series of roars, Zhu Xia chased after them with a group of sea beasts. "Oh no." Luo Tianshan and the others' faces changed. The two big men also looked at the group of sea beasts and could not help but frown. It was also at this moment Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, grabbed the pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. But in fact, he did not take it. He only pretended to take it. As for the pill in his hand, he naturally sent it to the black tortoise world. "You've finally caught up. Why don't you keep running?" Zhu Xia flew over and sneered. "Shut up." The two big men shouted, and their pressure shrouded over. Zhu Xia looked at the two, but his expression was not nervous at all. He sneered, "You have accomplices." Chapter 2994. Looking at Zhu Xie's attitude, Qin Feiyang was quite surprised. Facing two peak imperishable realm masters, he was not afraid at all. Where did his confidence come from? The two men couldn't help but frown. Why do you look so pissed? Is it because of this emperor's attitude that you've lost face? Hee hee. Your cultivations are indeed stronger than mine, but do you know who my boss is? Zhu Xie sneered. Who? The two men looked at him expressionlessly. My boss is the beast emperor of this area, known as the Sea Lion Emperor. Zhu Xie smiled proudly. Sea Lion Emperor. Luo Tianshan and the others' eyes trembled. Who is the Sea Lion Emperor? Qin Feiyang secretly asked suspiciously. What? You don't even know the Sea Lion Emperor? Luo Tianshan and the others looked at him in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said, This is my first time in this sea area. You don't even know the Sea Lion Emperor, and you dare to break in. I really admire you. Luo Tianshan looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly and explained with a sound transmission, This Sea Lion Emperor is the beast emperor of this sea region within 100 million miles. As for its strength, no one knows how strong it is. Sea Lion Emperor, Qin Feiyang murmured. This Zhu Xie, I guess at best, is a small follower of the Sea Lion Emperor. Luo Tianshan said again. How do you know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because this Sea Lion Emperor has a large number of beast kings under his command. These beast kings, the strongest has reached the peak imperishable realm. Luo Tianshan said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise and bewilderment, From what you said, wouldn't the Sea Lion Emperor be a terrifying existence at the sovereign realm? There are rumors saying so. But I don't know the details. Small people like us are not qualified to come in contact with such an existence. Luo Tianshan said. Qin Feiyang was puzzled, then how do you know that the first volume of the pill scripture is here? This, Luo Tianshan hesitated for a moment before replying, To tell you the truth, I'm not sure if the first volume of the alchemy mantra exists. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. I came across a treasure map by accident, said Meng Hao. It's a location marked on the map. It says that an important person once passed away here with the first volume of the Alchemy Codex. Luo Tianshan said. So you're saying that you found this place by following the treasure map? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Luo Tianshan nodded. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He thought it was true, but he didn't expect it to be just a guess. At this moment, Zhu Xie looked at the two burly men and said proudly, How is it? Are you scared? Humph. One of the big men snorted coldly and took out a token from his bosom. That token was about half the size of an adult's palm. It was completely red as if it was dyed in blood, and there was the word blood carved on it. This is, when Zhu Xie saw the blood-red token, his pupils suddenly shrank. The alligator and other sea beasts behind him were also shocked. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Because the two burly men had their backs facing them, they didn't see the blood-red token and didn't understand what was going on. If you dare to be noisy again, not to mention small fish like you, we won't even let the Sea Lion King go. The burly man said gloomily. Zhu Xie's body trembled and he no longer dared to be arrogant. He was as obedient as a little lamb. It's really strange, looking at Zhu Xie's abnormal behavior, Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. What was it that made Zhu Xie so scared? And this burly man's tone was too arrogant. He wouldn't even let the Sea Lion King go. The two burly men glanced at the sea beasts and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others again. The few of them finally saw the blood-red token in the burly man's hand. Luo Tianshan and the others also changed color. Looking at the expressions of Luo Tianshan and the others, Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled and secretly said, Brother Luo, what is this? Why are you so scared? Brother, you don't even know this? Are you still from our sky cloud realm? Luo Tianshan transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be that the existence of this token was something that everyone in the Sky Cloud realm knew? In that case, would Luo Tianshan doubt his identity? However, Luo Tianshan seemed to be shocked and didn't think much about it. He secretly said, "This is the blood token." Blood token? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Do you know what the blood token represents? That is the blood hall. The blood hall is the most terrifying force in the Western continent. They are everywhere, like ghosts. None of those who have been targeted by them have been able to survive. This blood token is the identity token of a blood hall member. They are actually from the blood hall. Who are the man and woman I saw just now? They actually made the people from the blood hall come to find them personally? Luo Tianshan's heart was terrified to the extreme. Blood hall, Qin Feiyang muttered. He finally figured out the force that Old Hai and the others were from. The burly man holding the blood token in his hand asked, "Have you all taken it?" Yes. Luo Tianshan and the others nodded repeatedly. What about you? The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang. I've taken it too. Qin Feiyang said. I didn't see it. The burly man took out another pill and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Take it. Qin Feiyang caught the pill and raised his eyebrows slightly. Hurry up, don't waste our time. The burly man urged. Qin Feiyang suddenly sighed. Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked up at the two burly men, shook his head and sighed. I thought I could get away with it, but I didn't expect the people from the blood hall to be so cautious. What do you mean? Luo Tianshan looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. When the two burly men heard this, they were slightly stunned at first, but then they stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the pill in his hand entered his mouth. His appearance began to change immediately. Soon, his true appearance was restored. What's going on? Luo Tianshan and the others looked at each other. Wasn't this the person the blood hall was looking for? You're really cunning. However, no matter how cunning you are, you can't escape the pursuit of our blood hall. The two burly men looked at all this with a trace of ridicule on their faces. Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We don't know him at all. Luo Tianshan came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at the two burly men and said. Of course you don't know him because he just entered the Sky Cloud realm not long ago. The burly man sneered. Just entered the Sky Cloud realm not long ago? Luo Tianshan was taken aback. Yes. I'm not from the Sky Cloud realm, so I don't know anything about the Blood Hall or the Sea Lion Emperor you mentioned. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Luo Tianshan looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. If you're not from the Sky Cloud realm, then where are you from? Cut the crap. The two burly men glared at Luo Tianshan and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, come with us. Where to? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course to the Blood Hall. The burly man said. What if I don't go? Qin Feiyang asked. You have no choice. Because this is an order from the Blood Hall Master himself. If you don't go, you will be killed on the spot. The burly man's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? The Blood Hall Master himself gave the order? Luo Tianshan and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but feel shocked. Who the hell is this person? What did he do to offend the Blood Hall? He actually provoked the Blood Hall Master to give the order personally. The skinny middle-aged man's eyes flashed slightly and he transmitted his voice. Brother Luo, this is an opportunity. What opportunity? Luo Tianshan was suspicious. An opportunity to please the Blood Hall. As long as we help to take down this person, the Blood Hall will definitely thank us. Maybe if they are in a good mood, they will also let us join the Blood Hall. The skinny middle-aged man secretly said. Luo Tianshan heard this and suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Since he planned to kill this person anyway, he might as well use this opportunity to please the Blood Hall. Thinking of this, the two men suddenly had a strong killing intent and raised their hands at the same time to attack Qin Feiyang from behind. The two burly men were taken aback and then began to ponder. Although they disdained the actions of Luo Tianshan and the skinny middle-aged man, this way, it would save them some effort. Luo Tianshan and the skinny middle-aged man also thought that they would definitely succeed. Because in front of Qin Feiyang, they had always maintained a sincere attitude, so he would definitely not be on guard against them. However, they did not know that Qin Feiyang had already noticed their killing intent. They also did not know that they were facing such a terrifying young man at this time. Whoosh! Just as the two men were about to attack, Qin Feiyang, who had not reacted from the beginning to the end, suddenly took a step forward. It was also with this step that Qin Feiyang disappeared in front of the two men. The two men were stunned. A trace of surprise also appeared on the faces of the two burly men. The next moment, Luo Tianshan and the skinny middle-aged man shuddered. This was because they felt a piercing cold current behind them. They saw that Qin Feiyang was standing behind them. "Brother Luo, be careful behind you." Seeing this, the other men quickly reminded them and immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Hearing the few people's warning, Luo Tianshan and the skinny middle-aged man immediately realized that something was wrong. They wanted to avoid it, but it was already too late. Qin Feiyang reached out with both hands and slapped the two men's backs. Puff! The two men spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, their energy reserves were shattered, and their entire bodies were sent flying like meteorites. What kind of power is this? The few people who rushed toward Qin Feiyang could not help but break and stop behind Qin Feiyang, looking at Qin Feiyang in shock. Even if it was a sneak attack from behind, it was impossible to heavily injure Luo Tianshan and the skinny middle-aged man. After all, Luo Tianshan was at the minor immortal realm. The skinny middle-aged man was also at the minor immortal realm. And this person was only at the half-step immortal realm. A half-step immortal realm cultivator actually heavily injured a minor immortal realm cultivator and a minor immortal realm cultivator with one palm. This was unbelievable. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? Those people did not dare to go forward again. They were already shocked by the strength that Qin Feiyang had displayed. Not only did they not go forward, but they also retreated in horror. Qin Feiyang ignored them, and did not pay attention to Luo Tianshan and the skinny middle-aged man. His gaze swept toward Zhu Xia and the other sea beasts. Seeing Qin Feiyang look over, the sea beasts could not help but gulp. In the end, Qin Feiyang's gaze once again landed on the two large men. "I didn't expect you to be so strong." The two men were also extremely shocked. Although they knew Qin Feiyang's name and appearance, they did not know much about Qin Feiyang's strength. "You flatter me." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Don't be arrogant. Even people stronger than you don't dare to go against our blood palace. Let's go. Follow us to see the palace master." The two men's eyes turned cold. Chapter 2995. Palace Master? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and a shadow appeared. It was the blood-red clothed old man. When they saw the blood-red clothed old man's shadow, the two looked extremely respectful. Qin Feiyang asked, "He is your palace master?" "Yes." The two nodded. "Your blood palace really thinks highly of me. Even your palace master came to find me personally." But, Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Didn't your palace master tell you that I have a sovereign divine weapon?" "What? A sovereign divine weapon?" As soon as these words came out, not only the two men, but also Luo Tianshan, Giant Scorpion, and the other sea beasts trembled. A sovereign divine weapon. What a joke. In the entire Sky Cloud realm, there were only a handful of sovereign divine weapons. How could a person from the lower realm have such a terrifying weapon? I really didn't tell you. But thinking about it, if I tell you about this, who in your blood palace would dare to find me? Qin Feiyang laughed. Stop pretending. If you have a sovereign divine weapon, I'll write my name backwards. The two men sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Do you know what you're like now?" The two frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "You're all like that short-sighted frog at the bottom of the well. You're courting death." The two men were furious. Not only was he pretending, but he also humiliated them again and again. They really couldn't stand it. Boom! The two men's aura erupted and turned into an invisible torrent, roaring at Qin Feiyang. "You're the ones courting death." Qin Feiyang's eyes were also filled with killing intent. His mind moved slightly, but the castle didn't appear. What was the meaning of this? Immediately, he was stunned. "Don't you have a sovereign divine weapon? What are you still doing there? If you don't take out your sovereign divine weapon, it's an order." Luo Tianshan and the others sneered. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and frowned. What was the meaning of this castle? When facing Old Hai and the dragons, they didn't even need to greet them. But now, he had taken the initiative to let it out, yet he remained still. Wait a minute. Could it be because of the sovereign weapon? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed like it really was because of the sovereign weapon. The reason he fought the dragons was because he had the sacred ice sword. The reason he fought with Old Hai was because of the horsetail whisk. In other words, only when it encountered a sovereign weapon would the castle make a move. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the two men had already arrived. Qin Feiyang's body was instantly lacerated and blood flowed out. After all, this was the aura of someone at the great circle of the imperishable realm. How could he possibly withstand it? Hurry up and show it. What are you standing there for? Are you an idiot? A ruler's weapon can easily kill two lords in a second, said Yi Futian, shaking his head. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and take it out. Let us, the frogs at the bottom of the well, broaden our horizons. Luo Tianshan and the others laughed presumptuously. When the two men heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Everyone knew how to brag. But could they be more realistic? If you said that you had a heaven-defying weapon, everyone might believe it. But a ruler's weapon? You dare to say that you have such a weapon? Wasn't this slapping your own face? Did you think that they were scared? That they would immediately run away with their tails between their legs if they said that they had a ruler's weapon? Naive. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and whispered, "Do I still need a ruler's weapon for small fries like you?" Clang. With a thought, the dragon-slaying sword appeared. The dragon-slaying sword was one of the heaven-defying weapons he had obtained in the Nether King's Hell. Although it was not as powerful as the Sunset Divine Bow, it had been in the land of origin all this time. Its strength had also increased by a lot. This is a heaven-defying weapon. Luo Tianshan and the others narrowed their eyes. Even if it was not a ruler's weapon, it was still shocking enough. Because the heaven-defying weapon's power was comparable to a half-step ruler's. The two men's expressions changed. Although they were both at the peak imperishable realm, they were still too far away from a half-step ruler. Kill them. Qin Feiyang said coldly. Clang. The dragon-slaying sword immediately awakened, and a world-destroying sharpness suddenly surged out. The two men's auras were directly annihilated. Qin Feiyang took out a life-divine pill and threw it into his mouth, looking coldly at the two men. Retreat. Seeing the dragon-slaying sword awakening, the two men's pupils constricted, and they immediately turned and fled. You want to leave after provoking the young master? The dragon-slaying sword's artifact spirit snorted with disdain. Then, the sword tore through the sky and slashed at the two men. Ah! Accompanied by two screams, the two men's blood splattered across the sky. However, they were not dead. The dragon-slaying sword said, "Young master, should we keep them? After all, they are at the peak imperishable realm. They can still run errands. No need. A mere peak imperishable realm can't enter my eyes at all." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then there's no other way. The young master doesn't like you. Go to hell. The dragon-slaying sword slashed again, and the two men screamed in despair again. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. This, Luo Tianshan and the others, the giant scorpion and the other sea beasts all looked at Qin Feiyang and the dragon-slaying sword in shock. Two peak imperishable realm experts were killed in seconds just like that. And one had to know that they were from the Blood Palace. The Blood Palace was a behemoth that no one dared to provoke. This was a ruthless person. He wasn't even afraid of the Blood Palace. Run! Luo Tianshan roared. Immediately, a group of 7 people, as well as the giant scorpion and other sea beasts, fled frantically. Since you're all here, then don't leave. Qin Feiyang said, using the walk formula. He landed in front of the skinny middle-aged man. Don't kill me. The skinny middle-aged man's body trembled and he hurriedly roared. But before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang slapped him with his palm, and a terrifying power surged out. The skinny middle-aged man had his chi destroyed before, so he could only rely on his divine soul to fight. How could a mere divine soul and divine sense be Qin Feiyang's opponent? However, with just one palm, the divine sense was directly shattered. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang slapped the skinny middle-aged man's head. With a crack, the head exploded like a watermelon, and the divine soul was annihilated on the spot. Clang! At the same time, the dragon-slaying sword carried a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth, killing the other 5 people. Looking at this scene, Luo Tianshan stood there in despair, not daring to move. The giant scorpion and other sea beasts were the same. Not to mention the dragon-slaying sword, even Qin Feiyang's strength was not something they could contend with. Qin Feiyang walked step by step in front of Luo Tianshan. Plop! Luo Tianshan immediately knelt in the void, his face pale and trembling. Is there anything you want to say? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Luo Tianshan stammered and panicked. Qin Feiyang said, do you think I don't know that you guys have been trying to sneak attack me from behind? You know? Luo Tianshan looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Yes, I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Luo Tianshan said in surprise, since you know, then why didn't you strike first? Qin Feiyang said, because I didn't put you guys in my eyes at all. You guys can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Luo Tianshan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought that it was flawless, but he didn't know that the other party had already noticed it. What a joke. Jumping around under the other party's nose was simply a clown. Kill. Luo Tianshan sighed and closed his eyes to wait for death. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a puppet imprint appeared, and said, don't resist, maybe I'll spare your life. What is this? Luo Tianshan opened his eyes and stared at the puppet imprint in surprise. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. With a wave of his hand, the puppet imprint disappeared into Luo Tianshan's sea of consciousness. Luo Tianshan suddenly screamed miserably. At this level, even if the sea of qi was broken and his cultivation was abolished, Qin Feiyang didn't dare to easily use the puppet technique to control others. Because the puppet technique controlled the divine soul. As long as the divine soul was fine, the other party could resist when they were controlled. And the stronger the other party's cultivation, the more terrifying the backlash caused by the resistance. The divine soul would be shattered, and the divine soul would be annihilated. Therefore, the other party must be willing. Especially people like the purple-clothed youth, they left their divine soul in other places and were not afraid of death. Because even if they died, they could be reborn. Therefore, if he was controlled, he would definitely resist desperately. But it was different now. Luo Tianshan was so afraid of death that he obviously didn't leave his divine soul in advance. And in the face of the threat of death, he naturally didn't dare to resist. The most important thing was, Qin Feiyang said that if he didn't resist, he might still keep his life. So in Luo Tianshan's view, this was a glimmer of hope. If there was hope for survival, then of course he had to cooperate. Even if it was only 1 in 10,000. The puppet technique was successfully completed. After all, Luo Tianshan was the strongest in the undead stage. Although Qin Feiyang didn't say it explicitly, he already knew that this was a kind of control-type divine art. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at the giant scorpion and the other sea beasts. A group of sea beasts gathered together and looked at Qin Feiyang with fear and trepidation. The giant scorpion trembled and said, "Let me tell you, this emperor's boss is the Sea Lion Emperor." And then? Qin Feiyang asked faintly. The giant scorpion said, "If you dare to touch this emperor, my boss will not let you go." Qin Feiyang smiled and was silent for a long time, then said, "Tell the Sea Lion Emperor, tell the sea beasts in this sea area not to find trouble with me, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences." "You want to let me go?" The giant scorpion was stunned. "You don't want to leave, do you?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Think about it." The giant scorpion nodded. "Then get out of here," Qin Feiyang shouted. The giant scorpion immediately trembled and ran away with the alligator and the other sea beasts. "Kid, you have guts. But don't be complacent too early, this sea area is our territory. If you want to walk out alive, let me tell you, it's difficult." When it was about to disappear, the giant scorpion shouted. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, shook his head and said, "I regret not killing it." What it said does make sense. After all, this is their territory. If you can avoid provoking them, try not to. The dragon-slaying sword spirit said. Chapter 2996. That's what I think too. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Now that he had already provoked a blood haul, if he angered the sea beasts here, it would be adding insult to injury. However, if this giant scorpion really dared to cause trouble for him again, then he would go all out. At most, he would kill his way out. Who? After letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared in the Black Tortoise realm with the dragon-slaying sword and Luo Tianshan. This is, as soon as Luo Tianshan entered the Black Tortoise realm, he was dumbstruck when he felt the terrifying energy of the crystal vein and the soul vein. Furthermore, this place was way too big. With his initial undead stage cultivation, he was actually unable to see the end. Qin Dage. Feiyang. Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess greeted him. They had been paying attention to the situation outside, and when they saw that Qin Feiyang was safe and sound, they heaved a sigh of relief. The five-clawed golden dragon and the others were also there. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was fine, they continued to cultivate. Right now, the most important thing was to increase his strength. Because the Heavenly Cloud realm had already surpassed the Ancient realm by too much. Their strength was considered top-notch in the Ancient realm, but in the Heavenly Cloud realm where experts were as common as clouds, they could only be considered mid-tier at most. Moreover, from this battle, they also came to a conclusion. As long as he did not encounter the sovereign divine weapon, then Qin Feiyang would have enough power to protect himself. So in the future, there was no need to worry too much. Qin Feiyang nodded to the two girls, then turned to look at the dragon-slaying sword and said with a smile, "You guys have to work hard and quickly catch up with the Sunset Bow and the others." "All right." The dragon-slaying sword's artifact spirit replied. "Then go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The dragon-slaying sword immediately soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Luo Tianshan looked around, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked in surprise, "Is this really a spatial divine object?" "If it's not a spatial divine object, then what do you think it is?" Qin Feiyang asked playfully. Luo Tianshan murmured, "I feel like this place is more like a real world." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. At least he had a good eye. He then looked at Fire Lotus and said, "Why don't we let Big Black Wolf and Black Panther take care of the Black Tortoise world in the future?" Fire Lotus was stunned and asked, "Why?" Qin Feiyang said, "You're our hope now, so you have to focus on your cultivation." "I'm your hope?" Fire Lotus was stunned and bitterly smiled, "You're making fun of me, aren't you?" There were so many people in the Black Tortoise world, how could it be her turn? For example, the mad scientist grasped the power of 3 laws. In the future, he would definitely become a peak existence. Why would I make fun of you? You've comprehended the laws of time. How terrifying are these laws of time? They can be said to be one of the strongest laws. Once you fully comprehend it, your means will be heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang said. Law of time. When Luo Tianshan heard this, he looked at Fire Lotus in horror. He thought that she was just a pretty vase, but he didn't expect her to be so terrifying. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't know, but he was born in the sky cloud world and was very clear about the situation there. In the entire sky cloud world, the number of people who comprehended the laws of time was pitifully few. Fire Lotus heard this, thought for a moment, and smiled. Hearing you say this, it seems to be the case. So, you have to calm down and don't care about the trivial matters of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. But I'm not at ease leaving it to Big Black Wolf and the others. After all, everything in the Black Tortoise world is my painstaking effort. Fire Lotus said. What's there to be worried about? They've been following you for so long, especially the 3 Black Panther brothers. They're by your side almost every day. Even if they're a few idiots, they should have learned it by now. Moreover, they're not stupid. If you're really worried, you can let Pai Lupi and Theta Wang assist them. To be honest, they've been training in the Black Tortoise world for these years, and now their ability is really not small. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then if you let them assist, give them the right to freely enter and exit the Devil's Land. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang said, it's not a big deal to give them this right, after all, they're trustworthy. Fire Lotus pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay, I'll arrange it when I have time. Qin Feiyang nodded, then turned to look at Luo Tianshan. Luo Tianshan was now completely confused. Black Tortoise World? Devil's Land? What are these things? He couldn't understand at all. Bear with it. Qin Feiyang said. Luo Tianshan was stunned, and then a tearing pain came from his divine soul. That's right. Qin Feiyang was reading his memories. It was too troublesome to ask one by one, so he directly read this person's memories. Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess also knew what Qin Feiyang was doing. And they knew that this wouldn't be over for a while. After all, Luo Tianshan had a small success Immortal Realm cultivation base, and had experienced countless things in his life. It would take a lot of time to read his memories. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and closed her eyes. After a while, with a thought, 2 people suddenly appeared in front of her out of thin air. These 2 people were Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. As the current guardian of the Black Tortoise world, Fire Lotus naturally had the ability to capture people across space. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were stunned. But when they saw Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, their eyes suddenly trembled, and their expressions became extremely respectful. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Miss Fire Lotus." Fire Lotus smiled and said, "I called you over because I have something to discuss with you." "What do you mean?" "All these years, if it weren't for you and the Lord Ruler's care, would the 2 of us have today's status in the Black Tortoise world? You've given us a new lease on life, so if there's anything, just tell us. There's no need to discuss." Pai Lupi and Theta Wang hurriedly said, overwhelmed by the favor. Fire Lotus smiled and pointed to the Mermaid Princess next to her. "Let me introduce you. This is Qin Deja's wife." The 2 of them were slightly stunned and turned to look at the Mermaid Princess. Although the Mermaid Princess had been in the Black Tortoise world for many years, because she rarely appeared, the 2 of them didn't know much about the Mermaid Princess. "We're officially married," Fire Lotus said. Hearing this, the 2 of them hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Ruler's wife." Mermaid Princess waved her hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Just call me sister-in-law from now on." "How can that be?" The 2 of them hurriedly shook their heads. If they called her sister-in-law, wouldn't that make the Lord Ruler their brother? That would be extremely disrespectful. If I say it's okay, it's okay. Although I haven't officially met the two of you in these years, I know all the contributions you've made to the Black Tortoise world. Especially the help you've given to Feiyang. I'm very grateful. I can also see that Feiyang trusts the two of you, so we'll be a family from now on. A family, of course we can't treat each other like outsiders, right? Mermaid Princess smiled. The two of them looked at each other. To tell the truth, they were originally two small characters. It was because of the care of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus that they had today's status. In their hearts, they had always thought of themselves as the subordinates of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. What family? They didn't even dare to think about it. Because in their opinion, this was climbing up the social ladder. Therefore, when they heard Mermaid Princess words, they were extremely touched. But at the same time, they were a little flustered. After all, they were already used to this way of getting along. Suddenly becoming a family really made them feel a little scared. The two of them couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang, but Qin Feiyang was obviously busy right now, so they didn't want to disturb him. So, they looked at Fire Lotus. Let's listen to her. Fire Lotus smiled. The two of them looked at each other, then bowed and said, "Then we'll respectfully accept." The Mermaid Princess smiled faintly. Pai Lupi asked, "Miss Fire Lotus, sister-in-law, then what exactly do you want us to do?" Fire Lotus smiled and said, "From now on, the two of you can freely enter and exit the Devil's Land." What? The two of them were shocked. In their eyes, the Devil's Land was a holy land that absolutely couldn't be touched. But now, they were actually told that they could freely enter and exit? What was going on? Fire Lotus said, "This is to make it easier for you to manage the Black Tortoise world in the future." Manage the Black Tortoise world? The two of them were shocked again. This was something that he had never expected. Such an important task was actually given to them? What's wrong? Are you not happy? Fire Lotus smiled and asked. No. We're more than happy, but we're afraid that we're not up to the task and will disappoint Miss Fire Lotus and sister-in-law's expectations. The two of them said. It's fine. Experience is accumulated slowly. You two will first assist the three Black Wolf and Black Panther brothers. Fire Lotus said. Pai Lupi glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then, does the ruler agree to this?" "This is what he wants." Fire Lotus smiled. The two of them looked at each other, then knelt in the void and respectfully said, "Thank you for Miss Fire Lotus's nurturing. We will definitely do our best to manage the Black Tortoise world." Don't kneel so easily. We don't like this. If Qin Dage sees this, he will instead blame you. Quickly get up. Fire Lotus smiled. Yes. The two of them respectfully replied and stood up, their faces full of smiles. With this, their status in the Black Tortoise world soared again. As expected. When following others, they had to follow the right people. For example, if it was the dragons, how could they receive such treatment? Alright, go find the three Black Wolf and Black Panther brothers, and learn from them. Fire Lotus waved her hand. Yes. The two of them replied and looked down at the herb field below, quickly finding the three Black Wolf and Black Panther brothers on the west side of the herb field. Immediately, the two of them bowed and flew towards the three Black Wolf and Black Panther brothers. Mermaid Princess looked at their backs and smiled. This person's ability is truly unpredictable. Yes. Thinking back to when they were in Fan Yinzhang's City Lord's mansion, they were just two unknown guards. Who would have thought that one day, they would become the managers of such a large world? It's still the same thing, you have to follow the right people. If you follow the dragons, you are destined to be unknown for the rest of your life. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Mermaid Princess smiled faintly, then the two of them became silent, quietly looking at Qin Feiyang. Chapter 2997. Time passed by little. It wasn't until evening that the memory reading ended. So fast. But Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess were very surprised. Because according to their estimation, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I just read the basic memories about the Tianyun realm. I see. The mermaid princess nodded in realization. Fire Lotus asked, what's the situation in the Tianyun realm? You don't know, but the Tianyun realm is really a terrifying place. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Terrifying? The two looked at each other. Let's talk about the geography of the Tianyun realm first. There are 4 continents in the entire Tianyun realm. They are the Eastern Continent, the Western Continent, the Northern Continent, and the Southern Continent. Do you know how big these 4 continents are? It's no exaggeration to say that any continent is comparable to the entire ancient realm. Qin Feiyang said. The entire ancient realm? The two were shocked. Yes. Only the Divine Land and the 4 major regions can compare to the Tianyun realm. Qin Feiyang nodded. Mermaid Princess said in surprise, then according to what you said, the Tianyun realm is as big as 4 ancient realms? More than that. Qin Feiyang shook his head. More than that? Mermaid Princess was stunned. Yes. In addition to these 4 continents, there is a bigger place. Qin Feiyang said. Where? The two were surprised. It was bigger than the 4 continents? It's the sea area where we are now. This sea area is called the Tianyun Sea. The size of the Tianyun Sea is about the same as the 4 continents. In other words, it needs 5 ancient realms to be comparable to the Tianyun realm. Qin Feiyang said. The two took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in their hearts, but they couldn't. In their opinion, the ancient realms were big enough, but the Tianyun realm was as big as 5 ancient realms. This was too inconceivable. Then wouldn't it be difficult for us to cross the sky cloud realm in a short period of time with our cultivation? Fire Lotus said. That's for sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. Fire Lotus nodded. She had finally seen what a great world was. Compared to the sky cloud realm, the black tortoise realm was just the tip of the iceberg. Where is the blood hall? The mermaid princess asked. Western Continent. Qin Feiyang said. Western Continent? The mermaid princess stared blankly for a moment before coming to a realization. No wonder that little rabbit told us to head east. It wants us to avoid being hunted down by the Western Continent. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, looks like our 100 jars of celestial immortal wine were not given in vain. The mermaid princess shook her head and smiled, but what does it mean when it says that someone might come to help us? I'm not sure about that. But I think it should be related to the major forces of the Eastern Continent. Qin Feiyang guessed. What do you mean? The mermaid princess was suspicious. There are actually disputes between the 4 continents. Especially between the Eastern and Western continents. The 2 continents have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. And every few days, there will be a war between the 2 sides. The little rabbit told us to go to the Eastern Continent. It probably wants us to go there to seek refuge. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus asked, what about Elder Hua? Which force does he belong to? I didn't find this in Luo Tianshan's memory. Luo Tianshan is just a small figure in the sky cloud realm. He is not qualified to come into contact with such a level of powerhouse. But I guess this Elder Hua should belong to some force in the Eastern Continent. Because in the spacetime transmission channel, he said that he is Elder Hai's opponent. Qin Feiyang analyzed. Makes sense. The mermaid princess and Fire Lotus nodded. Although Luo Tianshan is not qualified to come into contact with a powerhouse like Elder Hua, he should know about the major forces in the Eastern Continent. Fire Lotus said. Luo Tianshan is from the Eastern Continent. Of course he knows. The most terrifying force in the Eastern Continent is a force called the Demonic Palace. The overall force of the Demonic Palace is on par with the Blood Palace in the Western Continent. Qin Feiyang said. Demonic Palace, Fire Lotus murmured and frowned. Why do I feel that this name doesn't sound like a good person? Even the name of the Blood Palace is the same. We can't tell whether they are good or bad from a name. The demons in this world are not unforgivable. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. I am narrow-minded. Of course. Since it is called the Demonic Palace, then the people of the Demonic Palace must be very cruel. So after entering the Eastern continent, we better not get involved with them. Just in case. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus nodded. The Mermaid Princess asked, what about the distribution of forces in the Heavenly Cloud Sea? The Heavenly Cloud Sea is undoubtedly a paradise for sea beasts. And the Heavenly Cloud Sea is located at the center of the Heavenly Cloud Realm. In other words, the 4 continents surround the Heavenly Cloud Sea. According to my speculation, the island where the little rabbit is located is the boundary between the 4 continents. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Is that so? Fire Lotus murmured. As for the sea beasts here, they are not ordinary terrifying. There are a total of 8 great beast emperors here. They each control this sea area, and the Sea Lion Emperor is one of them. The strength of these 8 great beast emperors is heaven-defying. And above the 8 great beast emperors, there is an even more terrifying existence. This is the legendary beast god. Qin Feiyang said. Beast god? The two were slightly taken aback and frowned. It can't be that small beast, right? Small beast? There is no such thing in Luo Tianshan's memory. Because this beast god has always been very mysterious. There are many people who know about it, but those who have seen it are probably only the people with the highest authority in the 4 continents. But I think it shouldn't be the small beast. After all, it is the companion of the god of creation. How could it have the leisure to come and rule this sea area? Qin Feiyang said. I hope it's not it. Fire Lotus sighed and was a little worried. Qin Feiyang said, if it's really it, I want to try and see if the castle can suppress it. Over the years, the castle had grown a lot and was stronger than before it was sealed. Against the small beast, it might have the strength to fight. Mermaid Princess asked, then are there many sovereign weapons here? Not many. There are only a few. According to Luo Tianshan's memory, only the strongest forces, such as the Demon Hall and the Blood Hall, have them. Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid Princess nodded and said with a smile, if that's the case, it won't be difficult for Elder Hua to guess. Yes. He should be one of these super powerful people. And he should be hiding his cultivation like Elder Hai. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus said, what about the southern and northern continents? The strongest forces in these 2 continents are the Heavenly Hall and the Divine Hall. Just like their names, the people of these 2 forces are more benevolent and generous. But this is only on the surface. We will only know their true character after we get to know them. Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus couldn't help but nod. Indeed. Before they really got to know them, they couldn't judge carelessly. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, then let's stop here first. We'll talk about the rest later. Okay. The 2 nodded. Mermaid Princess looked at Luo Tianshan, who was standing at the side with an uneasy face, and asked, what should we do with him? Him? Qin Feiyang also turned to look at Luo Tianshan. Don't kill me, although I'm not strong, I know the Sky Cloud Realm well. You just came to the Sky Cloud Realm, you will definitely need me. Luo Tianshan shuddered and quickly looked at the 3. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a thought, Luo Tianshan lost consciousness and became a puppet. This was the puppet technique. No matter how powerful a person was, as long as they were controlled, they could be turned into a puppet without consciousness. Fire Lotus suddenly thought of something and asked, Qin Dage, is there any information about that badge in his memory? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it seems that this badge is really not simple. How about, we listen to that little rabbit and throw it away? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, since it's so important, wouldn't it be a pity to throw it away? But, Fire Lotus frowned. It's okay. I know what to do. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang said, okay then, I'll go out first. You guys work hard to cultivate. Take me with you. Mermaid Princess said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, you really want to follow me outside and take risks? Why? You don't want to. Mermaid Princess pouted. Qin Feiyang said, no, I'm concerned about you. I want to follow you. Mermaid Princess stepped forward and firmly hugged Qin Feiyang's arm. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus for help. Don't involve me in the matter between you two. Fire Lotus chuckled and turned around to leave without looking back. This girl. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Okay, I know you're doing this for my own good. I'm not that kind of clingy woman. Be careful. I'll take the opportunity to comprehend the power of law. Mermaid Princess let go of Qin Feiyang and said. Thank you, wifey, I'll reward you. Qin Feiyang chuckled and kissed Mermaid Princess on her face when she wasn't paying attention. The Mermaid Princess froze. She quickly looked around and said angrily, can you be more serious? What if someone sees us? So what if they see us? I say, wifey, you have to change your mindset. Now that we're married, what's there to be afraid of? Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid Princess was stunned and said, that's true, but I feel that it would be a little embarrassing if someone sees us. Get used to it. Qin Feiyang grinned and kissed Mermaid Princess on her face again before leaving the Black Tortoise world with Luo Tianshan. Outside. Although it was already night in the Black Tortoise world, only an instant had passed outside. After all, one day was 1,000 years. The fluctuations of the battle from before were still surging above the sea. Huge waves were surging below. In those huge waves, one could faintly see sea beasts staring at Qin Feiyang, their fierce eyes filled with fear. Chapter 2998. You stay here and wait for the people from the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea beasts in the sea and said to Luo Tianshan next to him. Yes. Luo Tianshan nodded, his eyes were empty. Whoosh. Then. Qin Feiyang turned around and left alone, quickly disappearing into the eastern sea. Soon. More than a dozen figures broke through the air. They were all middle-aged men and women, coming from different directions. Without exception, their cultivation had all reached the perfection undead stage. This was a rather terrifying lineup. More than a dozen perfection undead stage cultivators, everyone in the ancient world didn't even dare to think about it. In the entire ancient world, there was only Long Zun. Even the 4 guardians of the ancient world were only at the perfection undead stage. Who are you? Did you see these 2 people? More than a dozen people landed around Luo Tianshan. One of the old women waved her hand and condensed the 2 figures of the burly man. Because here, they caught the aura left behind by the burly man and the burly man. Moreover, they were also attracted by the fluctuations. But in the face of these people's questions, Luo Tianshan's face was dull and his eyes were empty, as if he didn't hear them. We're asking you a question. The old woman shouted. But Luo Tianshan was still the same. What's going on? Looking at his appearance, it seems that something is wrong. The others looked at the dull Luo Tianshan and couldn't help but frown. At the same time, in the sky millions of miles away, a figure was moving as fast as lightning. It was Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, he stopped in the void with a trace of playfulness in his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes. You're courting death. Seeing that Luo Tianshan was still silent, as if he didn't see them, the old woman couldn't help but be furious. But at this moment, Luo Tianshan's empty eyes suddenly looked at the old woman and the others and asked, "You're from the Blood Hall?" "That's right." The old woman nodded. "I've been waiting for you." Luo Tianshan suddenly smiled. This smile was very strange. In the eyes of the old woman and the others, they couldn't help but feel scared. Do you know who I am? Luo Tianshan spoke again. Who? The group of people frowned. Luo Tianshan said, I am the person you are looking for, Qin Feiyang. What? Are you Qin Feiyang? Everyone was stunned. To be exact, this is one of my puppets. I am communicating with you through my puppet. This puppet is also a gift from me to the two of you. As for your two companions, don't bother looking for them because they are already dead. I hope you like this gift. The strange smile on Luo Tianshan's face grew wider. Following closely. With a loud bang, Luo Tian Mountain exploded in the sky above the sea. The destructive shockwave instantly drowned the old woman and the others. Bastard! The group of people was furious. They all unleashed their auras and ran out in a sorry state. Luo Tianshan was only at the small success undead realm, while they were all at the great perfection undead realm. Therefore, even if Luo Tianshan self-destructed, it would not pose a fatal threat to them. However, this kind of naked provocation made them very angry. Especially when it was a provocation from a lower realm. Where is this little bastard hiding? The group of people scanned the surrounding sea with a gloomy face. They had been tricked by the other party in their first fight. As a great perfection undead realm expert, their self-esteem absolutely could not tolerate this kind of thing. The old woman turned her head to look at her companions and asked, which direction did you all come from? I came from the northwest direction. I came from the southwest direction. More than a dozen people spoke one after another. They came from different directions, but none of them came from the east. If he ran in another direction, he would have definitely met us. But now, we haven't seen him, so there is only one possibility. He went in the direction of the eastern continent. The old woman said in a deep voice. This, the group of people frowned. Isn't this his first time in the sky cloud boundary? Why would he go straight to the eastern continent? A middle-aged man said. Don't forget, before we set off, Old Hai said that old man Hua from the eastern continent went to intercept them. I think this should have something to do with old man Hua. The old woman said. So, he is now with old man Hua? The middle-aged man was surprised. Impossible. If he is really with old man Hua, then he should have entered the eastern continent long ago. But now, he is still wandering in the sky cloud ocean. Moreover, the spies we planted in the Demon Palace are now watching the higher-ups of the Demon Palace. It is said that old man Hua has returned to the Demon Palace, and he went back alone. The old woman said. So, this person is indeed alone in the sky cloud ocean now? But how did he kill Zhang Lu and the others alone? You know, both of them are in the great perfection undead realm. And this Qin Feiyang, according to the palace master, seems to be in the half-step undead realm? Is the palace master hiding something from us? The middle-aged man looked at the old woman suspiciously. Presumptuous. Is this something you can speculate? If the palace master knows, you won't even know how you died. The old woman immediately angrily rebuked. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he said with an embarrassed smile, there are only a few of us here. I will pay attention next time. You'd better pay attention. The old woman glared at him, and then looked at the others, saying, even if the palace master is hiding something from us, we can't question him. What we have to do is to obey his orders. Yes. Everyone nodded. The old woman continued, although I don't know what this Qin Feiyang is capable of, he must have something to rely on since he can kill Zhang Lu and the others and provoke us. So, we must be careful. Hearing this, everyone nodded again. The old woman raised her head and looked to the east. Although her face looked calm, her heart was beating fast. He could kill two great perfection undead realm experts. What kind of means does he have? After pondering for a while, the old woman suddenly looked at the sea below. The fluctuations of the battle were so great that the sea beasts below must have noticed it. Maybe they saw Qin Feiyang with their own eyes. The old woman looked at her two companions and said, you two go down and catch a sea beast. Okay. The two nodded and then rushed into the sea. Roar. After a while, accompanied by a deafening beast roar, a seal was forcibly brought out by the two. What are you doing? This is the heavenly cloud sea. Even if you are from the blood hall, you can't be presumptuous. The seal roared. But the blood hall is not afraid of the heavenly cloud sea. Tell me immediately. How did Qin Feiyang kill Zhang Lu and the others? The old woman shouted. I can't say. The seal shook its head. You can't say? The old woman raised her eyebrows. Yes. Not long ago, all the sea beasts in the heavenly cloud sea heard the beast god's order. The seal said. The old woman and the others looked at each other. The beast god's order? The middle-aged man next to them asked, what order? No one can leak the matter about Qin Feiyang, so you'd better not do anything to us. The seal sneered. I don't believe that the beast god will help a human from the lower world. You won't say it, right? I'll force you to say it. The middle-aged man stepped forward and pointed at the seal's forehead. A deadly sense of danger swept across the place. The seal trembled and roared, I really can't say it. Then you can go to hell. The middle-aged man sneered. However, at this moment, a divine light fell from the sky, carrying an apocalyptic aura, blasted toward the middle-aged man. The group of people suddenly changed color. Especially the middle-aged man, his face was full of fear. This is the beast god's punishment. Lord Beast God, I didn't do it on purpose. Please have mercy on me. The middle-aged man immediately knelt in the void and roared. However, that divine light showed no signs of stopping. Beast God, the middle-aged man roared in despair. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine light arrived. The middle-aged man was destroyed on the spot. Seeing this, the seal immediately turned around and fled into the sea, disappearing. The old woman and the others also looked at the place where the middle-aged man disappeared with fear. That's right. He just disappeared. Not a trace was left, as if he disappeared from the world. This is the beast god that rules the heavenly cloud sea. Everything in the heavenly cloud sea is under its control. With the death of the middle-aged man, the old woman and the others no longer dared to have any ideas about the sea beasts in the heavenly cloud sea. Because this is an action that will cause them to lose their lives. Similarly, this also means that the beast god is deliberately protecting Qin Feiyang. The beast god is protecting Qin Feiyang? What a shocking thing this was. The group of people could no longer remain calm and didn't even dare to continue chasing. What should we do? The group of people looked at the old woman, at a loss. How would I know? The old woman angrily said. This is already beyond the scope of her ability. After pondering for a moment, the old woman suddenly took out a pebble-like crystal. This crystal is diamond-shaped, crystal clear, like an exquisite piece of art. As the old woman's divine power poured in, the crystal began to shine. Not long after, a shadow appeared. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be surprised. Because the function of this crystal is the same as the image crystal, but it is not the image crystal that he is familiar with. The shadow that appeared is a black-clothed young man. He is about 1.8 meters tall, and his hair is as black as ink. Although he looks young, there is an unconcealable vicissitude between his eyebrows. And his expression is very cold. Greetings, Grand Deacon. The old woman bowed. The middle-aged man and the others looked at the black-clothed young man with respect. The black-clothed young man nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" Even his voice is full of indifference, as if he is an emotionless person. The old woman respectfully said, reporting to Grand Deacon, "We have found Qin Feiyang's whereabouts." "Where is he?" The black-clothed young man's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. The old woman said, "According to our analysis, he should be on the way to the eastern continent." Going to the eastern continent? The black-clothed young man was stunned and frowned. Didn't our people search from the eastern continent? Yes. But they have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. The old woman said truthfully. Chapter 2999. What? The black-robed young man's cold face suddenly showed a trace of shock. He knew very well that the people he sent this time were all at the peak imperishable realm. Wasn't a peak imperishable realm cultivator more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang? How could it be that their people had been killed by Qin Feiyang? The old woman hesitated for a moment and said respectfully, Grand Deacon, there's something I don't know if I should say. Say it. The Grand Deacon said, seemingly very annoyed. The old woman said carefully, we suspect that the temple master is hiding something from us. How dare you? Do you know what you're saying? The black-robed young man was furious. Please forgive me, Grand Deacon. The old woman trembled and hurriedly knelt in the air. The black-robed young man looked at her coldly and said after a long time, don't say such things again. Chase after him immediately and report to me when you find him. But, the old woman was terrified. Any other questions? The black-robed young man frowned. Earlier, we found a seal nearby and tried to get some information from it. But guess what? It actually said that the beast god ordered that no sea beast is allowed to leak information about Qin Feiyang. The old woman said. What? The beast god ordered? The black-robed young man was stunned. Yes. This is absolutely true. And just now, one of our companions tried to force the seal to speak, but he was punished by the beast god when he was about to attack. The old woman said in a deep voice. The beast god's punishment. The black-robed young man's eyes trembled. The beast god rarely acts, but this time, he actually helped Qin Feiyang kill our people. What does this mean? This means that Qin Feiyang and the beast god must have some kind of unknown relationship. The old woman said. The black-robed young man recovered after a long time and asked, Are you sure? Yes. The old woman nodded. Then it seems that there's something fishy going on. The black-robed young man pondered for a while and said to the old woman, How about this? Chase after him first, but don't attack. Wait for my orders. Yes. The old woman respectfully replied. Then, the black-clothed young man's shadow dissipated. The old woman wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and looked at the middle-aged man and the others. She sighed and said, Look, even the great deacon is so serious after hearing about this. We can't be careless. Yes. The middle-aged man and the others nodded. In the heavenly clouds sea, the beast god is the heavens. Whoever dared to challenge the beast god's dignity would only have death waiting for them. On a certain island. A black-clothed youth stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the sea in front of him. There was a trace of doubt in his cold eyes. In his hand, there was also a crystal that looked exactly the same. This person was the Grand Deacon who had spoken to the old woman earlier. Sigh. Things are getting serious. Suddenly. The black-clothed young man sighed and recovered the crystal in his hand. Wang. Soon. A shadow appeared. It was an old man in blood-red clothes. His entire body was like a blood demon, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Greetings, Hall Master. The black-clothed youth bowed. Have you found the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang? The old man asked. Yes. The black-clothed youth nodded. The old man in blood-red clothes immediately perked up and said, Where is he? He's on his way to the eastern continent. The black-clothed youth answered truthfully. The eastern continent? The old man in blood-red clothes raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Yes. The black-clothed youth nodded and said, There's one more thing. The beast god's punishment has appeared. What? The old man in blood-red clothes was sitting on a chair. Hearing this, he suddenly stood up. The black-clothed youth briefly explained the situation that the old woman had reported to him. That bastard really likes to meddle in other people's business. The old man in blood-red clothes was furious when he heard this. It's not a big deal if it's just meddling in other people's business. I'm just afraid that it has some kind of relationship with Qin Feiyang. If that's the case, our actions will definitely be affected. The black-clothed youth was a little worried. The old man in blood-red clothes' face suddenly became gloomy. And, the black-clothed youth hesitated and looked at the old man in blood-red clothes. Hall Master, are you hiding something from us? What are you hiding? The old man in blood-red clothes looked at the youth expressionlessly. I'm hiding Qin Feiyang's strength. The black-clothed youth said. The old man in blood-red clothes immediately raised his eyebrows. The black-clothed youth sighed deeply. Hall Master, although it's a little disrespectful to you, I still want to say that we can't treat our subordinates as cannon fodder. How dare you? The old man in blood-red clothes immediately glared at the youth. Please forgive me, Hall Master. The black-clothed youth lowered his head, but he didn't look very scared. Alas. The old man in blood-red clothes looked at the black-clothed youth and sighed after a long time. I did hide Qin Feiyang's strength from you. The black-clothed youth was shocked and said respectfully, I'd like to hear the details. Although he's only at the half-step eternal realm, his means are extraordinarily strong. The most frightening thing is that he has no less than 10 heaven-defying divine weapons. The old man in blood-red clothes said. Heaven-defying divine weapons? The black-clothed youth was a little stunned. No wonder he could kill Zhang Lu and the others. Although a peak Eternal Realm expert was strong, he was still far from being able to face a heaven-defying divine weapon. Moreover, his heaven-defying divine weapons have already broken the limit of heaven-defying divine weapons. The old man in blood-red clothes sighed and looked a little helpless. Broken the limit of heaven-defying divine weapons? The black-clothed youth was stunned. Yes. Although they haven't reached the level of a sovereign weapon, their power has already far surpassed that level. I think that even a half-step sovereign weapon can be instantly killed by these heaven-defying divine weapons. The old man in blood-red clothes said. The black-clothed youth was stunned. The old man in blood-red clothes continued, in addition, he has an even more frightening divine weapon. An even more frightening divine weapon? The black-clothed youth was shocked. Even more frightening than a heaven-defying divine weapon? He said in surprise, is it a sovereign weapon? Yes. The old man in blood-red clothes nodded. How is that possible? The black-clothed youth's eyes trembled. Even the Sky Cloud realm didn't have many sovereign weapons, but Qin Feiyang, a person from the lower realm, had such a divine weapon? Otherwise, why do you think Old High and the others brought our sovereign weapons to the lower realm? This boy can't be underestimated. However, this kid must be captured. The old man in blood-red clothes said. Why? To be honest, we have no enmity with him. There's no need to go against him. The black-clothed youth frowned. Of course there's no need. But I have no choice. I must take action against him. The old man in blood-red clothes said. No choice. The black-clothed youth's frown deepened. How could the Blood Hall Master, who stood at the top of the pyramid in the Sky Cloud realm, have no choice? Don't ask too much. I'll send the sovereign weapon to help you now. If necessary, don't leave him alive. Just kill him. The old man in blood-red clothes said in a deep voice. The beast god of the Sky Cloud realm? The black-clothed youth asked hesitantly. If it really wanted to protect Qin Feiyang, it wouldn't have just killed one of our subordinates. It would have issued a warning to the Blood Hall. But now, it hasn't. This means that even if it has something to do with Qin Feiyang, it's not that deep. In its eyes, it might just be a fun game. So, we can't be too worried. But just in case, I'll pay attention to it. In short, just don't hurt the sea beasts in the Sky Cloud realm. The old man said. Okay. The Grand Deacon nodded. Back to Qin Feiyang. After Luo Tianshan's self-destruction, he activated the Xing character art and continued to rush toward the eastern continent. He didn't know about the Grand Deacon, the old man, or the beast god's punishment. He didn't care. Now, he just wanted to reach the eastern continent as soon as possible. According to Luo Tianshan's memory, although the Blood Hall's power was terrifying and even spread across the entire sky cloud realm, in the face of the equally powerful Demon Hall, they didn't dare to blatantly attack the eastern continent. So, as long as he entered the eastern continent, he could temporarily avoid the Blood Hall's pursuit. And there was still at least half a month's journey from here to the eastern continent. If he could use something like a portal, it would be very fast. But in the sky cloud realm, it was impossible to open a portal or a teleportation altar. Here, he could only hurry. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang patted his head. How could he forget about the space-time gate? After reading Luo Tianshan's memory, he also knew that there were many places in the eastern continent that could be directly teleported there. Sometimes, humans were really muddle-headed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He quickly took out the space-time gate and thought for a moment before reviving it. However, just as the space-time gate was about to revive, an invisible force appeared and forcibly cut off the revival of the space-time gate. Who is it? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He looked up at the sky but found that there was no one at all. But there must be someone secretly playing tricks. And this person's strength was definitely not weak. After all, he could forcibly cut off the revival of the space-time gate. After a while, no one appeared. Qin Feiyang opened the space-time gate again. As long as the space-time gate wasn't successfully opened, it didn't count. Clang! With a loud sound, the space-time gate was revived again. But just as it was about to open, the invisible force once again descended from the sky and cut off the revival of the space-time gate. Who the hell is it? Hiding in the dark and playing tricks, is it interesting? Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. This clearly showed that they didn't want him to leave the heavenly cloud sea. Could it be someone from the Blood Hall? But it couldn't be. If it was really someone from the Blood Hall, they would definitely attack him immediately. How could they do such a boring thing? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang stepped on the walk-word technique and broke through the sky like lightning. About half an hour passed. He entered the sky above an island. The sea beasts on the island were rampant, but they seemed to be full of fear of Qin Feiyang. None of them ran out to block his way. Looking at this abnormal phenomenon, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the news of him killing the two people from the Blood Hall had already spread among the sea beasts in the heavenly cloud sea? If this was the case, then the speed of the spread was too fast. However, Qin Feiyang didn't think much about it. It was more important to leave the heavenly cloud sea first. He once again revived the space-time gate. Chapter 3000. Just like before, the space-time gate recovered smoothly. This meant that the space-time gate could be opened in the heavenly cloud sea. But suddenly, the mysterious power descended once again. Bastard! Qin Feiyang was furious. Not attacking him, not coming out to see him, just cutting off the space-time gate's recovery. What did this person want to do? However, no matter how Qin Feiyang scolded, the person in the dark did not appear. The sea here, except for the sound of the waves, was dead silent. After a while, Qin Feiyang had no choice but to put away the space-time gate. Don't want him to open the space-time gate and leave the heavenly cloud sea? Fine, then fly to the eastern continent. He used the walk-word technique, left the island, and flew towards the east, but always secretly paid attention to the sky. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, more than a dozen figures followed. It was the old woman and the others. His speed is too fast outside. The group of people frowned. At first, they thought that with their cultivation of the great perfection undead stage, they could easily catch up with Qin Feiyang. But after chasing for a while, they found that this was not the case. The other party's speed was beyond their imagination. So, they could only use the Supreme Auxiliary Divine Art. For Supreme experts at their level, support-type divine arts weren't rare at all. In this way, they could catch up with Qin Feiyang. After all, their cultivations were 5 levels higher than Qin Feiyang's. Adding on the fact that they had utmost exalted level supplementary deity techniques, even if Qin Feiyang had the attainment character art, it was impossible for him to be faster than them. However, they did not dare to get too close, and had been following from a distance. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. The old woman stopped, looked at her companions, and said, "It should be the Grand Deacon, you guys go catch up first." "Okay." The middle-aged man and the others nodded and quickly left. The old woman took out the crystal, and a shadow quickly appeared. It was the Grand Deacon. "Tell me your current coordinates." In less than 3 breaths. Clang. A golden door appeared in the void in front of the old woman. Following, a figure strode out. "Greetings, Grand Deacon." The old woman bowed. The Grand Deacon nodded slightly. He looked around and asked, "Where is he?" The old woman said, "In front. Our people have been following him." "Very good." The Great Deacon nodded. He raised his head and looked to the east. A cold light appeared on his cold face. "Are you going to do it yourself?" the old woman asked in a low voice. "The other party is Qin Feiyang. If I don't do it myself, none of you will be able to catch him." The Grand Deacon took a step forward and landed tens of thousands of miles away. The old woman quickly activated her auxiliary divine art and chased after him, saying, "Although he has a heaven-defying divine artifact, you don't have to do it yourself. Not only does he have a heaven-defying divine weapon, he even has a sovereign weapon." The black-clothed youth shook his head and sighed. "What a troublesome little fellow." "What? Sovereign weapon?" The old woman was stunned. How was this possible? She looked at the black-clothed youth and asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The black-clothed youth didn't answer. This was because he had already seen the middle-aged man and the group of people in front of him, as well as Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang didn't notice the black-clothed youth. It wasn't that he was careless. These people were too far away and had concealed their auras. Although the black-clothed youth and the others could see him clearly, he couldn't see them. Due to the huge gap in cultivation, his eyesight couldn't compare to theirs. The higher one's cultivation, the better one's eyesight and the further one could see. However, although he didn't notice the black-clothed youth and the others, he was still vigilant. Needless to say, the Blood Hall wouldn't let him enter the Eastern continent easily. A battle could break out at any time. Therefore, he had to be prepared to fight at any time. Grand Deacon. When the black-clothed youth and the old woman landed in front of the middle-aged man and the others, the group of people quickly bowed. "You can leave now." The Grand Deacon put his hands behind his back and said without turning his head. "Leave?" The group of people was stunned. "Just leave when I tell you to. Why are you so long-winded?" The old woman turned around and looked at the group of people. Then, she took the lead and left. The middle-aged man and the others were stunned for a moment before they quickly chased after the old woman. "What's going on?" the middle-aged man asked in a low voice. "The Grand Deacon is doing this for our own good. He's afraid that we'll be implicated because he wants to take action personally." The old woman said. "Take action personally?" With the Grand Deacon's strength, wouldn't he be able to capture Qin Feiyang alive in minutes? The group of people laughed. "Not necessarily." The old woman's gaze was heavy. "What's wrong?" The group of people looked at her in a daze. The old woman said, "I heard from the Grand Deacon that Qin Feiyang has a sovereign divine weapon." A sovereign divine weapon. The group of people was shocked. Boom. Right at this moment, the Grand Deacon, who was standing above the sea in front, released his aura. The sea suddenly boiled. Huge waves of thousands of feet high covered the sky and the earth. The void and the sky were trembling and collapsing. Qin Feiyang, who was hurrying ahead, immediately stopped in the void and turned his head to look. This aura, looking at the collapsing void and sky, Qin Feiyang's expression was full of shock. After reading Luo Tianshan's memory, he knew that the space of Heavenly Cloud Mountain was more stable than other places. For example, the void. In the ancient world, an imperishable realm expert could shatter the void as if it was a joke. However, in the sky cloud realm, only a heaven-defying divine weapon and a terrifying existence in the sovereign realm could shatter the void. In other words, if someone could shatter the void in the sky cloud realm, then there was no doubt that it must be a sovereign realm existence. In other words, at this moment, a sovereign realm expert was standing in front of him. However, the distance was too far and he couldn't see it. However, this aura was very unfamiliar. It wasn't the blood-red clothed old man or Elder Hua. However, he was sure that the owner of this aura was definitely from the Blood Hall. Because, if it wasn't someone from the Blood Hall, there was no need to release such a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. He saw a black figure stepping on the shattered void and walking over step by step. I don't care who you are. It's best to leave now, Qin Feiyang muttered. He immediately turned around and used the walk formula to escape into the sky. You still want to leave? Seeing this, the black-clothed young man was stunned. Following closely, he took a step forward and crossed the void, instantly landing in front of Qin Feiyang. So fast. Qin Feiyang hurriedly braked and stopped in the void, staring at the back of the black-clothed young man with a face full of shock. What was this person's cultivation? The black-clothed young man slowly turned around and faced Qin Feiyang, his face as cold as ever. Blood Hall? Qin Feiyang frowned. Blood Hall's Grand Deacon. The black-clothed young man nodded. Grand Deacon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was his position very high? As if seeing through the doubts in Qin Feiyang's heart, the black-clothed young man said expressionlessly, second only to the two hall masters. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Second only to the hall masters, that was also an existence that stood at the peak of the sky cloud realm. Wait. Two hall masters? Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed young man suspiciously. Your blood hall has two hall masters? Yes. You should have seen them both. The Grand Deacon nodded. Seen them? Qin Feiyang frowned. He had seen the blood-clothed old man, but who was the other one? Wait. In his mind, an old man with an immortal aura appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, the other one is Old Hai? Yes. The Grand Deacon replied. I didn't expect him to be the hall master of the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang muttered. Correction, Old Hai, Deputy Hall Master. The Grand Deacon said. Deputy Hall Master, Qin Feiyang murmured and wondered, what about the purple-clothed young man who followed Old Hai to the lower realm? Even Old Hai has to listen to him, his position should be higher. Of course. He is the grandson of the Hall Master. The Grand Deacon said. I see. The two Hall Masters, the grandson of the Hall Master, and you, the Grand Deacon, came to find me personally. I have to say, your Blood Hall really thinks highly of me. Qin Feiyang sneered. The black-clothed young man said, so you should take the initiative to follow me to the Blood Hall. To die? Qin Feiyang laughed. The black-clothed young man shook his head and said, I don't know whether I will die or not, but I know that you must come with me today. What if I say no? Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Then I can only bring your corpse back to report. Boom. As the black-clothed young man's voice fell, a monstrous pressure rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Bring my corpse back? Even Old Hai can't do it, let alone you. Qin Feiyang shouted. With a clang, the golden scale sword appeared out of thin air. The dragon-slaying sword was far from enough to deal with this black-clothed young man, so he directly summoned the golden scale sword. The golden scale sword had cultivated in the land of origin for many years, and its strength was comparable to a low-stage dominator. Perhaps, he would be able to put up a fight. That's right. He didn't have much confidence in the golden scale sword. After all, this person was the third strongest person in the Blood Hall. As expected, it has broken the boundary of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Looking at the golden scale sword, the black-clothed young man muttered expressionlessly and took a step forward. Clang! The golden scale sword also knew that this was a strong enemy, so it instantly recovered and slashed without holding back. Even so, the black-clothed young man's expression didn't change. Even Qin Feiyang could faintly catch a trace of disdain in his eyes. In an instant, the golden scale sword and the black-clothed young man clashed. The black-clothed young man raised his arm and stretched out his index finger, and a trace of divine power appeared on his fingertip. Immediately after, under Qin Feiyang's shocked gaze, the black-clothed young man actually used his fingertip to meet the golden scale sword. Clang! The two instantly met. The golden scale sword's blade flashed coldly, but it was directly blocked by the black-clothed young man's fingertip. That's right. The black-clothed young man only used one finger to block the golden scale sword's full-strength attack. What was more terrifying was the fingertip that collided with the golden scale sword didn't have a single wound. So strong, Qin Feiyang muttered, and his heart was in turmoil. He originally thought that even if the golden scale sword couldn't win, it should be able to contend with him. But now, what appeared in front of him was a huge gap. He felt that the golden scale sword was as weak as a newborn baby in front of the black-clothed young man. Chapter 3001. Compared to the shocked Qin Feiyang, the black-clothed youth was very calm. Beyond the boundary of a heaven-defying divine artifact, it doesn't seem like much. The black-clothed youth whispered and flicked his finger. With a loud clang, the golden scale sword shattered on the spot. What? Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked and quickly sent the golden scale sword to the black tortoise world. Otherwise, the golden scale sword would definitely be destroyed in the black-clothed youth's hands. Do you understand my strength now? The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang indifferently. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Come with me, lest I have to act. Don't think that you'll be as lucky as you were in the space-time tunnel. No one will come to help you now. The black-clothed youth said expressionlessly. In other words, there would be no one like Elder Hua to help him this time. Qin Feiyang remained silent. It seems that I really have to act. The black-clothed youth shook his head and took a step forward. He landed in front of Qin Feiyang and raised his arm. His 5 fingers were like an eagle's claw as he grabbed at Qin Feiyang's arm. Swish! Qin Feiyang immediately activated the Xing character art. Boom! However, the black-clothed youth seemed to have expected it. A terrifying pressure surged and Qin Feiyang was immediately imprisoned in the void. What a strong pressure! Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Was this the strength of the third strongest person in the blood hall? It seemed that other than the ancient castle, he wasn't a match for this level of expert at all. No. Calling him an opponent was too flattering. He wasn't even qualified to be this person's opponent. Sky Cloud Realm, this was a place that made people feel awe. However, wasn't this situation the same as when he first entered the ancient world? Thinking back, when he first entered the ancient world, he was also an insignificant person. Any one of the ferocious beasts was enough to tear him apart. But in the end, under his efforts, didn't he also step onto the peak of the ancient world? Now that he was in the Sky Cloud Realm, although this place was more terrifying than the ancient world, as long as he was given time, he had the confidence to step onto the peak of the Sky Cloud Realm. Clang! Accompanied by a deafening boom, the ancient castle took the initiative to appear. The palm-sized ancient castle blasted toward the black-robed youth with the power to destroy the world. Generally speaking, no one would be able to dodge such a sudden attack. However, the black-clothed youth seemed to have expected this. The moment the ancient castle appeared, he immediately retreated. At the same time, a horsetail whisk appeared. The horsetail whisk exuded a monstrous divine might as it collided with the ancient castle. Rumble. When the two sovereign divine weapons clashed, the void instantly collapsed. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Fortunately, the sea beasts in this area had fled the moment the two of them started fighting. Otherwise, there would be millions of corpses lying on the ground. It really is a sovereign weapon. Who the hell is this guy? In the distance. When the old woman and the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. He had thought that the great deacon was joking. After all, this person came from the lower realm. In their opinion, the people of the lower realms had never even heard of a sovereign weapon, let alone possessed one. However, they didn't expect it to be true. They were facing someone who had a dominator weapon. When they recalled their initial disdain for this person, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. After the two sovereign divine weapons clashed, they quickly returned to Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed youth. You know that. Even if you have a sovereign divine weapon, you are still no match for me. The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. This was because the horsetail whisk was enough to restrain the ancient castle. Once the ancient castle was restrained, the black-clothed youth would be able to kill him. Sovereign realm experts were all people who had completely comprehended a type of law. They had heaven-defying means. Therefore, you should know your place. Don't put up a pointless struggle. The black-clothed youth's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. It was as if nothing could move him. Whoosh! As soon as the black-clothed youth finished speaking, the ancient castle released a wisp of divine might. It wrapped around Qin Feiyang and flew away. It also knew that it wouldn't do any good to Qin Feiyang if they continued to fight. It was the wisest choice to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. This sudden action caused the black-clothed youth to be involuntarily stunned. Although he didn't know Qin Feiyang well, judging from Qin Feiyang's provocation of the Blood Hall and his unscrupulous killing of the Blood Hall's members, he should be a lawless and fearless person. But now, he actually chose to escape. There was an exception. However, on the other hand, this person wasn't a reckless and impulsive young man. Having good talent and powerful means wasn't scary. The scary thing was that he could endure. A person who knew how to endure and had extraordinary talent and means would definitely become a strong enemy in the future. Chase! The black-clothed youth ordered decisively. Hearing this, the horsetail whisk immediately wrapped around the black-clothed youth and chased after Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle. Moreover, the black-clothed youth took out the crystal. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the black-clothed youth. Seeing this person take out the crystal, his pupils suddenly shrank. He seemed to be a little nervous. After reading Luo Tianshan's memory, he also knew what this was. This thing was called the Divine Sound Stone, which was used to send messages in the sky cloud realm. Its function was the same as the image crystal. However, compared to the image crystal, the Divine Sound Stone was more advanced. Because the Divine Sound Stone would show the other party's name when sending a message. In other words, after two people established a contract, their names would be left in the Divine Sound Stone. When sending a message to the other party, their names would appear in the Divine Sound Stone. At that time, as long as you release your divine sense and integrate it with the Divine Sound Stone, you would know who was sending you a message. And this was something that the image crystal couldn't do. When the image crystal was sending a message, you wouldn't know who the other party was before seeing the other party's shadow. This was a big difference. In addition, the Divine Sound Stone had another function, and it was very practical. This function was to know whether others were alive or dead through the Divine Sound Stone. For example, Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess both had the Divine Sound Stone and had established a contract with each other. If one party had an accident and unfortunately died, the contract left in the Divine Sound Stone would automatically dissipate. At that time, when they sent a message to the other party, they wouldn't be able to find the other party's contract. Through this point, they could distinguish whether the other party was alive or dead. And now, the reason why Qin Feiyang was nervous was that the black-clothed youth was most likely calling for reinforcements. Because the horsetail whisk and the castle were both sovereign divine weapons, their speed was comparable. So relying on the horsetail whisk alone, it was impossible to catch up with them. And the black-clothed youth certainly wouldn't watch him escape into the eastern continent, so the best way was to call for someone to intercept him. The black-clothed youth was so powerful, so the person who called for reinforcements was certainly not a small character. Even he was worried. The black-clothed youth called for a person who mastered the law of space and time. Because people who mastered the law of space and time could travel through space at will. For example, Old High. If this person came, no matter how he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, half a month ago, Old High's physical body was destroyed, and he probably hadn't recovered yet. After all, even an imperishable realm expert needed tens of thousands of years to reconstruct his physical body and divine soul, let alone a sovereign realm expert. And this Old High wasn't just a half-step sovereign realm expert. He might not be able to recover even after hundreds of thousands of years. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel relieved. As long as Old High didn't come, it would be fine. Buzz. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of the black-clothed youth. Qin Feiyang's heart, which had just been hanging in the air, suddenly rose again. Because this shadow was the Blood Hall's Hall Master, the blood-clothed old man. How is it? The blood-clothed old man asked. He's right in front. The black-clothed youth spoke and turned the divine sound stone. The blood-clothed old man immediately saw Qin Feiyang in front of him. I thought he was very powerful, but it turns out that he can only run away. The blood-clothed old man snorted. The black-clothed youth said, but the problem now is that I can't catch up with him. Don't worry. I've already expected this. Old High will come to help you soon. The blood-clothed old man said. Okay. The black-clothed youth nodded and then said, there are also people from the Demon Hall. You have to be careful of them. The Demon Hall, the blood-clothed old man murmured, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, don't worry, I won't give them a chance to interfere. After saying this, the blood-clothed old man's shadow disappeared. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. At this moment, his face was full of disbelief. Was the person they were talking about really Old High? Wasn't Old High's physical body destroyed? Why did they ask him to come and help? Could it be, he had already rebuilt his physical body and divine soul? But it had only been half a month. How could it be so fast? At the same time. Eastern continent. In a huge mountain, there was an ancient palace standing on top of a mountain. In the palace, there were two figures sitting opposite each other. One of them was Elder Hua. The person sitting opposite of Elder Hua was a woman in a white dress. She looked to be in her 20s. Her appearance was exquisite and her figure was exquisite. Elder Hua drank his tea while looking at the woman. He smiled and said, Xiao Yun, I have something to ask of you. The woman in the white dress was slightly stunned and immediately lost interest. She put down the teacup in her hand and said, I knew you wouldn't call me here for anything good. Elder Hua smiled embarrassedly. The woman glared at Elder Hua and said, say it. What is it? Elder Hua said, go to the heavenly cloud sea and help me find someone. Who is it? The woman was suspicious. Elder Hua waved his hand and a shadow appeared in the void. This shadow was Qin Feiyang. However, the doubt in the woman's eyes was even stronger. She asked, who is he? An interesting little guy. Elder Hua smiled mysteriously. The woman said unhappily, why are you being so mysterious? Why don't you go yourself? Also, does the palace master know about this? Of course the palace master knows. It's actually the palace master's idea to let you go. As for me, I won't hide it from you. I can't go. Elder Hua shook his head. You can't go? When the woman heard this, she looked at Elder Hua with even more confusion. Because this person is targeted by the Blood Hall and they are determined to get him. The Blood Hall's palace master might also think that we will interfere, so he should take action. Elder Hua smiled with a hoarse voice. There was a wisp of wisdom in his old eyes. Chapter 3002. Targeted by the Blood Hall? The lady in the white dress was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang's silhouette again with curiosity in her eyes. The Blood Hall was the king of the Western land. Someone targeted by the Blood Hall must be extraordinary. I'll tell you the details when I have time. Elder Hua took out a red sword that was 3 feet long and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "Take it with you. It'll be useful at a critical moment." A sovereign divine weapon. The lady in the white dress narrowed her eyes. She looked at Elder Hua and said, "You care so much about him. It seems that his origin is not simple." "He doesn't have any origin. He's just someone from the lower realm." Elder Hua smiled. "Someone from the lower realm?" The lady in the white dress frowned. "Don't ask. Because I don't know how to answer you." Elder Hua shook his head. "You mean, you don't know why the Blood Hall targeted him?" The lady in the white dress was suspicious. "Yes." Elder Hua nodded. "Then why are you helping him?" The lady in the white dress frowned. "Since he's targeted by the Blood Hall, we naturally have to intervene. Moreover, this lad is not simple. Because he has a sovereign divine weapon in his hands." Elder Hua's eyes sparkled as he said this. A sovereign divine weapon. The lady in the white dress was stunned. If this did not come from Elder Hua, she would not have believed it even if she was beaten to death. "Hurry up and go. When you go out, remember to hide it. Don't let anyone see you. After all, there are many spies from the Blood Hall here." Elder Hua smiled. "All right." The lady in the white dress stood up and put away the sovereign divine weapon. She turned around and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. Qin Feiyang, Blood Hall. After Elder Hua watched the lady in the white dress leave, he sat alone in the main hall and pondered. After a dozen breaths. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended on the main hall. Elder Hua raised his head and raised his eyebrows. Whoosh! In the next moment, he stood up and appeared in the air above the main hall. He saw a blood-red figure standing in front of him. That's right. This person was the Blood Hall Palace Master. Elder Hua's eyes darkened as he said angrily, "Old thing, you're getting bolder and bolder. How dare you come to my demon palace so brazenly? What is it? Not welcome?" The Blood Hall Master looked at Elder Hua. Elder Hua's eyes sparkled as he suddenly laughed out loud. "Welcome, welcome. Of course, you're welcome. Hypocrite." The Blood Hall Master snorted coldly and asked, "Where is your Hall Master?" "He went out." Elder Hua chuckled. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall was shocked and asked, "Where did she go?" "Why should I tell you? Our Devil Palace and your Blood Palace don't seem to be on such good terms." Elder Hua looked at him mockingly. The Blood Hall's Hall Master said indifferently, "I'm just curious as to what matter would require your esteemed Hall Master to personally take action. As for this matter, it's neither big nor small. I heard that recently, the Heavenly Cloud Sea has been very restless, so the Temple Master wants to go take a look." Elder Hua said with a smile. "She went to the Heavenly Cloud Sea?" The Blood Hall Master was shocked and hurriedly asked, "When did she go?" "A few days ago." "Why? Didn't the spies you placed here inform you?" Elder Hua looked at him suspiciously. "Damn it." The Blood Hall Master cursed and was about to leave. But at this moment, a gentle voice came from the top of a giant mountain not far away. "Old Shui, since you're here, come and have a seat." The Blood Hall Master looked up and then glared at Elder Hua. "Didn't you say that your Hall Master went to the Heavenly Cloud Sea?" Cough cough. "I'm just kidding. Do you really believe me? But since you're so concerned about the Heavenly Cloud Sea, did something really happen there? Or is that young man called Qin Feiyang still in the Heavenly Cloud Sea?" Elder Hua's face was full of ridicule. "Humph." The Blood Hall Master snorted and said, "Let's go and have a seat. You're the one the Hall Master invited, not me. Why should I join in the fun?" Elder Hua shook his head. But I want to invite you to have a seat. You won't refuse me, right? The Blood Hall Master said. Do you think I won't give you face? But I'm really busy now, so I won't accompany you. Elder Hua said and was about to leave. But as soon as he took a step, the Blood Hall Master stepped in front of Elder Hua and said, You don't have to be in such a hurry. What do you mean? Elder Hua raised his eyebrows. It's rare for old friends to meet. Can't you put aside those trivial matters first? The Blood Hall Master chuckled. Elder Hua's eyes flashed and he nodded. Okay, I'll give you face and accompany you. That's right. The Blood Hall Master smiled and stepped aside. He extended his hand and said, Please. Elder Hua shook his head and walked toward the top of the mountain on the opposite side. The Blood Hall Master's eyes flashed as he followed Elder Hua. The heavenly cloud sea. The chase continued. The distance between Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed youth did not change. But compared to the black-clothed youth who was indifferent and calm, Qin Feiyang was extremely uneasy. This uneasy factor was undoubtedly Elder Hai. Until now, he still remembered how Elder Hai kidnapped the mermaid princess when he was in the Great Qin Empire. At that time, this person directly activated the space-time law and entered the Black Tortoise realm. No one could stop him. So, once this person came, there would be many variables. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle in front of him and asked, Can we get rid of them? The ancient castle did not respond. Qin Feiyang was helpless and was used to it. Boom! But before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly descended in front of him. Qin Feiyang looked up and his gaze suddenly trembled. It was Elder Hai. He was still the same as half a month ago. White hair and white beard, with a celestial aura. He has really reconstructed his physical body and divine soul. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with shock. We meet again. Elder Hai opened his mouth and said, But this time, there is no Elder Hua to help you. As his voice fell, Elder Hai waved his hand and a space-time crack appeared. Not good, he wants to go to the Black Tortoise realm again. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Clang! The ancient castle shook violently and a wisp of time array fell, enveloping Qin Feiyang. Elder Hai's brows raised. This ancient castle actually cut off space-time teleportation. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was extremely grateful. But it was a little surprising that the ancient castle had such an ability. But why didn't the ancient castle do this back in the Great Qin Empire? After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang revealed a look of understanding. Back in the Great Qin Empire, no one had seen Elder Hai, so no one knew that he had mastered the space-time law. Since they did not know, they naturally could not guard against it. This was the so-called element of surprise. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang could not help but let out a long breath in his heart. As long as the ancient castle could cut off space-time teleportation, they would not have to worry about that person entering the Black Tortoise realm again. Moreover, against the current Elder Hai, they could still counterattack. Kill him directly, he doesn't have a sovereign divine weapon, he's not your opponent. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle and said. Boom! The ancient castle's divine aura filled the sky as it charged towards Elder Hai. Naive. Seeing this, Elder Hai's lips curled into a mocking smile. Clang! In the next instant, a 3-foot-long sword appeared. Elder Hai grabbed it in his hand and slashed at the ancient castle. In an instant, the two divine weapons collided, and the ancient castle was actually blocked. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked at the long sword in Elder Hai's hand. When he saw the appearance of the long sword, his face was filled with disbelief. Wasn't this the dragon god sword? Boom! At the same time, the black-clothed youth behind charged over. The horsetail whisk exuded a destructive aura as it blasted towards Qin Feiyang. The ancient castle protected Qin Feiyang and once again faced the horsetail whisk. With two sovereign divine weapons in front and behind, it had no choice but to face them head-on. Boom! Clang! A soul-stirring and fierce battle unfolded. Qin Feiyang kept staring at the dragon god's sword. This sovereign divine weapon was not unfamiliar to him at all. It was the dragon's sovereign divine weapon. But now, why was it in Elder Hai's hands? Could it be, as they guessed, that all of this was Ice Dragon's doing behind the scenes? This damned beast is really like a ghost that won't go away. Crack! Suddenly, an ear-piercing shattering sound rang out. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle in horror and found that there was a crack on the ancient castle. Huh, Qin Feiyang, you didn't expect to fall into this sovereign's hands so quickly, right? The dragon god's sword laughed loudly. You're just a loser, what's there to be arrogant about? Qin Feiyang's face sank. You're courting death. The dragon god's sword was instantly enraged upon hearing this. The battle in the inland sea was a scar that could never be healed. It didn't want to recall that memory. Now that Qin Feiyang had mentioned it again, it was as good as mercilessly tearing open this scar. How could it not be enraged? Terrifying sword projections surged toward the ancient castle in a frenzy. The horsetail whisk was also unbelievably powerful. The ancient castle and Qin Feiyang were in imminent peril. Qin Feiyang roared in his mind, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, prepare some fresh blood for me. Lord! The two of them were startled upon hearing Qin Feiyang's voice. Prepare some fresh blood? It looked like they had encountered another powerful enemy. They had to activate their slaughter zone. Hurry! Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. Lord, don't be in such a hurry. Long before the battle with the dragons, Miss Fire Lotus told us that you would sooner or later encounter great trouble after entering the Sky Cloud realm. So, she told us to help collect blood whenever we had the time. We also obeyed and have been calling on the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm to collect blood. And after witnessing your battle with the dragons, everyone was more active than before and kept on donating blood. Now, the Western region's blood sea has accumulated a lot. Pai Lupi said. Qin Feiyang froze upon hearing this and immediately sank his consciousness into the Black Tortoise realm's western region. Sure enough, the blood sea that had almost been depleted was now about to be filled. Moreover, there were countless creatures lining up to donate blood around the blood sea. So the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm have been silently helping me all this time. And that girl Fire Lotus, she's really considerate. No matter what, Fire Lotus always considered him first. It was also because Fire Lotus was silently helping him that he could wander outside without any worries. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he left Fire Lotus. Perhaps he couldn't leave this girl now. Chapter 3003. Schwa. In an instant, Qin Feiyang disappeared. The black-clothed youth and Old Hai frowned. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang stood above the blood sea with his eyes closed. He released his perception and looked at the living beings around him. Thank you, everyone. It's the Lord Ruler. Where is he? Why can't I see him? Everyone was stunned and quickly scanned the sky. But Qin Feiyang was above the center of the blood sea. The entire western region was a blood sea. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to see the center of the blood sea. You don't need to know where I am. In short, I want to thank everyone for silently helping me. Qin Feiyang said. Why are you being so polite? You've taken care of us, we should be the ones thanking you. Furthermore, there's not much we can do. We can only do such a small thing to repay you. Everyone spoke. In your eyes, this is only a small thing. But in my eyes, this is a life-saving matter. All right. I won't be polite with you. In the future, I will work harder to protect everyone, protect this world, and protect our common home. Qin Feiyang said. That's enough. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate and directly activated the slaughter domain. Splash. The blood below turned into huge waves and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. In an instant, Qin Feiyang was drowned in blood. Not good. He must be going to activate the slaughter domain. You guys, quickly think of a way to kill your way into the Black Tortoise world. Outside. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the dragon god's sword pondered for a moment before shouting at Old Hai and Old Hai. Slaughter domain? The two were slightly stunned. There was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Slaughter domain is a type of divine art. But don't underestimate it. This slaughter domain can allow Qin Feiyang's strength to surpass a sovereign weapon. Back in the ancient world, this lord lost to him like this. The dragon god's sword roared, its tone anxious. It had personally experienced the might of the slaughter domain, so it did not dare to underestimate it. Is it that heaven-defying? However, Old Hai and the black-clothed youth were somewhat suspicious. Because this was too inconceivable. The strength of a sovereign divine weapon was obvious to all. How could it be stronger than a sovereign divine weapon? What kind of joke was this? What kind of divine art was this? They had never seen it before. How could there be such a freakish one? Boom! At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared. A day outside was equivalent to 1,000 years inside. Therefore, when Qin Feiyang superimposed his cultivation base, not much time had passed in the outside world. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was completely different from before. Blood energy swirled around his body, and his killing intent soared to the heavens. Even the sea beasts tens of millions of miles away could feel the monstrous killing intent. It was as if a god of death had descended upon the world. Especially the blood sword in his hand. The blood in the western region's blood sea had almost been sucked dry by him. He was no different from when he was in the inner sea. Damn it! The dragon god's sword roared. How is this possible? Old Hai and the black-robed man stared at Qin Feiyang, dumbfounded. At this moment, even they felt a fatal threat from Qin Feiyang. If I could destroy you in the inner sea, I can do the same now. Qin Feiyang held the blood sword and charged toward the dragon god's sword. Clang! With a slash of the sword, sparks burst out. The dragon god's sword was immediately forced back. Qin Feiyang also spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately used the battle symbol art and charged forward again. This is too heaven-defying. Looking at Qin Feiyang's murderous intent, the black-robed man could not help but be stunned. There were very few things that could surprise him. However, at this moment, he was truly shocked by Qin Feiyang. What level of divine art was this? How could it be so heaven-defying? Spacetime storm. Old Hai waved his hand, and a huge tornado swept toward Qin Feiyang. Get lost! Qin Feiyang roared and slashed out with his sword. The spacetime storm was annihilated on the spot. What? Old Hai's eyes trembled. This was Qin Feiyang's means? No wonder even the dragon god's sword, a sovereign divine weapon, was so afraid. He suddenly felt a little worried. What would happen if Qin Feiyang charged into the Blood Palace? With Qin Feiyang's appearance, the pressure on the castle was greatly reduced. They focused on fighting the horsetail whisk. The two battlefields were dark. Old Hai and the black-robed man could not intervene for a while. They could only watch the battle from afar. The black-robed man turned to look at Old Hai and frowned. Old Hai, who did you provoke? And that sovereign divine weapon, where did you get it? Old Hai was speechless. Look at what you're saying. It's as if we want to provoke him. As for the sovereign divine weapon, it was given to us by someone else. Someone else? I've seen all the sovereign divine weapons in the sky cloud realm. But this one, who is it? The black-robed man was suspicious. This, Old Hai was a little hesitant. You and the palace master are the same. Okay, I won't ask. Anyway, the grudge has already been formed. It's useless to know. Now I just hope that Qin Feiyang won't run to our blood palace like this. Otherwise, I'm afraid our blood palace will be razed to the ground. The black-robed man was quite worried. Don't worry. If he really dares to go to the blood palace, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Old Hai said. So confident? Why didn't I know that our blood palace has this ability? The black-robed man frowned. In this regard, Old Hai just smiled faintly. Sigh. The black-robed man sighed helplessly. He did not know what these two palace masters were up to. Time passed breath by breath. The battle between Qin Feiyang and the castle and the dragon god's sword and the horsetail whisk became more and more intense. The void here had already turned into chaos, as if heaven and earth had just been created. The sea below was also full of devastation. Countless sea beasts were fleeing to the distant sea. This was a pinnacle battle. A battle of this level, even in the sky cloud realm, didn't happen often. Qin Feiyang. The dragon god's sword roared. 99 sky dragons soared into the sky, carrying monstrous hostility as they pounced toward Qin Feiyang. Hate me. That's true. After all, you were once defeated by me. For a sovereign divine weapon like you, it should be a great shame. But, no matter how hard you work, you can't wash away this shame. I, Qin Feiyang, am your nightmare. Qin Feiyang roared and waved the blood-red sword. Waves of blood-red sword chi immediately tore through the chaos and attacked the 99 sky dragons. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The divine might was shocking. Gradually, the dragon god's sword was at a disadvantage again. This made it very angry. Why would such a terrifying human appear? And why would the beings of the Black Tortoise world help him? Because it was obvious that the blood that superimposed the slaughtered domain must have been contributed by the beings of the Black Tortoise world. Absorbing blood to increase one's strength, this was the behavior of a demon. Why would they help him? Support him? Were the beings of the Black Tortoise world crazy? No. We can't continue fighting, or something will happen. Although it had the horsetail whisk as a helper, Qin Feiyang also had the help of the ancient castle. If they really fought to the death, it would be like the situation in the inner sea, where both sides would suffer. Clang! It shook off Qin Feiyang and rushed to Old Sea like lightning, shouting, "Go! Go!" Old Sea frowned. What else? Can you defeat him now? The dragon god's sword roared. Old Sea was silent. Facing the current Qin Feiyang, he really didn't have much confidence. Hurry up. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. The dragon god's sword urged. It knew Qin Feiyang too well. When he went all out, he was more ruthless than anyone. Sure enough. Before it finished its words, Qin Feiyang held the blood-colored sword and charged at it. Hurry! The dragon god's sword roared. Clang! But at this moment, accompanied by an ear-piercing sword cry, a sword shadow shattered the sky, breaking through the air like lightning. Qin Feiyang was shocked. When he looked up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Old Sea and the black-clothed youth also looked at the sword shadow. The black-clothed youth also had a trace of suspicion in his eyes, but a smile crept onto Old Sea's face. Just in time. The dragon god's sword was also overjoyed. It immediately charged at Qin Feiyang and roared, "Don't run if you have the ability." Qin Feiyang faced the dragon god's sword while looking at the sword shadow. That's right. That was the sovereign divine weapon in the hands of the dragon's prince, the ice dragon's sacred sword. Qin Feiyang. From afar, the ice dragon's sacred sword let out a deafening roar. Then, when they arrived at the battlefield, without saying a word, they charged at Qin Feiyang. The situation was reversed in an instant. Facing these two former enemies, Qin Feiyang couldn't block them at all. The blood-colored sword and the slaughtered domain were both cracking. But escaping was also impossible. 3 sovereign divine weapons, as well as Old Sea and the black-clothed youth, these two powerful existences, it was difficult for him and the ancient castle to kill their way out. Since he couldn't kill his way out, then he would fight to the death. Even if he died, he would drag them down with him. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with madness. His entire body was covered in blood, but he didn't retreat at all. The blood-colored sword continued to clash with the two sovereign divine weapons. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle swept through the world. "He's a ruthless person," the black-clothed youth muttered. This old man didn't realize that he was actually such a crazy person. Old C whispered. When he was calmer than anyone else. When he was crazier than anyone else. This kind of person was too terrifying. Especially when it was such a young junior. If he was so strong now, what about in the future? He also finally realized that this didn't seem to be a good start. Once this kind of person was provoked, he had to eliminate the roots. Boom! Suddenly, a destructive aura emerged from Old C's body. The black-clothed youth was shocked. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He looked at Old C from the corner of his eyes. Old C's current aura actually made him feel a trace of fear. This child must die. Old C opened his mouth and stared at Qin Feiyang. His killing intent was bone-chilling. That aura became more and more terrifying, causing the world to tremble. But when you use this move, it will consume a small realm of cultivation, and it will be lost forever. You have to recultivate it. The black-clothed youth said. What? Consuming a small realm of cultivation in exchange for a killer move? And it will be lost forever. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. This kind of killer move, how terrifying was it? Chapter 3004. Not to mention sovereigns, even imperishable realm experts wouldn't be willing to waste a small realm's worth of cultivation. Even if this move was heaven-defying. But at this moment, Old Hai didn't hesitate at all. Just how much did he want to kill him? Was he really that big of a threat to the Blood Hall? Qin Feiyang probably didn't realize how terrifying his current state was. Not to mention Old Hai, any opponent would want to kill him. Just think about it. A mere half-step imperishable realm expert could fight against a sovereign weapon. How heaven-defying was this? Qin Feiyang, you will die today. The dragon god sword sneered. It only felt hatred for Qin Feiyang. Because back in the inner sea, Qin Feiyang really wanted to destroy it. If it wasn't for the revered dragon and Qin Feiyang being heavily injured at that time, it would probably have been buried in the inner sea. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. 3 sovereign weapons and Old Hai's mysterious killing move, this wasn't a good thing. Just him and Gu Bao alone wouldn't be able to fight back. Clang! Gu Bao also realized that the situation wasn't good. He shook off his whisk and charged at Old Hai. Time stop. The power of law filled the air. In an instant, the 3 sovereign weapons, Old Hai and the black-clothed youth, froze in the air. Gu Bao used this chance to attack Old Hai. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also used this chance to attack the black-clothed youth with his blood-colored sword. These two had to die. Because there were too many variables in their existence. Only by getting rid of them could he fight the 3 sovereign weapons without hesitation. As for running, there was no way to do so now. Because Old Hai controlled the law of space, no matter how they ran, he could catch up. The only solution was to fight to the death. But just as Qin Feiyang and Gu Bao were about to reach the black-clothed youth and Old Hai, the law of space surged out of Old Hai's body. The state of time stop was broken. In the next instant, Old Hai opened a crack in space, grabbed the black-clothed youth, and disappeared. At the same time, the 3 sovereign divine weapons charged toward Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle from behind. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed. He thought that he could use this opportunity to get rid of the 2 of them, but he still underestimated their strength. However, it made sense when he thought about it. How could the dignified number 2 and number 3 figures of the Blood Hall be people with an undeserved reputation? Clang! The three sovereigns' divine weapons arrived in an instant. Qin Feiyang and the castle turned around to counterattack, but they were obviously in a hurry. With a loud bang, Qin Feiyang and the castle were sent flying. The blood sword cracked inch by inch. Qin Feiyang was also seriously injured in an instant. It was obvious that he was weak. Dozens of cracks also appeared on the ancient castle. It could be said that their situation was precarious. Old Hai, I don't think you need to activate that forbidden technique. Old Hai and the black-clothed youth appeared on the other side of the void. The black-clothed youth looked at the situation of Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle. This is called being too smart for your own good. Do you think you can kill us with this little trick? In the end, they were the ones who were caught off guard. Old Hai sneered. The black-clothed youth said, but you can't deny that this kid is indeed terrifying. No matter how terrifying he is, we have to wait for him to grow up. Old Hai was disdainful, and the terrifying aura inside him gradually faded. Qin Feiyang, this is retribution. Go to hell. The dragon god sword sneered. The three sovereigns' divine weapons didn't hold back at all. Their divine might destroyed all directions as they attacked Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle. Clang! The ancient castle shook in the void, emitting a decisive aura as it blasted toward the three sovereigns' divine weapons. 1 against 3? Obviously, it was impossible. The ancient castle was immediately torn apart. Bastard! Qin Feiyang was furious. He rushed to the front of the ancient castle and slashed with the blood sword. You are already at the end of your road. The dragon god sword sneered. With a loud clang, the blood-red sword shattered, and the slaughter domain collapsed as well. You are very strong. If it was 1 against 1, we wouldn't be your match. But what a pity. Now, there is only you and the ancient castle. Facing our three sovereigns' divine weapons, even the slaughter domain is powerless. The dragon god sword said regretfully. Then, it immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang, not giving Qin Feiyang any chance to breathe. Because it understood Qin Feiyang too well, there were too many possibilities in his body. Once he was given time, he might be able to find a chance to turn things around. Looking at the three sovereigns' divine weapons, Qin Feiyang felt bitter. It seemed that he still couldn't escape this calamity. He sighed, Ancient Castle, I am really sorry. I have always been a burden to you. The ancient castle was silent. Even now, you are still not willing to communicate with me? Qin Feiyang was helpless. There is no such thing as a burden. On the contrary, I cherish you as a companion. A voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. The Shadowless. Qin Feiyang's body trembled. This familiar voice, it had been a long time. Wait. Wasn't he talking to the ancient castle now? Why would the voice of the Shadowless appear? There was no such thing as a burden, Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the ancient castle with a face full of surprise. Yes, I am the Shadowless you have always called. The voice sounded again. You are the Shadowless? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The ancient castle was the Shadowless? This was too unexpected. He had never thought of this before. In other words, the ancient castle had been communicating with him for a long time, but he didn't know. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, Thank you for always being with me. What are you thanking me for? We are companions. We rely on each other and protect each other. The ancient castle smiled. We rely on each other and protect each other, Qin Feiyang muttered, his eyes suddenly filled with determination, and said, Ancient castle, I have one last thing to ask of you, take the Black Tortoise realm away and protect the creatures inside. I believe that you can do it. Qin Feiyang looked at the three Dominator divine weapons and said in a low voice. Difficult. I'll do my best. The ancient castle sighed. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully, took a step in front of the ancient castle, and secretly said, Little brat, leave with the ancient castle immediately. How troublesome. The little boy's voice sounded. Following closely. The little boy appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. However, he did not leave. Looking at the three Dominator divine weapons, his small eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light. However, under that light, there was also a trace of fear. Go! Qin Feiyang shouted. Sigh. The little boy shook his head and sighed, and said helplessly, "Why do I have to deal with a troublemaker like you? There's always a bunch of trouble wherever you go." Boom! As his voice fell, the little boy raised his arm, and strands of resplendent five-colored divine light appeared in his palm. However, this five-colored divine light was not divine power. It emitted an extremely obscure aura. The ancient castle was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "You can't do this?" Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle. What was this divine light? It actually made the ancient castle so anxious. Now that things have come to this, I can't really leave him alone. The little boy shook his head. The five-colored divine light in his hand became more and more resplendent, illuminating half of the world. Its aura also became more and more terrifying. At this moment, even the three Dominator divine weapons couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. This is source energy. Ice Dragon Holy Sword exclaimed. This is the source energy. Qin Feiyang looked at the five-colored divine light in the little boy's hand. He had always heard of the source energy, but he had never seen it before. So this was what it looked like. If you know that it's the source energy, then you should know how powerful it is. The little boy looked at the three Dominator divine weapons and said, "The source energy is indeed very strong, but with the current Black Tortoise world, it is no match for us." The Dragon God Sword sneered. The little boy shouted, "Then, what if I use up all the source energy of the Black Tortoise world?" The moment he spoke, a large amount of five-colored divine light appeared and condensed into a circular ball of light in front of the little boy, emitting a world-destroying aura. Moreover, the source energy was still emerging, and the five-colored ball of light grew bigger and bigger. The surrounding void collapsed one by one, and then turned into chaos. This phenomenon spread wildly. It was as if it was going to swallow the entire heavenly cloud sea. For this part of the sea, it was a disaster. Crazy, crazy. If I use up all the source energy, the Black Tortoise world will be destroyed, and even you will be destroyed. For a Qin Feiyang, is it worth it? The Dragon God's sword roared and didn't dare to approach. Its voice was filled with fear. The destruction of the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled as he looked at the little boy. "Whether it's worth it or not, I know it in my heart, you don't need to worry." The little boy snorted. "Good. Since you don't care about anything, then I don't care. Today, Qin Feiyang must die, you can't stop it." The Dragon God's sword roared. With a loud clang, the Dragon God's sword shone brightly and slashed at Qin Feiyang. "Help. If it's alone, it will definitely be a situation of mutual destruction. But with our help, there might be a chance of survival." The Ice Dragon's sacred sword shouted. Clang! The Dragon God's sword and horsetail whisk also immediately attacked. "Do you have to fight to the death? Good. I'll fulfill your wish," the little boy shouted. But at this moment, a crimson sword light descended from the sky, tearing through the chaos and attacking Old High and the black-clothed youth. The two of them were shocked and quickly looked up. They saw a woman in a white dress standing in the sky, holding a crimson sword in her hand. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Isn't this Elder Hua's sovereign divine weapon? The sword light arrived in an instant, and Old High and the black-clothed youth immediately escaped. At the same time, the woman in the white dress took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, saying, "I've finally found you. Looking for me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman in the white dress didn't answer. With a gentle wave of her slender arm, a space-time crack appeared, and then swept up Qin Feiyang, the little boy, and the castle, and entered the space-time crack without looking back. "Don't even think about escaping. The god of heaven's sword roared. Don't be arrogant, one day, we will kill our way to the blood palace, just you wait. The little boy's voice came out from the crack. Immediately after, a 5-colored ball of light flew out from the crack, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted toward the 3 sovereign divine weapons. Chapter 3005. The 3 sovereign divine weapons never expected that the little boy would attack them before leaving. Caught off guard, they collided with the 5-colored divine light. Clang! Immediately, cracks appeared on their bodies. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. At this moment, they descended above a mountain. The mountain stretched for tens of thousands of miles, ancient trees towered into the sky, and fierce beasts ran rampant. Gusts of sea breeze blew from behind. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, and discovered that there was a boundless sea behind him. That's the heavenly cloud sea. The woman in white put away the red sword and said with a faint smile. Qin Feiyang asked, You mean, we have already left the heavenly cloud sea? Yes. The woman in white nodded and pointed to the mountain below. This is the border between the eastern continent and the heavenly cloud sea. The eastern continent, the heavenly cloud sea, the border. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one and murmured, So now, we are safe? Yes. Safe. But we can't relax because there are many people from the blood hall lurking in the eastern continent. The woman in white said. Qin Feiyang and the little boy looked at each other and couldn't help but have a trace of joy in their eyes. This was really a new lease of life after a disaster. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and a life divine pill appeared. He looked at the woman and asked, May I ask, who is senior to Elder Hua? It's not important, I'm just an errand boy. The woman in white waved her hand and looked at Qin Feiyang with interest, but you really surprised me. You can actually fight with the 3 sovereign divine weapons to this extent. I've let Senior see a joke. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although the little boy had a solemn look, even if the 3 sovereign divine weapons were destroyed, there was still the black-clothed youth and Elder Hua. So, if it weren't for this woman's help, they would have died in the end. I'm laughing at you. Facing the 3 sovereign divine weapons, no one in the entire sky cloud realm has the courage to fight with them. Although it's quite embarrassing, this courage is worthy of praise. The woman nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. All right, you guys rest. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang's response, the woman in the white dress turned around and disappeared into the mountains below. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Leaving just like that? He still had a lot of questions. Whoosh. At this moment, Gu Bao also silently entered the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang originally wanted to chat with the castle a bit more, but the castle clearly didn't want to communicate with him. Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy. A trace of surprise suddenly crept into his eyes. He hadn't noticed it before, but the little boy's face was a little pale, and there was a trace of weakness between his brows. What's wrong with you? Qin Feiyang frowned. Nothing. It's just that I've used up too much of my source energy just now. The little boy shook his head. Qin Feiyang recalled the little boy's attack in the spatial rift, so he asked, how much origin power was there? 1/3. The little boy said. What? So much? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The little boy nodded and said, it doesn't seem like much after condensing it, but its lethality is extremely terrifying. Then can this 1/3 of the source energy hurt the dragon god's sword and the others? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Yes. But it's far from fatal. With the current state of the Black Tortoise world, to truly destroy them, I'll have to use all of my source energy. The little boy said. Then will the Black Tortoise world really be destroyed after using up all of your source energy? And you, will your soul really be destroyed? Qin Feiyang asked. The little boy nodded. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, and he hurriedly said, then don't do anything in the future. Have you seen me do anything in the past? There's no other way this time. In the future, just don't cause me any trouble. The little boy glared at Qin Feiyang and went straight to the Black Tortoise world. They're the ones who came to provoke me, okay? Qin Feiyang was depressed. Originally, he wanted to get married and enter the bridal chamber, but in the end? These people came looking for trouble and came to snatch the bride. Fine. Then he would go and snatch her back. In the end, he managed to snatch her back, but trouble came again. A large number of powerhouses came to kill him. They even used 3 sovereign divine weapons. They really thought highly of him. What could he do? He could only fight with his life. It could be said that, whether it was the dragons of the past or the current blood hall, the other party came to provoke him again and again. In other words, he had always been passive in his counterattack. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath again and turned to look at the sea of heavenly clouds. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Just wait, the good show is yet to come. How you treat me today, I'll return it to you in the future. Following closely, Qin Feiyang turned and scanned the boundless land in front of him. The eastern continent, whoosh! Just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave, a white figure rushed out from the mountains below. Qin Feiyang looked and found that it was the woman in the white dress. He was stunned. Senior, you didn't leave? Did I say I was leaving again? The woman in the white dress asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. At that time, she only said to let them rest and didn't say anything about leaving. The woman in the white dress asked, let me ask you, are you willing to go to the demonic palace with me? Demonic palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, Senior Hua is from the demonic palace? The woman in the white dress said, don't worry about it, I'm just asking you if you want to go or not. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Elder Hua's identity was obvious. He was definitely from the demonic palace and his position in the demonic palace was not low. This woman had most likely left to send a message to Elder Hua. In other words, the person who invited him to the demonic palace was most likely Elder Hua. But he knew nothing about Elder Hua and this woman in front of him. Although it was a bit like repaying kindness with evil, he had to be careful now. Because there were many things in this world that were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. He had to be careful. The woman in the white dress said, I won't force you, I respect your choice. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said gratefully. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally made a decision in his heart and said, Senior should also know that I am from the lower realms and know nothing about the sky cloud realm. Therefore, I want to walk around first. The woman in the white dress asked, so you're rejecting my invitation? I'm sorry. Qin Feiyang's face showed a trace of apology. All right. As long as you're happy. The woman in the white dress smiled faintly and then took out a token from her arms. Then take this. It might be useful in the future. After saying that, she threw the token to Qin Feiyang and then opened a space-time passage and left. Qin Feiyang caught the token. After watching the woman leave, he lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. The token was half the size of an adult's palm. It was completely black and there was a striking word, demon, engraved on it. Is this the demon palace's token? Qin Feiyang muttered and turned it over. There was a name on the back. Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Qin Feiyang muttered. Was this the woman's name? But in Luo Tianshan's memory, he did not find any information about Chu Yun. It seemed that this woman's status in the demon palace was not low. People like Luo Tianshan were not qualified to come in contact with her. Qin Feiyang put away the token and glanced around. Then he took a step and disappeared into the mountain ahead. Demon Palace. At this moment, in a hall, the blood-red clothed old man glared at Elder Hua and a woman above him. He said gloomily, "You're really despicable. You actually let Chu Yun secretly go and save them. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Besides, in terms of despicability, how can we compare to your blood palace? You actually went to the lower realm to capture someone, and it's someone else's bride. Haven't you heard of this saying? It's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Elder Hua chuckled. Good, very good. The blood-red clothed old man was so angry that he laughed and said, I'd like to see how long you can protect him. After saying that, he turned around and left with his hands behind his back. Take care. I won't send you off. Elder Hua waved his hand and smiled. Humph. The blood-red clothed old man snorted coldly. He walked out of the hall and disappeared into thin air. Old thing. A cold light flashed in Elder Hua's eyes. We've finally won back this time. The woman sitting above him laughed. She was a charming woman in her 30s. She wore a palace dress and looked graceful and luxurious. Her aura was also unfathomable. Not bad. Elder Hua nodded. The woman in the palace dress looked at Elder Hua and asked, What do you plan to do with Qin Feiyang? This, Elder Hua pondered for a while and said, Let's wait for Xiao Yun to come back and tell us the details before we make a decision. All right. The woman in the palace dress nodded. Whoosh. Speak of the devil. A space-time crack appeared in the hall, and the woman in the white dress walked out quickly. You're back. Elder Hua chuckled. Just this once. Don't come to me for help again. The woman in the white dress waved her hand, and a red sword appeared in front of the woman in the palace dress. The woman in the palace dress put away the sword and asked, Where's Qin Feiyang? He rejected our invitation. The woman in the white dress shook her head. Rejected? Elder Hua was stunned. Yes. The reason is that he wants to walk around and have a look. The woman in the white dress nodded. There's actually someone who rejected our invitation. The woman in the palace dress shook her head and smiled. She looked at the woman in the white dress and said, What do you think of him? I only said a few words to him. How can I judge him? After the woman in the white dress said that, her face darkened slightly. She said, However, I heard something big. What is it? The woman in the palace dress and Elder Hua were surprised. When I appeared, there was a child standing next to Qin Feiyang. And this child can control the origin energy. The woman in the white dress said. The origin energy. The woman in the palace dress stood up. Elder Hua was also shocked. He asked, Are you sure? I'm sure. The woman in the white dress shook her head. How is that possible? Elder Hua and the woman in the palace dress looked at each other. The woman in the white dress said, I suspect that Qin Feiyang has an independent world in his hands. That's impossible. Elder Hua said decisively. An independent world? What kind of concept was that? The woman in the white dress asked, Then tell me, how do you explain the origin energy? I don't know. Elder Hua shook his head. The woman in the palace dress returned to her seat and muttered, If this child really has an independent world, then it's incredible. Chapter 3006. The woman in white asked curiously, Do you think the blood hall attacked him because of this? It's hard to judge. Elder Hua pondered for a while and shook his head. The woman in palace attire looked at the woman in white and asked, Is there anything else? Yes. The woman in white nodded. What? Elder Hua looked at her suspiciously. The woman in white said, The blood hall suddenly has 2 more sovereign divine weapons. Huh? The 2 were surprised. The woman in white waved her hand, and the ice dragon sacred sword and the dragon god sword condensed. The 2 looked at the 2 sovereign divine weapons, their faces full of surprise. They had never seen it before. At that time, it was because of these 2 sovereign divine weapons that Qin Feiyang and the others were driven to despair. Moreover, it seems that they have some deep hatred in the past. The woman in white said. What the hell is going on? Elder Hua frowned. The woman in white said, In addition, Qin Feiyang's strength doesn't seem to be simple. What do you mean? Elder Hua was suspicious. When I found them, I didn't show up immediately. I hid in the dark and watched. I saw him activate a kind of divine art. According to the two sovereign divine weapons, it seems to be some kind of slaughter domain. This kind of divine art can actually increase his strength to the level where he can contend with the sovereign divine weapons. No. To be exact, it's a little stronger than the sovereign divine weapons. The woman in white said, her face full of disbelief. What? He actually has such a method? Elder Hua was shocked. Anyway, this person's method is not something we can underestimate. Just this time, even if we didn't help him, with his ability, even if the blood hall killed him, they would have to pay a heavy price. The woman in white smiled faintly. Interesting. Hearing this, the woman in palace attire revealed a trace of expectation. The appearance of this child might be able to break the eternal balance of the sky cloud realm. Immediately, the woman in palace attire looked at the silent Elder Hua and said, Little Yun has explained the situation. Now, what do you think we should do to deal with this child? This, Elder Hua was also hesitant. There are times when you can't make up your mind. The white-dressed woman looked at Elder Hua with a mocking expression. Elder Hua glared at the woman in white and said, I'll go out for a walk first. Then, he disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Still going for a walk? You're in a good mood. The woman in the white dress shouted. He's not going for a walk. The woman shook her head. The white-skirted woman said, I know that he's taken a fancy to this Qin Feiyang. However, this Qin Feiyang is no ordinary person. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to have any ideas about him or for us to use him. Let Elder Hua think about it on his own. The most important thing right now is to investigate the origins of those two sovereign weapons. Immediately notify our spies in the Blood Hall and have them find out as soon as possible. The woman said. We can find a chance to ask Qin Feiyang about this. That's because he most definitely knows the origin of those two sovereign divine armaments. The white-dressed woman frowned. Don't disturb him for the time being, lest he feels disgusted. Let's investigate first. If we really can't find anything, we'll go look for him. The woman in the palace dress said. That's fine. I'll let my men arrange it. After the woman in the white dress said that, she turned around and left quickly. Qin Feiyang, sovereign divine armaments, it seems that the sky cloud realm is going to be lively. The woman in the palace dress muttered to herself. Then, she smiled slightly and got up and disappeared. Back to Qin Feiyang. He walked in the air above the mountains and rivers, looking down curiously at everything below. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts running rampant in the mountains. And they were all very powerful. Qin Feiyang found more than a dozen perfect imperishable realm ferocious beasts. He didn't find any sovereign realm ferocious beasts. Along the way, there were ferocious beasts blocking his way from time to time. However, he had a heaven-defying divine artifact. As long as it wasn't an expert like Elder Hua, he wasn't afraid. These mountains and rivers were also extremely vast. It took him 5 days to get out and enter the sky above a plain. One must know. His current speed wasn't slow, but it took him 5 days to cross this mountain. And this mountain was just a drop in the ocean in the entire eastern continent. One could imagine how big the entire eastern continent was, and how big the entire sky cloud realm was. Standing in the air above the plain, Qin Feiyang looked ahead. In front of him, there was a city. The city covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, and majestic buildings stood tall. There was a towering city wall on all sides, exuding an ancient aura. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Madman appeared beside him. What? Madman raised his eyebrows. He was cultivating when he was suddenly pulled out, so he was a little unhappy. Aren't you interested in looking at this land? Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman glanced around and looked at the city in front of him. He pursed his lips and said, What's there to look at? Although he said so, there was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. You don't mean what you say. The sky cloud realm is completely beyond our imagination. Look at the city in front. From Luo Tianshan's memories, it's called East Mountain City. It's the closest city to the Sky Cloud Sea in the eastern continent. Luo Tianshan's home is here. Do you know how many people there are in this city? About 5 to 6 million, but this city is the smallest in the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang said. This is the smallest. Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman looked at East Mountain City and frowned. Then how strong are the people here? Is there a need to ask? There are martial artists who have just stepped onto the path of cultivation, and there are also powerful imperishable realm experts. And the city lord of East Mountain City, according to Luo Tianshan's memories, is a half-step dominator. Qin Feiyang said. This is a dominator realm expert? Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but it seems to be this city lord. Half-step dominator, interesting, Madman chuckled. Then let's go in and take a look. I need to buy something just now. Qin Feiyang asked. What do you want to buy? Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, divine sound transmission stone and a teleportation altar. Madman was surprised, this place also uses a teleportation altar? Yes. Apart from the divine sound transmission stone, everything else is no different from the ancient world. For example, soul vein and crystal vein are the most important resources of the sky cloud realm. Of course, there are many things that the ancient world doesn't have. Let's talk about it later. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then let's go. Madman immediately flew down. Qin Feiyang smiled and also landed on the plains below. Then, the two walked side by side toward the city. On the way, there were many people coming and going. There were rich people who were leisurely strolling and chatting, and there were also ordinary people who were in a hurry. Madman looked at the passers-by and suddenly thought of something. He asked suspiciously, what's with the first volume of the pill scripture? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Qin Feiyang patted his head and said, speaking of the first volume of the pill scripture, there is a legend in the sky cloud realm. Legend? Madman was stunned. Yes. Legend has it that there are 2 volumes of the pill scripture. The first volume records all the pill recipes below the Dominator realm. As for the second volume, it records pill recipes above the Dominator realm. But in the Sky Cloud realm, there is only the second volume and not the first volume. Qin Feiyang said. Only the second volume and not the first volume? Madman was stunned. Yes. The second volume of the pill scripture is handwritten copies of all the major forces in the Sky Cloud realm. But only the first volume of the pill scripture is like a mystery, no one knows where it is. Not only the ordinary people of Luo Tian Mountain, even the major forces of the Sky Cloud realm have been looking for the first volume of the pill scripture. But no one has found it. As for the whereabouts of the first volume of the pill scripture, it has never stopped. Today, someone said that the first volume of the pill scripture is somewhere. Tomorrow, someone said that the first volume of the pill scripture has appeared somewhere. But when everyone rushed to check, there was no first volume of the pill scripture at all. It was all rumors. In short, the news about the first volume of the pill scripture has appeared again and again, but none of it is true. Qin Feiyang said. Madman nodded and frowned. You said that the first volume of the pill scripture is all the pill recipes below the Dominator realm, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then the pill scripture in your hand, I heard Dan Wangkai say that it contains all the pill recipes below the Dominator realm. Say, is the pill scripture in your hand the first volume of the pill scripture that the Sky Cloud realm is looking for? Madman asked. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This question, he didn't have time to think about it. There was also the universe ring that he snatched from Zhu Xie. He didn't have time to look at it. He didn't know if the first volume of the pill scripture was in the universe ring. If the pill scripture in your hand is really the first volume of the pill scripture that the Sky Cloud realm is looking for, then you've really poked a big hole. Madman said with a gloating smile. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You see, the entire sky cloud realm is looking for it. It can be seen how much they covet the first volume of the pill scripture. If they know that it's in your hands, you say, they will frantically come to snatch it. Madman laughed sinisterly. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. Hearing you say that, it seems to be quite serious. So, this pill scripture in your hand, you must not leak it out. Madman warned. Those who know about the existence of the pill scripture are our own people. If we don't say it, who will know? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. Madman nodded. While talking, the two had already approached the city gate. On both sides of the city gate, 2 guards stood straight. They wore armor and scanned the people coming and going. Their eyes were extremely sharp. And the strength of these 2 people was also quite good. Half-step imperishable realm. Damn! Even the guards of the city gate are half-step imperishable realm. The sky cloud realm really has as many imperishable realm experts as dogs. Madman muttered. Yes. There's always a higher mountain. Qin Feiyang nodded. The path of cultivation was actually like this. When you reach the peak of a place, you will suddenly find that there is a place stronger than here, forcing you to keep moving forward. Chapter 3007. In front of the city gate, everyone maintained a good order as they entered the city one after another. Qin Feiyang and Madman secretly communicated as they followed the flow of people towards the city gate. Facing the people entering and leaving, the 2 guards didn't check them one by one. Only when they saw a new face would they go up and ask a few questions. When Qin Feiyang and Madman walked over, the 2 guards looked at each other and stopped them, asking, "You two are a bit unfamiliar, where did you come from?" Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had read Luo Tianshan's memories, so he definitely knew the situation of East Mountain City. And with Qin Feiyang's personality, when he was preparing to enter East Mountain City, he must have thought of a way to deal with it. As expected. Facing the questioning of the 2 guards, Qin Feiyang didn't panic at all. He looked at the 2 guards and smiled. "We came from Mountain River Town." Mountain River Town? The 2 guards were startled. After thinking carefully for a moment, there was indeed such a place in this area. First time in East Mountain City? The guard on the left asked. Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's not my first time here. I came here occasionally before, but I didn't meet you two." If he said it was his first time here, it wouldn't be realistic. After all, he lived in this area. And from Luo Tianshan's memories, the guards guarding the city gate would change every once in a while, so it wasn't a problem to say that. Okay then. Since you've been here before, you should know the rules here. Go in. The 2 guards retreated to their original positions. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and led Madman into the city. What rules? Madman was suspicious. What other rules can there be? It's just that you can't fight or cause destruction in the city. Qin Feiyang thought. Ha! Do I look like such an honest person to you? Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Stop. But suddenly, the shouts of the 2 guards behind him sounded again. Qin Feiyang and the Madman were stunned. They turned around and saw a short, middle-aged man with the head of a dog and the eyes of a mouse being stopped by 2 guards. I don't think I've seen you before. The 2 sized up the middle-aged man. The man immediately smiled. Sirs, I'm from the nearby Black Mountain town. This is my first time coming to East Mountain City. First time? The 2 guards were startled. Yes, yes. The man nodded. If I remember correctly, Black Hills Town is not far from Eastmount City. Is this your first time here? The 2 guards frowned. Hearing this, the man did not panic at all. He smiled and said, "It's like this. Although I was born in Black Hills Town, I have always been in Tianfeng City." I see. Madman asked suspiciously, "What kind of place is Wind City?" Wind City is another city near the Sky Cloud Ocean. It's a bit bigger than East Mountain City. However, he was born in Black Mountain Town. It's his first time coming to East Mountain City. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is Black Mountain Town far from here? Madman was puzzled. Not far. With our cultivation, it's only half a day's journey. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's nothing. After all, he just said that he's in Wind City. Maybe he was born in Black Mountain Town and lived in Wind City. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't think too much about it. He walked side by side with Madman, looking at the local customs of East Mountain City. Because there was a ban on fighting, the city was relatively peaceful. There was an endless stream of people going in and out of the shops on both sides. It was very lively. What is the currency of the Sky Cloud domain? Madman suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang said, divine crystals and soul stones. Soul stones? Madman was startled. Yes. Generally speaking, they use divine crystals to trade. But if they encounter precious treasures, they will use soul stones to trade. Qin Feiyang explained. I see. Madman muttered and asked, then there should be places like the treasure pavilion here, right? Of course there is. The trading places in the eastern continent are called demon towers. They are all over the big and small cities in the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang said. Demon towers? Madman was startled. Demon towers are under the jurisdiction of the Demon Hall. In other words, the Demon Hall is the owner behind the demon towers. It's the same in the Western continent, Southern continent, and Northern continent. The trading places are all backed by the Blood Hall, Sky Hall, and Deity Hall. Qin Feiyang said. The trading places under the Demon Hall are called Demon Towers. Then the trading places under the Blood Hall, Deity Hall, and Sky Hall are called Blood Towers, Deity Towers, and Heaven Towers? Madman was speechless. You don't say, it's really like that. Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman was stunned. How lazy are the people from the four super forces? Even the names are so casual. Actually, it's easier to distinguish them this way. For example, when everyone talks about demon towers, they will naturally think of the Demon Hall. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then, in the future, this daddy will be called Demon Tower. As long as the name Demon Tower is mentioned, everyone will think of this daddy. Madman chuckled. You must be so bored that your balls hurt. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Madman grinned and was about to say something. But he suddenly turned around and looked behind. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Madman's gaze shifted to a shop and frowned. Something seems wrong. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It seems like someone is following us. Madman transmitted his voice. Following? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually didn't notice? Madman secretly said, do you still remember the person from Black Hills Town that we saw at the city gate? Qin Feiyang nodded. He has been following us all this time. Madman said. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the crowd, but he didn't notice anything. When this daddy turned around, he entered that shop. Madman transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang also headed toward the shop. But because of his position, he could only see the entrance of the shop and couldn't see the situation inside. Don't alert the enemy. Let's confirm it first. Qin Feiyang secretly said. The two continued to stroll around the street as if nothing had happened. But just as the two left, a middle-aged man walked up from the shop and followed Qin Feiyang from afar. It was the middle-aged man with the head of a snake. Qin Feiyang and Madman had been paying attention. After confirming this matter, they were puzzled. Why would they be targeted the moment they arrived at Eastern Mountain City? Is it the Demon Hall? Madman was suspicious. Demon Hall? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. They don't have to target us. Who knows? The existence of the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm has already been known by the Demon Hall. You know the saying, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Madman transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang frowned. Was it really the Demon Hall? But he felt that it was the Blood Hall. Because the woman in the white dress said that there were many Blood Hall pawns lurking in the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang secretly said, let's ignore him for now. Let's go directly to the Demon Tower. The two sped up their pace. After reading Luo Tianshan's memory, Qin Feiyang also knew where the Demon Tower was. Soon, the two of them walked to the front of a large black hall with ease. The hall was more than 100 feet tall and majestic. On the front of the building, there was a plaque with two grand words engraved on it. Demon Tower. On both sides of the door, there were 4 men in black standing straight and emitting a terrifying aura. They are also half-step imperishable realm. Madman muttered. Qin Feiyang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. One had to know that in the ancient realm, half-step imperishable realm was already in existence, standing at the top of the pyramid and was admired by the world. But in the sky cloud realm, they were used to guard the city gates. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang and Madman secretly glanced behind them and found that the man with the face of a rat was still following them. Thus, the two of them entered the demonic tower quietly. What entered their sight was a spacious hall with rows of transparent counters neatly placed on the 4 sides. Inside the counters, there were treasures shining with divine light. Divine weapons, divine arts, herbs, pills, everything was there. 2 young masters, welcome to the Demon Tower. A young and beautiful woman around 20 years old walked in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman and bowed. Hello. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Is there anything the 2 young masters need help with? The young woman was wearing a red dress and had a friendly smile on her face. Obviously, she was a staff member here. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I need some divine sound transmission stones, teleportation altars, pill fire, and pill furnace. Young master is also an alchemist? The young woman smiled in surprise. I know a little. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Young master is really a humble person. Okay. These are all very common things, I will arrange them for you. But pill fire and pill furnace, what level do you need? The young woman said. 8th grade divine pill furnace. Plus 3 kinds of 7th grade divine pill fires. Qin Feiyang said. Because now, the netherworld demonic flame was 7th grade divine pill fires. It needed to swallow 3 kinds of 7th grade divine pill fires to reach 8th grade. 8th grade pill furnace? 7th grade pill fire? The young woman was stunned. Why? Is it difficult? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. It is indeed a little difficult. The young woman nodded. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Luo Tianshan was not an alchemist, so he did not have much memory in this area. I believe you also know that there are countless alchemists in our eastern continent. Not to mention 7th grade and 8th grade divine pill fires, even 1st grade divine pill fires are not available. The young woman explained. So you don't have any? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yes. However, we usually only auction pill fires and pill furnaces of this level, not sell them. The young woman said. Qin Feiyang said, then you can sell them to me at the auction price. The young woman was a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, you don't have to be embarrassed. I really don't want to waste time at the auction house. You can sell them to me at the highest auction price. That's a little expensive. The young woman said. Soul stones are not a problem. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The young woman was stunned and said with a smile, it seems that both of you are from rich families. Well, I will ask the manager. Please wait here for a moment. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 3008. With nothing to do, Qin Feiyang and Madman strolled around the hall. Soon, they noticed that the man with the head of a mouse had also entered the demonic building, looking at the treasures on the counter as if nothing had happened. However, from time to time, he would look at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Not done yet? Madman raised his eyebrows. No hurry. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked down at the counter in front of him. Through the transparent glass, he saw a divine pill with 2 dragon-shaped core qi. This was a life divine pill. There were also many pills with dragon-shaped core qi and 2 dragon-shaped core qi on the side. He basically knew them all. However, he did not see any potential pills or potential pills. Could it be that there were no such pills in the sky cloud realm? Qin Feiyang, come and take a look. Suddenly, Madman's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang walked over suspiciously. Madman pointed to the counter in front of him and said, "Look." Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a jade box lying inside the counter. Inside the jade box, there was a pill. This pill was the same size as an ordinary pill, but the color was somewhat dazzling. Its whole body was golden yellow, as if cast in gold. And there were 4 dragon-shaped core qi on it. For dragon-shaped core qi, this was already comparable to Dan Wangkai, Yizhong, and Wang Chang. The most important thing was that he had never seen this kind of pill before. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and found that next to the jade box, there was a small card with the information of the pill. Shangqing Nature Pill. This pill has the magical effect of breaking through the undying realm and opening the door of potential. When Qin Feiyang saw this, he was stunned. It was actually a pill to open the door of potential in the undying realm? We must get this pill. Madman transmitted his voice, his eyes burning with passion. Because right now, what they lacked was this pill. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, do you think this Dan mantra in my hand is really the first volume of the Dan mantra of the sky cloud realm? I think it's possible. Madman nodded. Then don't be rash. This could be a bait. Qin Feiyang thought. Bait? Madman was stunned. Yes. Think about it, the sky cloud realm doesn't have the first volume of the alchemy mantra, so there are no potential pills. Thus, even if they possess the Shangqing fortune pellet, it would still be useless. Because the door of potential must be opened layer by layer, slowly and gradually. As for the Shangqing nature pill, it can only open the door of potential for those in the imperishable realm. It cannot open the door of potential for those below the imperishable realm. In other words, without pills like the potential pill, this Shangqing fortune pill would be useless. Since it's useless, why did Missouri Lu place the Shangqing fate pill here? Obviously, they want to use this Shangqing nature pill to lure out the person who possesses the first volume of the alchemy mantra. Qin Feiyang analyzed. You mean, anyone who comes to buy the Shangqing nature pill might possess the first volume of the alchemy mantra? Madman asked. That's right. Because the second volume of the alchemy mantra is in the hands of the major forces, and the pill formulas inside will definitely not be leaked out. After all, it's so important. Therefore, those who possess the first volume of the alchemy mantra can only go to the major trading centers to buy the Shangqing nature pill. Qin Feiyang thought. Madman nodded in realization and said in surprise, how did you think of this? Did you know it from Luo Tianshan's memories? This has nothing to do with Luo Tianshan's memories. How could a small figure like Luo Tianshan know such a secret? For me to think of this, I have to thank the treasure pavilion of the North region. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Madman was stunned. When I entered the North region and went to the treasure pavilion, I found a divine art called the Chaos Origin Divine Art. At that time, I didn't know what was going on, so I planned to get it. Because this Chaos Origin Divine Art was specially created for people with inner demons. After cultivating the Chaos Origin Divine Art, the main body and inner demons can fuse together and unleash extremely powerful strength. Although my inner demons are dead, I wanted to buy it as a memento. But at that moment, Hui ran out and told me not to buy it. Later, I found out that the Chaos Origin Divine Art was a bait to lure people with inner demons out. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. So that's how it is. Then, did you get this Chaos Origin Divine Art? Madman asked. Yes. Once, when I was with the Vice Pavilion Master, I thought of the Chaos Origin Divine Art, so I asked him for it and explained the situation to him. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then it seems that this Shangqing nature pill really can't be bought. Madman looked at the pill in the jade box enviously. Because now that he had stepped into the imperishable stage, he had to prepare for a rainy day. No rush. To open the door of potential, you need to reach the perfection imperishable stage. You still have a long way to go. Let's talk about it later. There are so many of us, we can't keep buying Shangqing nature pills in the Demon Tower. So, we have to get the pill formula. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Ever since he had the pill scripture, he had never worried about pill formulas. This feeling was really something he hadn't felt for a long time. He couldn't help but think of the Iron Bowl town. In the Iron Bowl town, not to mention the pill formula, even getting a pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Makes sense. Madman nodded. Let's take a look. Since there is a pill that can open the door of potential in the imperishable stage, there should also be a pill that can increase the cultivation of the imperishable stage. This thing is the most important thing for us right now. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That's right. Madman patted his head and immediately started searching. The door of potential could only be opened after reaching the perfection imperishable stage, but increasing one's cultivation could be done at any time. Being able to use a pill to increase one's cultivation could save a lot of time. However, when the two of them searched all the counters, they still couldn't find a pill that could increase the cultivation of the imperishable stage. Why is there nothing? Madman frowned and transmitted his voice. Is there no such information in Luo Tianshan's memory? Let me think. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and searched Luo Tianshan's memory. After a while, his eyes lit up and he nodded, yes. Tell me. Madman urged. There is indeed such a pill called the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill. It requires dragon blood and phoenix blood as a catalyst. But this pill is very precious. The Demon Tower usually doesn't sell it. Even if it is sold, it will be in the auction house. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Then let's go to the auction house. Madman said. You don't understand what I mean. The Demon Tower usually doesn't sell this pill to outsiders. Even if it is a disciple of the Demon Palace, they would have to pay a huge price to obtain one. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Is there a need to hide it like this? Madman's face was immediately filled with displeasure when he heard this. What a joke. This is a pill that can increase the cultivation of the imperishable stage, how can it not be hidden? Not to mention this Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill, even the 9-chew Yellow Dragon Pill and the 9-turn Dragon Blood Pill in my hands are hidden in my hands. I don't want to give it to outsiders. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Madman nodded his head weakly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, it seems that it won't be easy to get these two pill formulas. From the current situation, he had to enter the Demon Palace to have a chance. If he used the pill scripture in his hands to exchange, the Demon Palace would definitely be very happy. But his pill scripture couldn't be exposed, and he couldn't let others take advantage of him, so he could only think of another way. At this time, the woman in red returned and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman with a smile. The Tower Master has agreed. Thank you. Qin Feiyang hurriedly thanked her. The woman in red said with a little difficulty, but the Tower Master has a request. Request? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The woman in red nodded and said, the Tower Master said that he must personally watch you refine a pill once. Personally watch me refine a pill? Qin Feiyang frowned. This is the Tower Master's request. I can't do anything about it. The woman in red said helplessly. In other words, if I refine a pill in front of him, he won't sell me the pill fire and pill furnace? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The woman in red nodded. This is a place where you do business. As long as you have money, why do you have to make such a strange request? Madman raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this a waste of their time? I hope the two young masters can forgive me. The woman in red smiled apologetically. What do we do? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. We have a request, what else can we do? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and looked at the woman in red. Lead the way. Following the woman in red, the two of them walked to the second floor, entered a secluded corner, and stopped in front of a door. The woman in red knocked on the door and said respectfully, Tower Master, they have been brought here. Come in. A hoarse voice sounded from inside. The woman in red pushed open the door and retreated to the side, looking at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Please come in. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded and walked into the room one after another. It turned out that this was a study. It was about 100 feet, and the layout was quite simple. There was a tea table on one side and a desk on the other. In front of the desk, a white-haired old man was squatting there with his head lowered, as if he was looking at an account book. Take a seat first. The white-haired old man just casually raised his head to look at the two of them before continuing with his work. After Qin Feiyang and Madman entered the study, the woman in red did not follow them in. She closed the door and turned to leave. Who are you? What are you doing here? But when she walked to the stairs, she saw a middle-aged man looking up sneakily. That's right. It was the middle-aged man with the face of a rat. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, Nothing, I'm just looking for the entrance to the auction house. The woman in red nodded and walked to the middle-aged man's side. She pointed at a long corridor and said, The entrance to the auction house is over there, I'll take you there. No need, you do your work, I'll go by myself. The middle-aged man smiled and walked towards the auction house. But after the woman in red left, he turned back and quietly went up to the second floor. He put his ear on the door and eavesdropped on the movements inside. Chapter 3009. Inside the room. Qin Feiyang sat beside the tea table, silently looking at the white-haired old man. But Madman next to him had a look of displeasure. Who are these people? There are guests, but they didn't come to entertain them. They just buried themselves in their own business. He had never seen such a business person. After a long time, Madman was almost unable to suppress the anger in his heart. At this time, the white-haired old man finally put down the matter in his hand and looked at the two of them. Which one of you is refining pills? Madman was stunned. After making them wait for so long, shouldn't he at least apologize? But not only did he not say it, he even put on a high and mighty attitude. Who was this for? I'm asking you, who is refining pills? The white-haired old man frowned, and there was a trace of impatience in his tone. Madman retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Let's go. Pay to suffer. What do you mean? I made you wait for a while and you have complaints? Let me tell you, it's your honor that this old man can meet you. The white-haired old man smiled proudly. Honor? Madman was taken aback for a moment, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Arrogant in front of him? One must know that he was the only one who was arrogant in front of others. Even if this was the Sky Cloud boundary, even if this was the Demon Hall's territory, he would not allow it. Senior brother, calm down. Qin Feiyang quickly comforted him. He looked at the white-haired old man and smiled. It's me who is refining pills. The white-haired old man said, then let's start. This old man is very busy and has no time to waste with you. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Brat, are you sick? You can even endure this kind of crime? If you want me, let's just start and rob this demon tower. Madman sneered. Don't worry. You don't have to do it. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and took out the nether devil flame and heaven flame divine furnace. N. 7th grade pill furnace, 7th grade pill fire. The white-haired old man was taken aback, and a trace of surprise appeared in his old eyes. I looked outside for a while just now. It seems that the highest quality pill in your building is only 4 dragon-shaped pill chi? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man and smiled faintly. What do you mean? The white-haired old man was suspicious. What I want to say is that this is all there is to it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's all? The white-haired old man was taken aback for a moment before a mocking expression crept up on his face. He coldly snorted and said, "You're so young, yet you talk big. Since you're so disdainful, then this old man would like to see how many dragon-shaped pills you can refine. When the time comes, don't just refine pill veins." That would be a joke. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "What if I can refine a dragon-shaped pill?" You? Even if you can refine a dragon-shaped core chi, you'll only be able to refine half of it. Can it be compared to a pill with 4 dragon-shaped core energies? This old man really regrets meeting you now. You've overestimated yourself and overestimated yourself. The white-haired old man sneered. Damn, you're still excited? Madman's eyes flashed coldly. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the white-haired old man. I'm asking you, if I can refine a complete dragon-shaped pill, what will you do? The white-haired old man stared at Qin Feiyang. So calm. Could he really be an alchemy monster? But he basically knew all the alchemists within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, but he had never heard of such a person. Why aren't you saying anything? Is that all you've got? Madman sneered. You, the white-haired old man suddenly frowned. Tisk. Molu. That's all there is to it. Madman's face was full of disdain. How dare you? The white-haired old man slammed his palm on the desk and shouted, Fine, if you can refine a complete dragon-shaped pill. This old man, Madman's eyes turned cold as he stared at the white-haired old man aggressively and said, Then kneel down and kowtow to us. Old bastard, do you dare to do that? Old bastard? The white-haired old man fumed and said angrily, Sure, this old man will bet with you. That's what you said. We didn't force you. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's what this old man said. Hurry up and refine the pill. The white-haired old man shouted. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out a set of medicinal ingredients for the divine life pill. Without any preparation, he directly revived the netherworld demonic flame. Although he had the Pill King's wealth now, he rarely refined pills, but his experience and talent were all here. The entire process was neither fast nor slow. It was as smooth as flowing water. Rather than saying that he was refining pills, it was better to say that it was a wonderful performance. Seeing this, the white-haired old man's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This kind of technique and mentality wasn't something an ordinary alchemist could do. Soon, a strong medicinal fragrance came from the study. Whoosh! Another few breaths passed. A divine light flashed out from the heaven flame divine furnace. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the divine light went straight to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man grabbed it in his hand and looked down. His expression suddenly became dull. There were actually 4 dragon-shaped pill auras. And they were all complete dragon-shaped pill auras. How was this possible? He was dumbfounded and stood there motionless. 4, there were actually 4, since when was there such a monstrous alchemist born in the eastern mountain city? Qin Feiyang put away the netherworld demonic flame and the heaven flame divine furnace and smiled faintly. How was it? The white-haired old man trembled and looked up at Qin Feiyang. He muttered, Who exactly are you? Don't care who I am. I don't need you to kneel. However, the moral character of your devil palace has truly broadened my horizons. Fortunately, I also promised that woman and didn't enter your demon hall. What a joke. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and turned to look at Frenzy. Senior brother, let's go. See that? Don't look down on others in the future. Also, a businessman should have the attitude of a businessman. The customer is God. Frenzy glanced at the white-haired old man indifferently and followed Qin Feiyang to the door. The white-haired old man's face was ashen as he said angrily, "Don't you want the pill fire and pill furnace? No need. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands if I take them from someone like you." Qin Feiyang said without turning back. Dirtying my hands? After being humiliated repeatedly, the white-haired old man was already angry. When he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he couldn't hold it in anymore and a trace of killing intent emerged. Swoosh. At the same time, Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and looked at the white-haired old man. Because he felt the killing intent. You'd better put away your killing intent immediately, or I'll make your demon tower disappear. Qin Feiyang said. Make the demon tower disappear? The white-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. He was probably a fool. Did he know who the owner of the demon tower was? In the entire eastern continent, who would dare to be impudent in the demon tower? Not to mention saying such audacious words. Clang. But at this moment, the door was kicked open. Who is it? The white-haired old man shouted angrily and looked at the door, only to see the middle-aged man standing outside. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were also stunned. Wasn't this the person who followed them? He actually followed them here. And from the looks of it, he was even more arrogant than them. At least they didn't directly kick the door. Who are you? Did you eat a leopard's guts? First, it was Qin Feiyang and Frenzy who repeatedly humiliated him, and now there was an even bolder person who directly kicked the door. The white-haired old man was already extremely angry. I think the one who ate a leopard's guts is you. The middle-aged man shouted and strode into the study. His face was gloomy. Impudent, impudent. The white-haired old man was so angry that his neck was crooked. I really didn't expect that there would be someone like you in my demon hall. The middle-aged man shook his head with a face full of disappointment. Demon hall? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. The white-haired old man was also stunned. After sizing up the middle-aged man for a while, he asked in surprise, "You're from the demon hall?" The middle-aged man took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. Immediately, his appearance began to change. Gradually, an old man with fiery red hair appeared in front of the three of them. This, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. Wasn't this Elder Hua? Elder Hua had been following them all this time. You are. The white-haired old man looked at Elder Hua's appearance and couldn't help but tremble. As the owner of the demon tower, he actually didn't see Elder Hua often. Because Elder Hua's position in the demon hall was too high, it was very difficult for people like him to see him. But once, he was lucky enough to see him from afar. The old man in front of him was almost exactly the same as the old man he saw back then. Humph. Elder Hua snorted through his nose and said, "The higher-up sent you here to manage the demonic tower so that you can manage the business here well, not so that you can abuse your power here." I'm sorry, the white-haired old man's eyes trembled. He quickly ran out from behind the desk and knelt on the ground with a pale face. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior, take your time to deal with your family matters. We'll take our leave first." After saying that, the two turned and left. Wait. Elder Hua turned around and looked at them. The two stopped and turned around with a smile. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" I say, why do the two of you look at me like I'm a ghost? Elder Hua didn't hide it. Why would we? You saved our lives, we can't thank you enough. We just don't want to hinder you from dealing with your family matters. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy laughed. They actually know Elder Hua. Hearing the three's conversation, the white-haired old man couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He never thought that these two seemingly ordinary young men would actually know Elder Hua. And judging from their relationship, it wasn't simple. Elder Hua listened to the two's conversation and snorted, grateful. If you really want to be grateful, you wouldn't have rejected Xiao Yun's invitation. Xiao Yun? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were puzzled. It's that girl Chu Yun. Didn't she give you her identity token? Elder Hua said. Are you talking about this token? Qin Feiyang took out the black token and asked. Yes. If you really need anything, just come to the Demon Tower and take out this token. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? Elder Hua rolled his eyes. At the same time, looking at the token in Qin Feiyang's hand, the white-haired old man felt like he was struck by lightning. Who are these two people? They actually have Lord Shu Yun's identity token. He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Chapter 30:10. Is this token really that useful? Ignoring the white-haired old man who was in a panic, Madman grabbed the token from Qin Feiyang's hand and looked at it with a doubtful face. Elder Hua's mouth twitched. There was actually someone who doubted the use of this token. One had to know that in the Eastern continent, how many people wanted this token. But it was all a dream. You will know in the future. Elder Hua didn't bother to explain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. How about it? Are you interested in my demonic palace? Play. The white-haired old man's eyes trembled again. What kind of person was this? Even Elder Hua was so polite. If it was someone else, they would have gone crazy with joy. But the young man in front of him was silent, as if he was in a difficult position. The demonic palace was the strongest force in the Eastern continent. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the ruler of the Eastern continent. Many people dreamed of entering the demonic palace. Because entering the demonic palace was an honor, something that would bring glory to one's ancestors. However, this person actually had an embarrassed expression when he was personally invited by Elder Hua. He couldn't help but want to stand up for Elder Hua. He was just a half-step eternal realm cultivator. What right did he have to be arrogant? Elder Hua was an overlord, but he was willing to put down his pride and personally invite him. That was the blessing of several generations. He really didn't know what was good for him. Also, if you agree, this little brother beside you can also enter the demonic palace and enjoy the same treatment as you. Elder Hua glanced at Madman and continued. Yes. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He pointed at Madman and asked, is he the little brother you mentioned? Madman was also stunned. Yes. Elder Hua nodded. Qin Feiyang's lips curled up slightly. He had a playful smile. Wait. Old man, what do you mean? Madman frowned and looked at Elder Hua unhappily. Elder Hua's words made him feel like he was Qin Feiyang's subordinate. Qin Feiyang agreed to enter the demonic palace, so he could also enter the demonic palace? He was puzzled. Since when did he need Qin Feiyang to survive in this world? Elder Hua smiled and said, it means that if he enters the Devil Palace, you can enter the Devil Palace with him. Stop. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Hua looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman. Looking at Madman's dark face, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He coughed dryly and said, Elder Hua is looking down on you. I'm not stupid, I don't need you to remind me. Madman pursed his lips. Huh, Qin Feiyang laughed, his face full of ridicule. Looking at their expressions, Elder Hua couldn't help but look at Madman. Could it be that this person wasn't simple? Frenzy glared at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Elder Hua and said, Elder Hua, to be honest, after seeing this Devil Tower Lord's performance, I really don't have much interest in your Devil Palace. I have even less interest in an old fellow like you who looks down on others. How dare you? The white-haired old man shouted. He actually dared to insult Elder Hua. You're courting death. Madman's gaze turned and landed on the white-haired old man. A blood-red eye suddenly split open between his eyebrows. Blood eye. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly moved behind Madman. Elder Hua looked at the blood eye between Madman's eyebrows, his eyes filled with shock. He actually felt a sense of threat from this eye. Then, He looked at the white-haired old man. He was also looking at Madman's blood eye, his face filled with shock. He was at the Great Circle Undead Realm, and his cultivation was far from Elder Hua's. The blood eye brought him a greater sense of danger. It was like the eye of a death god, filled with a fatal threat. Senior brother Madman, calm down. Your innate ability is our trump card, we can't use it so easily. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Madman raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly turned his head. Looking at Qin Feiyang's terrified expression, the corner of the madman's mouth twitched, and he immediately closed his blood eye. He said speechlessly, "What are you so nervous for? I haven't even activated my innate ability yet. Isn't this human instinct?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The blood eye hadn't activated the power of petrification, so he wouldn't be petrified. However, Qin Feiyang had personally witnessed the power of the blood eye, so when he saw Madman activate it, he instinctively felt fear. One had to know. This was a ruthless person who had almost single-handedly destroyed the entire dragon clan. For Qin Feiyang's sake, I won't kill you today. But remember this, if you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, I'll let you experience what it means to wish you were dead. Madman stared at the white-haired old man and coldly snorted before turning around and leaving. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Elder Hua and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kindness, goodbye." After saying that, he hurriedly followed. Looking at their backs, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with resentment. He then looked at Elder Hua and angrily said, "They're too rude, shut up." Elder Hua scolded. The white-haired old man shrunk his neck. Elder Hua stared at the empty doorway with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Did he really underestimate this person? His attention had always been on Qin Feiyang. He also thought that Madman was just a small follower of Qin Feiyang. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Because when facing an angry lunatic, even Qin Feiyang seemed to be a bit afraid. If there was no other reason, then this self-proclaimed madman was probably an extremely terrifying young man. He was somewhat confused. Was it because he was old and blind? Or was the other party deliberately playing tricks? Suddenly, he thought of a plan and turned to the white-haired old man and asked, "Do you want to take revenge on them?" The white-haired old man was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. No, no. What a joke. Even you are protecting them. How would I dare to take revenge on them? Elder Hua snorted coldly. I didn't expect my devil hall to have trash like you. The white-haired old man wanted to cry but had no tears. But suddenly, he realized that Elder Hua's words seemed to be wrong. He looked at Elder Hua suspiciously and asked, "Elder Hua, what do you mean?" Elder Hua said angrily, "I put down my face and personally invited them, but they actually rejected me. Are they trying to embarrass me? Isn't that so? They're simply too arrogant." The white-haired old man was filled with righteous indignation. Just as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately smiled and said, "I already understand what you mean, you're not hopeless. Go, do it cleanly. Don't let Xiaoyun know." Elder Hua said. Understood. The white-haired old man nodded and immediately got up to leave. How can my devil hall have such idiots? Looking at the white-haired old man with a face full of killing intent, Fire Dragon couldn't help but shake his head. Then, a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, he disappeared without a trace. Back to Qin Feiyang and Elder Hua. After going downstairs, they directly left the Devil Tower. Senior brother Madman, are you really angry? On the street, Qin Feiyang looked at Madman in amusement. Nonsense. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? Madman rolled his eyes. He actually treated him as Qin Feiyang's accessory. What kind of joke was this? When his name spread far and wide, Qin Feiyang wasn't even born yet. Actually, this is not bad. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. How is it not bad? Madman frowned. Think about it. They only pay attention to me and ignore your existence. If we encounter any danger one day, will you be able to catch them off guard? Qin Feiyang secretly said. That's true. But this old man whose attitude is indeed unpleasant. I feel that the people of this devil hall are almost the same, self-righteous. Madman's face was full of disdain. After all, we are people from the lower realms. How can they take a fancy to us? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Who didn't climb up step by step from the bottom? Could it be that he was born a sovereign realm expert? Actually, compared to this, I am more concerned about this. Don't you think that this devil hall is too enthusiastic towards you? Madman secretly said. It is a little enthusiastic. It is probably because of the blood hall. After all, there is a good saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Qin Feiyang said. If that's the case, it doesn't matter. But I am worried that their scheme is not so simple. Madman sighed. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled as he asked, You mean the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm? We can't rule out this possibility. Madman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank slightly. With the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm being exposed one after another, this kind of thing could really happen. After all, an independent world was full of fatal temptation for anyone. Let's not talk about it anymore. Madman shook his head and secretly asked, Where are we going now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Why don't we go to Wine City again? All right. Let's go to a few more places and see with our own eyes. It is also good to understand the true character of the Devil Hall. Madman nodded. Immediately, the two left East Mountain City and soared into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, they flew towards Wind City. It only took half a day's journey from East Mountain City to Wind City. The two of them weren't in a hurry. Along the way, they enjoyed the scenery of the eastern continent. Actually, looking at it this way, the Sky Cloud realm isn't much different from the ancient realm. Madman laughed. Each world is about the same, the only difference is the strong and the weak. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then tell me, is there a stronger world above the Sky Cloud realm? Madman raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were incomparably deep. Only God knows. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman suddenly seemed to think of something and said, By the way, what about the fire dragon? Why haven't I seen it in the Sky Cloud realm? Fire dragon, killing intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Back then in the hell of the Nether King, if Wang Ming hadn't self-destructed, he would have definitely died in the hands of the fire dragon. In his dictionary, there were 4 words, revenge must be taken. Madman said, if you meet the fire dragon again now, it will be very easy for you to kill it. Not necessarily, after all, it has the ice dragon and small beast behind it. But if I really meet it, I definitely won't let it go. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The grudge between him and the fire dragon wasn't just a matter of a day or two. It had already started when he first entered the divine ruins. It could be said that, apart from the devil ancestor and the others, the fire dragon was the one who had lived the longest among his enemies. The saying that a scourge lives for 1,000 years was indeed true. Chapter 30:11. Madman patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder to comfort him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the forest below. What's wrong? Madman was surprised. I feel a trace of killing intent. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Killing intent? Madman was slightly taken aback as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Is it that demonic tower lord? I don't know. But the killing intent does exist. Because I cultivate the kill art, I'm very sensitive to killing intent. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Bastard, you're still not done? A trace of hostility appeared between Madman's eyebrows as a terrifying evil force suddenly broke out of his body and blasted towards the mountain below. "Not good, we've been discovered." Exclamations suddenly came from below. Boom! The evil force instantly arrived and the mountain below was razed to the ground. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Whoosh! Two figures rushed out from the dust and fled into the distance. "Want to leave?" Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and immediately sneered as they descended towards the two like lightning. They could only see the backs of those two. But from the back, they should be two middle-aged men. As for their cultivation, both of them were at the greater success imperishable stage. Although their cultivation was stronger than Qin Feiyang and Madman, they didn't have the slightest intention of entangling with them. They used their supreme-grade auxiliary divine techniques and frantically fled. "They seem to know our strength and don't dare to clash with us." Qin Feiyang frowned. "They shouldn't be people sent by the demonic Tower Lord." Madman whispered. "Because the demonic Tower Lord in East Mountain City didn't know their true strength. So, if they were assassins sent by this person, they definitely wouldn't be running for their lives." Suddenly, the two looked at each other as killing intent surged in their eyes. Because two words appeared in their minds at the same time. Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang immediately used the Dao art and quickly approached with Madman. This matter had to be made clear. If these two people were really from the Blood Hall, he would have to treat them with caution. Because they had just entered the Eastern continent. If they were targeted by the Blood Hall, it would undoubtedly mean that the Blood Hall's hidden forces in the Eastern continent were extraordinarily terrifying. After activating the Dao character formula, his speed was indeed different. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the two. So fast. The two men turned pale with fright. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang put down Madman and took a step forward, standing in front of the two. Madman blocked the way and sneered, "You dare to assassinate us?" The two of them turned to look at the Madman and then back at Qin Feiyang. They immediately split up and fled in opposite directions. Qin Feiyang and the Madman finally saw their faces clearly. They were two middle-aged men with thin bodies and dark expressions. "Humph." Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. He activated the Rising Dragon secret art and his cultivation instantly soared to the small success imperishable realm. Following closely, he took a step forward, appeared in front of another person, and punched out. That person was slightly stunned and immediately sneered. He actually dared to attack him with his bare hands. Even if he had reached the small success imperishable realm because of the Dao character formula, compared to him, there was still a gap of a small realm. Without hesitation, that person slapped at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent surging in his eyes. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. Boom! The fist and palm met in an instant, and a terrifying aura immediately rolled out. The next moment, that person's expression changed, and his arm was shattered on the spot. What kind of power was this? His face was filled with shock, and his entire body flew out like a meteorite. Qin Feiyang chased after him again and stomped on that person's lower abdomen. A terrifying power roared out, and with a crack, his chi-si was shattered on the spot. This. The other middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. What kind of strange power was this? It actually injured a supreme expert of the large success imperishable realm? He was even more terrified and desperately fled. Qin Feiyang used the walk formula and quickly chased after him. Go to hell. The middle-aged man suddenly turned around, and a battle sword suddenly appeared in his hand, exuding a monstrous sharpness, and slashed at Qin Feiyang angrily. This was a supreme-level artifact. It was so sudden that he thought Qin Feiyang definitely wouldn't be able to react in time. And no matter how strong his physical body was, it was impossible to block a supreme-level artifact. But the next moment, an extremely shocking scene appeared in front of him. His opponent actually grabbed the supreme-level artifact in his hand with his bare hands. Yes. Qin Feiyang didn't care about the supreme-level artifact at all now, because his current physical body was equivalent to a supreme-level artifact. Clang! He grabbed the blade with his left hand and punched the middle-aged man's lower abdomen with his right hand like lightning. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, this person's chi was also shattered. So strong. Both of them were extremely terrified. They never thought that this person's strength would be to this extent. At the same time, in the nearby void, there was a spatial divine object hidden. A person stood inside the spatial divine object, and his face was filled with shock at this moment. This person was the Tower Master of Eastern Mountain City's Demon Tower, the white-haired old man. He had also been tailing Qin Feiyang and the madman, but he didn't expect to see this scene. He actually blocked a supreme-level artifact with his bare hands. Such a terrifying physical body and such strength, he was simply a monster. This made him unable to help but feel timid. Outside, Qin Feiyang grabbed the middle-aged man and walked to the madman's side, then looked at the other person. That person's face was filled with fear as he slowly walked to the front of Qin Feiyang and the madman. Qin Feiyang asked, "Speak, who sent you here?" The two trembled in fear, but they didn't speak. The madman sent a sound transmission. How about forcibly reading their memories? No. Their cultivation is stronger than mine. If they are really from the Blood Hall, then using the puppet technique to control them is very risky. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The madman raised his eyebrows, glanced at the mountain range below, and thought, "Do you think they have accomplices? Won't we know if we use divine sense?" Qin Feiyang said. The madman immediately released his divine sense, covering the sky and earth in all directions. Not good. The expression of the white-haired old man hiding in the spatial divine object suddenly changed, and he hurriedly controlled the spatial divine object to leave. However, he was one step too late. Courting death. When the madman caught the spatial divine object, he immediately roared and chased after it, blasting it into the void. With a loud bang, sparks suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, the white-haired old man appeared in front of the madman in a sorry state. "It's you?" The madman was stunned. The white-haired old man pretended to be calm and smiled. "I just happened to pass by. I didn't expect to meet two little brothers, it's really fate." Just happened to pass by? How can there be such a coincidence in the world? The madman put on a fake smile. "It's fate. It's just so wonderful." The white-haired old man chuckled. "Is that so? Then why don't we go over and have a good chat?" The madman pointed at Qin Feiyang not far away and looked at the white-haired old man, his eyes full of ridicule. "Don't you have something to do? I won't disturb you." The white-haired old man wanted to leave, but the madman stepped in front of him and laughed. "It's okay, we're not afraid of disturbances. But I still have something urgent to deal with. Why don't we do it another day? I'll treat you two little brothers to a few drinks another day," the white-haired old man said as he scanned the surrounding void, obviously looking for a way out. "Since you want to drink, let's do it today." The madman laughed and stretched out his hand, making an inviting gesture. "Better not." The white-haired old man waved his hand. The madman's face suddenly sank and shouted, "I'm speaking human language, can't you understand?" The white-haired old man's expression froze, and a trace of hostility appeared between his brows. Clang! The next moment, a long blade appeared, its sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas. This was also a supreme-level divine artifact. "You really think I'm afraid of you?" The white-haired old man grabbed the long blade and slashed at the madman. "Stupid." The madman shook his head and raised his arm to block the long blade. "What?" The white-haired old man was shocked. The two middle-aged men whose chi-seas were destroyed also looked at the madman in shock. Blocking a divine artifact with his bare hands again? Could it be that his body was the same as Qin Feiyang's? The facts proved that this was the case. With a clang, the madman grabbed the long blade and slapped at the white-haired old man's stomach. With a crack, the white-haired old man's chi shattered on the spot. How is this possible? The white-haired old man was shocked, then he screamed and almost fainted. Although his cultivation was at the peak imperishable realm, the madman's body and strength had reached the supreme level. Even he couldn't withstand the full power of a palm. With your strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? The madman's face was full of disdain as he grabbed the white-haired old man like he was a chick. He walked in front of Qin Feiyang and grinned. Isn't it interesting? A little. Qin Feiyang nodded and scanned the three. Finally, his eyes landed on the white-haired old man and smiled. Looks like you ignored what senior brother madman said before he left. Let me tell you, don't be arrogant. Because it was Elder Hua's idea to kill you. If you dare to touch me now, you will be going against my demon palace. From now on, there will be no place for you in the entire eastern continent. The white-haired old man sneered. Elder Hua's idea? Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. Are you sure? The madman looked at the white-haired old man and asked. If it wasn't for Elder Hua, do you think I would dare to come here? The white-haired old man looked at the two with mockery. This old thing really doesn't have good intentions. The madman cursed. But don't you think it's strange? Since it's Elder Hua's idea, why didn't he do it himself? Let's talk about it later. He also knows that we have a sovereign weapon. Isn't asking him to kill us the same as sending him to his death? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That's true. What is this old thing trying to do? The madman frowned. Don't worry about Elder Hua. Qin Feiyang shook his head and ignored the white-haired old man. He looked at the two middle-aged men and said indifferently, even if you don't say it, I know who you are. The two remained silent. Chapter 30:12. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, You two are also from the Demon Palace, right? The two of them were stunned. Frenzy also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang clearly knew that the two of them were not from the Demon Palace, so why did he deliberately say that? At the same time, the white-haired old man also looked at the two of them in shock. Qin Feiyang said again, It should be Elder Hua who sent you to assassinate us, right? The two of them looked at each other, then finally spoke and nodded, Yes, 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 Elder Hua sent us. A bunch of nonsense. At the same time, accompanied by an angry roar, an old man appeared out of thin air. Who else could it be but Elder Hua? Frenzy looked at Elder Hua in a daze. Why was this old thing here? But suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang should have guessed that Elder Hua was also hiding in the dark, so he deliberately used these two middle-aged men to lure Elder Hua to take the initiative to show himself. From this, it also proved that these two middle-aged men were definitely from the Blood Hall. Because by doing so, they could point the finger at the Demon Palace. In other words, as long as they said that they were from the Demon Palace, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy would become enemies with the Demon Palace. This way, the Blood Hall could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits. But they didn't expect Elder Hua to be here. As for the fact that their divine sense didn't find Elder Hua previously, it wasn't strange. After all, as an overlord and a sovereign realm expert, he definitely had the means to block divine sense. What a bunch of nonsense. Elder Hua ran over angrily, looked at the two of them and said angrily, This old man knows you? You even said that you are from the Demon Palace. This old man wants to see if you are from the Demon Palace or not. After saying that, he snatched their universe rings and began to search. He also knew that these two people might be from the Blood Hall. Therefore, there should be a token from the Blood Hall in their universe rings. But in the end, he didn't find the token in the universe rings. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua and teased, If it were someone from your Devil Hall, would he bring along the Devil Hall's identity token when he infiltrates the Western continent? Elder Hua's expression stiffened as he lowered his head to look at the two of them. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he said, Who are you? How dare you slander this old man? The two of them were terrified. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, that goes without saying. They are from the Blood Hall. You know? Elder Hua frowned. Yes. The moment we saw them, senior brother Feng Zi and I had already determined their identities. Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Hua glanced at the mad scientist before looking at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and asked, then why did you say they were from my devil hall? Qin Feiyang laughed, if I didn't say that, would you have taken the initiative to show up? Elder Hua was stunned. So it was because of this brat's gloves? Seeing that Elder Hua was ignoring him, the white-haired old man finally couldn't help but exclaim, Elder Hua, they are fake, but I am real. You asked me to kill them. Shut up. Elder Hua glared at Qin Feiyang and frowned. How did you know this old man was hiding? Because of him. Qin Feiyang pointed at the white-haired old man and said faintly, he's right. You did ask him to kill us. How so? Elder Hua's pupils shrank as he asked. It's simple. In the Devil Tower, he knew our relationship with you. If you didn't say anything, would he dare to attack us? Qin Feiyang said. Elder Hua's eyes flickered as he said, then tell me, why did I ask him to kill you? Because of senior brother Feng Zi. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Because of me? Feng Zi was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, your performance in the Devil Tower has piqued Elder Hua's interest, so he wants to know how capable you are. Feng Zi frowned and looked at Elder Hua, so you asked him to test my strength? Cough, cough. Elder Hua coughed and looked embarrassed. It was obvious that Qin Feiyang had expected it. You're already so old. Can you not be so bored? Feng Zi's face darkened. What kind of person is this? He must be bored. The white-haired old man was stunned, so, I'm just cannon fodder? Yes. You're cannon fodder. Of course, Elder Hua is also making use of trash because you're not fit to manage the Devil Tower. In other words, even if Elder Hua didn't ask you to test senior brother Feng Zi's strength, he would still kill you. Qin Feiyang laughed. The white-haired old man looked at Elder Hua and said, is that so? Yes. Elder Hua nodded expressionlessly. Old man, I'll take you down with me. The white-haired old man was instantly enraged and pounced at Elder Hua. However, Elder Hua only glanced at him indifferently and waved his hand. The white-haired old man was destroyed on the spot. You guys deserve to die too. How dare you try to sow discord between us? Elder Hua looked at the two middle-aged men and slapped them. The two of them screamed on the spot and not even a strand of hair was left. Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi looked at each other. This old man is really cruel. Then, Elder Hua looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, I didn't expect you to see through everything. It seems that I've underestimated you. Do you have an answer in your heart now? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Elder Hua turned to look at Feng Zi and frowned slightly. He shook his head and said, no, he didn't even make a move. Didn't make a move? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said speechlessly, if senior brother Feng Zi didn't make a move, then how did your tower master get crippled? It's just that his physical body and strength are stronger than ordinary people. That doesn't mean anything. Elder Hua shook his head. That doesn't mean anything? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why are you talking to him? Do I need his approval? Are you still going to Wine City? If not, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Feng Zi said with disdain. Hearing this, Elder Hua's beard couldn't help but curl up. What kind of young man is this? Doesn't he know how to respect the old and love the young? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, Elder Hua, goodbye. With that, he followed Madman and didn't stay on the road, heading straight for Tianfeng City. Elder Hua's face turned green and red as he watched the two of them disappear. They just left me here? That's not right. I'm an overlord. Who in the Eastern continent wouldn't flatter and fawn on me? But these two brats didn't seem to care about me at all. You don't need my approval? Fine, fine, fine. Brat, since you have a temper, I'll fight with you. Elder Hu gritted his teeth and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. Humans are all like this. They don't even want to look at those who flatter them. But when they meet someone with a temper like Feng Zi, it would arouse their competitive spirit. Wind City. It was located in the southeast of the eastern continent. The scale of the city was only 1/3 bigger than Eastern Mountain City. The others were about the same. There were guards at the city gate. Everyone entered the city in an orderly manner. Inside the city, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi easily entered Wind City. Luo Tianshan used to come to Wind City often, so he was quite familiar with the city. Soon, Qin Feiyang and Mo Tiange were familiar with the place and found the demonic tower in Tianfeng City. This place was also very lively. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting. A beautiful woman came up to receive Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi. Qin Feiyang went straight to the point and explained his purpose of coming. Hearing this, the woman also ran to ask the tower master. Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi took the opportunity to walk around the demon tower. In the end, they found that the demon tower in Wind City also sold the Shangqing nature pill. But the Dragon Phoenix divine pill that could increase one's cultivation was also not available here. This made Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi even more certain that the Shangqing nature pill was a bait. The two of you, our tower master invites you. After a while, the woman came back and looked at Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi with a smile. Invites? Don't tell me she wants you to refine pills again. Feng Zi transmitted his voice. Let's go and see. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. Just like the demon tower in Eastern Mountain City, the two followed the woman to the second floor and entered a secluded study. Inside, there was a woman sitting. This woman looked to be in her 30s. She wore a long white dress that was spotless. She sat in front of the desk with an account book in her hand. When Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi entered the study, she immediately put down the account book and looked up at the two of them. The attitude here is different. Feng Zi muttered. Qin Feiyang smiled and cupped his hands. Greetings, Tower Master. The woman in white smiled, got up and walked to the side of the tea table. Have a seat. Thank you. The two of them sat opposite the woman in white. The woman in white asked, which one of you wants the pill furnace and pill fire? Me. Qin Feiyang said. The woman in white smiled and said, then can I ask you to refine a pill in front of me? Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi looked at each other. She really wanted to refine pills? What was going on in this demon tower? Eastern Mountain City was like this, and so was Wind City. The woman in white smiled and said, if you're not willing, I won't force you. Then if I'm not willing, will you not sell me the pill furnace and pill fire? Qin Feiyang asked calmly. How is that possible? Our demon tower is open for business. How can we reject customers? If you're really unwilling, the transaction will still proceed. Will it hinder anything? The woman in white smiled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Since it wouldn't hinder anything? Then why must he refine pills? The woman in white said, there's no hurry. Take your time to consider. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. If the tower master of Wind City's demon tower was also someone like the white-haired old man, he would definitely turn around and leave without saying anything. However, the woman in front of him, be it her attitude or tone, was very easygoing and worthy of respect. As for the token that Chu Yun gave him, he had no intention of taking it out at all. After all, there was a saying that went, you have to take advantage of others. Once he used this token, it was equivalent to owing the demon hall a favor. In this world, the most difficult thing to repay was a favor. Chapter 30:13. Qin Feiyang stood up and was about to take out the pill fire and pill furnace. But at this moment, bang! The door was pushed open. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. They turned around, thinking that it was Elder Hua again. But they found that it was a young man in his 20s who rushed in. Young Master Su, the Tower Master is receiving a guest. A staff member also ran in anxiously, then looked at the woman in white and said, Tower Master, young Master Su, it's fine. The woman in white waved her hand and looked at the staff member with a smile. You can leave first. Yes. The staff member nodded respectfully and looked helplessly at the young man beside him before leaving the study. The young man was dressed in purple. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, his face was filled with joy as he rushed in front of the woman in white and said, Tower Master, I can already refine pills with 10 pill patterns. Is that so? The woman in white chuckled. The young man in purple nodded and immediately took out the pill furnace and pill fire. He said proudly, I'll refine it for you to see now. The pill furnace was a bronze cauldron with a diameter of 0.5 meter, emitting a hazy treasure light. The pill fire was the size of a baby's fist. Wisps of flames danced like a happy sparrow child. Qin Feiyang looked at the pill fire and pill furnace with a trace of surprise in his eyes. What's wrong? Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. This is actually a 7th grade divine level pill furnace and pill fire. Is it very valuable? Madman was puzzled. Valuable? Qin Feiyang was stunned and speechless. A 7th grade divine level pill fire and pill furnace can no longer be measured by value, okay? I'm not an alchemist, how would I know? Even if you give me a 9th grade divine level pill fire and pill furnace, they are still scrap metal to me. Madman pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly as he looked at the young man in purple. This person was only a half-step 9th heaven realm cultivator, but he had a pill fire and pill furnace of this level. It seemed that his identity was not simple. Wait. The woman in white hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, everything has to be done according to the order of arrival. First come, first served. The purple-clothed young man was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have just noticed Madman and Qin Feiyang beside him. He asked, are you also here to refine pills? Qin Feiyang was about to answer. The purple-clothed youth continued, let this young master refine first. In any case, looking at you guys, you won't be able to refine any high-quality pills. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the madman's mouths twitched. This kid seems to be a little arrogant. Madman's eyes shifted as he laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang, I have a good idea. What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The things we want to buy should cost a lot of soul stones. Why don't we find someone to pay for us? The madman laughed evilly. Qin Feiyang stared blankly. What do you mean? This is the club. The madman looked at the purple-clothed youth with a mocking expression. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He transmitted his voice, do as you see fit. The madman laughed and looked at the purple-clothed youth. He frowned and said, kid, who are you looking down on? The purple-clothed youth said arrogantly, I'm not looking down on anyone. I'm just speaking the truth. Then you're very strong? The madman smiled playfully. Of course. I'm known as the #1 genius alchemist of the younger generation in Tianfeng City. Do you think this young master is strong? The purple-clothed youth looked at the madman indifferently with disdain. Ah. The madman was stunned. Why, are you scared? The purple-clothed youth said. A mere #1 genius alchemist of Tianfeng City can make you so proud? The madman was speechless. You're still not convinced? The purple-clothed youth raised his brows. Of course not. The madman pointed at Qin Feiyang and asked indifferently, do you know who he is? The purple-clothed youth sized up Qin Feiyang and shook his head. The madman said, he's the worst alchemist in our village. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman in shock. The worst alchemist in the village? Hearing this, The purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Huh, the worst alchemist in the village? You must be joking. Using the worst alchemist in the village to compare with me, the #1 genius alchemist of the younger generation in Tianfeng City? The purple-clothed youth laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. Don't speak too early. Even if he's the worst alchemist in our village, you might not be able to compare to him. The madman said calmly. What? Even the worst alchemist, I can't compare to him? You're humiliating this young master. All right, let's compare. The purple-clothed youth said angrily. The madman's eyes flashed with a scheming smile. He frowned and said, You really want to compare? I'm afraid you'll lose. What a joke. If this young master can't even compare to the worst alchemist in the village, how can this young master survive in Tianfeng City in the future? The purple-clothed youth was so angry that he laughed, not realizing that he had fallen into the madman's trap. All right, we'll compete with you. But it's a bit boring to compare like this. Why don't we add some stakes? The madman asked. Sure. If this young master loses, no matter what you say, this young master will do it. But if you lose, seeing that your cultivation is quite strong, you can be this young master's followers in the future. The purple-clothed youth said. Not bad, it's decided then. The madman nodded repeatedly. The white-clothed woman shook her head speechlessly and asked, Then who's going first? Young Master Su, you go first. Let us, the country bumpkins from the village, broaden our horizons. The madman said. At least you have some self-awareness. You know that you're a country bumpkin. The purple-clothed youth smiled proudly and focused on refining the pill. The entire process was extremely cautious. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When the pill was out of the furnace, he was already sweating profusely. He had refined a divine life pill, and there were indeed 10 patterns. He was only a step away from becoming a divine pill. Not bad. You've indeed improved a lot. The white-clothed woman observed for a while with the eyes of a judge and smiled at the purple-clothed youth. The purple-clothed youth was overjoyed when he heard this. He asked with anticipation, Then can I enter the demon hall now? The white-clothed woman said, Currently, you already have the qualifications, but this matter has to be reported first and waited for the higher-ups to make a decision. The purple-clothed youth was overjoyed when he heard this. Then please help me. After this matter is done, my Su family will definitely reward you greatly. Entering the demon hall is not up to me, so I can't help much. Besides, I'm recruiting talents for the demon hall. It's my duty. The white-clothed woman smiled and then looked at Qin Feiyang. The purple-clothed youth also looked at Qin Feiyang and said proudly, You've seen it with your own eyes. It's not too late to admit your mistake. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the white-clothed woman and said, You want me to refine pills because you want to know my talent in alchemy? Yes. The purpose of our demon tower's existence is to do business. On the other hand, it's to find talents among the common people. As long as we meet a young person with outstanding talent, we will invite them. Especially alchemists. Therefore, when I learned that you're an alchemist and a new face that I've never seen before, I wanted to see it with my own eyes. The white-clothed woman explained. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. It seemed that the Eastern Mountain City's Demon Tower Master also had the same intention. It was just that his conduct was too bad and disgusting. Hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time. The purple-clothed youth urged. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the youth. To be honest, it's not too late to go back on your words. Go back on my words? I think you're guilty. The purple-clothed youth smiled. He was very happy. I'm not joking. Qin Feiyang was helpless. I'm not joking with you either. Why? You're still not making a move. Could it be that you don't have a furnace and fire? Why don't I lend you mine? The purple-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang with a mocking expression. All right. Since you don't want to listen to my advice, I might as well take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. There's always someone better than you. No matter how great your achievements are, don't be too complacent. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and the netherworld devil flame and heaven flame divine cauldron appeared. It's also a 7th grade divine grade furnace and fire. The white-clothed woman's pupils contracted. As a businessman, she could naturally recognize the grade of the furnace and fire at a glance. Madman looked at the purple-clothed youth and laughed. Kid, look carefully. They're both 7th grade and I'm not bullying you. So what if you're a 7th grade? Some people can't even refine a single pill pattern with a 7th grade furnace and fire. The purple-clothed youth's face was full of disdain, but there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He even had a 7th grade divine grade furnace and fire. Was he really a bumpkin from the village? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a divine life pill appeared. Immediately after. He then revived the netherworld devil flame and started to refine it calmly. Not bad. Looking at Qin Feiyang's skillful technique and calm demeanor, the white-clothed woman couldn't help but nod her head in praise. Just from this point alone, it was already clear who the winner was. Whoosh! Soon. The divine life pill turned into a divine light and flew out of the heaven flame divine furnace. It carried a majestic life energy and landed in the white-clothed woman's hand. During the entire process, Qin Feiyang didn't have any sweat on his forehead. It was completely effortless. The white-clothed woman grabbed the divine life pill and looked down. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes. Dragon-shaped pill chi. And it was 4 complete dragon-shaped pill chis. This alchemy talent was a bit terrifying. How is it? The purple-clothed youth tiptoed and looked at the white-clothed woman's hand. You lost. The white-clothed woman looked at the purple-clothed youth and smiled. I lost? The purple-clothed youth was taken aback and shook his head. I don't believe it. See for yourself. The white-clothed woman raised her hand and opened it. The divine life pill in her palm immediately appeared in front of the purple-clothed youth. This, looking at the 4 dragon-shaped pill chis, the purple-clothed youth was dumbfounded. It was actually 4 dragon-shaped pill chis. That medicinal pill that he refined was on a completely different level when compared to this medicinal pill. A country bumpkin and the worst alchemist was actually so powerful? Chapter 30:14. Do you really believe that he's the worst alchemist in the village? The white-clothed woman looked at the purple-clothed youth speechlessly. The purple-clothed youth suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and said angrily, You schemed against me? That's not important. What's important is that we won. If you agree to a bet, you have to admit defeat. Don't go back on your word. The madman smiled proudly. You, the purple-clothed youth glared at the madman. This was a trap for him to jump into. You're a man, and a man has to keep his word, right? The madman smiled. Humph, I'll remember you. The purple-clothed youth snorted and said, Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Very simple. This time, we came to the Demon Tower to purchase some daily necessities. You just have to pay for us. The madman said. That's it? The purple-clothed youth was stunned. The madman nodded. The purple-clothed youth smiled proudly and said generously, Isn't that simple? I'll give you 100 million god crystals to spend as you wish. Cough cough. The white-clothed woman coughed dryly and looked at the youth. 100 million soul stones isn't enough. What? The purple-clothed youth was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and asked the white-clothed woman, 100 million soul stones isn't enough. What daily necessities are they buying? 1,000 divine sound transmission stones, 1 million teleportation altar, 1 8th grade divine pill furnace, and 3 7th grade divine pill fires. The white-clothed woman smiled. The purple-clothed youth's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and said angrily, These are the daily necessities you mentioned? That's right. Divine sound transmission stones and teleportation altars are daily necessities. As for pill fires and pill furnaces, they are daily necessities for an alchemist. Don't go back on your word. Pay the bill. The madman said. Just kill me. The purple-clothed youth's face was ashen. He thought that these daily necessities wouldn't cost much, but he didn't expect them to sell these things. What was even worse was that it wasn't just a little. 1,000 divine sound transmission stones, 1,000,000 teleportation altars, Tier 8 divine grade cauldron, Tier 7 divine grade pill fire, and 3 more? Even if he were to be sold, he wouldn't be worth that much. Aren't you a man? Madman frowned. Even if I were a man, I wouldn't be able to do it. The purple-clothed youth had a bitter expression on his face. Why was he betting for no reason? Wasn't this the same as being a sucker? Madman shook his head. That won't do. If you can't take it out, we'll go to your house and ask for it. Don't. The young man in purple hurriedly waved his hand. There was a trace of fear in his eyes as he muttered, if my family finds out, they'll beat me to death. Whether you get beaten to death or not has nothing to do with us. We only care about paying the bill. Madman said. Then let's discuss it. The purple-clad young man asked. There's no room for discussion. Madman shook his head. Please. The purple-clothed youth finally put down his pride and looked at Madman with a pitiful expression. The madman said with a cold face, I don't buy it. Hurry up and pay up. The purple-clothed youth was anxious as he looked at the white-clothed woman for help. The white-clothed woman shook her head and smiled. This is all voluntary. I have no right to speak. But, the purple-clothed youth had a bitter expression. I say, can you be a man? If you continue like this, I'll really go to your house and ask for it. Madman said angrily. Don't, the purple-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand and said dejectedly, wait here. I'll go home and ask for it myself. Madman said, then don't think of running away. What kind of person am I? The purple-clothed youth roared and turned to run out. The white-clothed woman shook her head and smiled. This is the vigor of youth. If he kept a low profile, would he have gotten into such a situation? Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked, Old Qin, do you really think he won't run away? Old Qin? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If I don't call you Old Qin, should I call you Little Qin? Madman rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-clothed woman looked at the two of them and sighed. This time, he'll really be forced into a dead end. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and Madman were slightly stunned as they looked at the white-clothed woman suspiciously. Although he's the son of the Su family's patriarch and the Su family is also the largest wealthy family in Tianfeng City, due to some reasons, he wasn't valued by the Su family. It's also because of this that he's working so hard to refine pills and enter the demon hall. The white-clothed woman said. As the son of the patriarch, he's actually not valued? Madman was stunned. The situation in his family is very complicated. His father has 2 women. The first madam is the first wife and the second madam is the second. This young Master Su is the second madam's child. But this second madam was born poor and died early. The first madam is different. Her family is also a wealthy family. The Su family sometimes has to rely on them. The first madam also gave birth to a son. This person is young Master Su's elder brother and is known as the Su family's eldest young master. And many years ago, he relied on his extraordinary cultivation talent to enter the demon hall. Because of this, the Su family's patriarch likes this eldest young master very much and naturally treats this young Master Su more and more coldly. And the first madam also doesn't like this young Master Su very much and often adds fuel to the fire in the Su family's patriarch's ears. So now, the Su family's patriarch not only doesn't like this young Master Su, but also somewhat hates him. From time to time, he would curse and even punch and kick him sometimes. Speaking of which, he's also a pitiful child. The white-clothed woman shook her head and sighed. No wonder I found that although he's a little arrogant, he seems to be a little different from the average hedonistic son. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Who doesn't want to be valued by others? Calling him a hedonistic son is still far from it. Anyway, in my eyes, he's a good child. The white-clothed woman smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, since that's the case, let's forget about buying a single item. The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang laughed. As I said just now, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Immediately, the white-clothed woman couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang in a new light. It was rare to see such a young man. Qin Feiyang said, I'll have to trouble you to prepare the things I need. All right. The white-clothed woman nodded and looked at the door. Come in. A staff member pushed open the door and entered. The white-clothed woman gave an order, and the staff member immediately went to prepare. The white-clothed woman returned to her seat and smiled. Please sit. Qin Feiyang put away the pill fire and pill furnace, and sat opposite the white-clothed woman with the madman. The white-clothed woman made tea and smiled. I still don't know the names of the two little brothers. Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything. The matter of the heavenly cloud sea didn't spread out, so not many people knew about him other than the upper echelons of the Demon Palace and the Blood Palace. The white-clothed woman nodded and looked at the madman. What about you? Madman. The madman spoke. The white-clothed woman was stunned. The madman said, if you don't like it, then call me Madman Mo. The corner of the white-clothed woman's mouth twitched slightly. Was there a difference? Qin Feiyang laughed. Tower Master, you may not know, but we all call him Madman. The white-clothed woman couldn't help but shake her head. What kind of young people were these? They didn't use a good name, but had to call him such unsightly nicknames. The white-clothed woman poured 2 cups of tea and pushed them in front of Qin Feiyang and the madman. She asked with a smile, are the two of you interested in joining my demon palace? Not interested. The madman didn't even think about it and shook his head. The white-clothed woman's expression froze, and she hurriedly said, listen carefully, I said demon palace. I'm not deaf, of course I know it's demon palace, but I'm not interested. The madman pursed his lips. The thought of Elder Hu made him angry. The white-clothed woman didn't know what to say for a moment. The demon palace is a superforce of the eastern continent. It's our honor to be able to take a fancy to us, but we all like to be free and don't want to be restrained. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right, then I won't force you. The white-clothed woman nodded with a regretful expression. But in her opinion, the madman wasn't very important. The main thing was Qin Feiyang's talent in alchemy. To be able to refine pills with 4 dragon-shaped core qi at such a young age, if he entered the demon palace and was properly groomed, he would definitely become a famous alchemy master in the future. What a pity. The other party didn't seem to have any feelings for their demon palace. But it was strange that there was actually someone in the eastern continent who wasn't interested in their demon palace. One had to know. No matter how big the famous family or how powerful the person was, they would all be proud of entering the demon palace. Not interested? This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Not long after, the staff member came with an interspatial ring. The white-clothed woman gestured for him to hand the interspatial ring directly to Qin Feiyang. After Qin Feiyang checked them one by one, he also took out soul stones to pay the bill. To him, soul stones were just a number, no matter how many there were. Then, Qin Feiyang and the madman didn't stay any longer and left the demon palace. The staff member smiled and said, Tower Master, this is a big customer. Yes. So many soul stones and he didn't even blink. Ordinary people can't do that. The white-clothed woman nodded and pondered for a while before instructing, send someone to investigate immediately and see if there is a person called Qin Feiyang in this area of Tianfeng City. Okay. The staff member nodded and then turned to leave quickly. Outside. After walking out of the demon palace, Qin Feiyang and the madman started strolling on the streets. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice with a smile. This tower master is not bad, right? She is much better than the tower master of Eastern Mountain City. The madman nodded. That's why I said that a lot of things vary from person to person. We can't condemn everyone just because there's a clown. Qin Feiyang said. The madman was stunned and frowned. From what you said, you seem to have a good impression of the demon palace. Whether it is Elder Hua, Chu Yun, or this tower master, they all showed that the demon palace is not as evil as its name suggests. So, we might as well get in touch with the demon palace more. This is also good for us. After all, it's not that easy to deal with the Blood Hall. Not to mention that Ice Dragon is standing behind the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang said. This beast, sooner or later I will skin it alive. The madman snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. If it was that easy, they wouldn't be holed up in the Eastern Continent and would have killed their way to the Blood Hall's headquarters in the Western Continent. Chapter 30:15. Just as Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were chatting, a few young men and women hurriedly ran over from behind. Hurry, it's about to start. Don't let it be like last time. By the time we arrive, it's already been snatched away. One of the young men walked quickly and urged his companion beside him. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at them suspiciously but didn't pay much attention. But gradually, there were more and more people, and all of them were rushing in the same direction. They all looked like they were on fire. Moreover, they were all dressed in gorgeous clothes and seemed to be rich and powerful young men. What's going on? Frenzy was suspicious. Qin Feiyang also looked at this scene with a puzzled expression. A young man in black passed by the two of them. Qin Feiyang hurriedly grabbed the arm of the young man in black and asked in confusion, "Brother, what's going on? Don't you know?" The young man in black was slightly stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The young man in black sized up Qin Feiyang in frenzy and said with a smile, "Then this should be your first time in Tianfeng City, right?" "Yes." The two of them nodded. "There's something you don't know. Our Tianfeng City." At this point, the young man in black looked at the people around him and asked, "Why don't we talk as we walk?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang and Frenzy nodded and followed the young man in black and walked quickly along the crowd. The young man in black said, "You two might not know, but our Tianfeng City has a very famous place." "Famous?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "This place is called Tianyue Restaurant. Speaking of Tianyue Tower, there is no one in Tianfeng City who does not know of it. Because not only is the owner beautiful, but they also have a kind of wine called Drunken Immortal." The young man in black couldn't help but light up as he spoke. "Wine?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately slowed down. Because to him, not to mention wine, even if it was a peerless divine brew, he wouldn't be interested. That's not right. This immortal intoxication shouldn't be called a fine wine. It should be called a divine brew. The black-clothed young man changed his words again. He was so intoxicated that he didn't even notice Qin Feiyang, who slowed down his pace. "I'm not interested in divine wine either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Besides, what kind of divine wine could a mere restaurant in Tianfeng City have? This was because Wind City was only a small city in the Eastern Continent. This Tianyue restaurant, the black-robed young man walked further and further away. Suddenly, he turned around and looked to his side. Where is he? He looked around suspiciously and didn't see Qin Feiyang and the madman. He pouted and said, "How rude." They didn't even say anything when they left. After saying that, he started running towards Tianyue Tower. In the crowd behind, Lunatic looked at the people who were constantly swarming towards Heavenly Joy Restaurant and said in disdain, "I think these people are just pretending to drink. They are here for the Tower Master of Heavenly Joy Restaurant. No matter how pretty she is, I'm not interested." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Of course you're not interested. You're already married, but I'm different. Right now, I'm still all alone. The madman pouted. Didn't you say you don't care about these things? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When did you hear me say I don't care? I didn't say it before because there was no girl in the ancient world that caught my eye. The madman glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. So you're saying that you're going to settle your lifelong matter in the Tianyue domain? If there's such a chance, of course, it would be for the best. The madman chuckled. Even so, what does it have to do with me? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. What do you mean? The madman frowned. Are we brothers? Qin Feiyang didn't answer. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course we're brothers. The madman stared speechlessly at Qin Feiyang. Since we're brothers, why weren't you present when I got married? Qin Feiyang said. The madman was stunned and smiled. Isn't it because I'm looking for the mystery of my origin in hell? The mystery of my origin is very important, but isn't the big day of my brother's marriage important? Qin Feiyang pouted. Yes. I really didn't expect this. But you don't have to be so calculative. Besides, you guys haven't consummated your marriage yet, right? The madman chuckled. Isn't that just a matter of time? Qin Feiyang said. Without consummation, it can only be in name. The madman shook his head. Even if it's in name, I'm someone with a wife now. As for you, I don't even know where you are. Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. Damn. Are you deliberately provoking me? The madman said angrily. What? I'm just provoking you. If you don't like it, why don't you find one for me to take a look? Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. You only care about the opposite sex. The madman glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and dragged Qin Feiyang. Let's go to Heavenly Joy Building and see how beautiful the owner is. So many men are fighting to be the first to go there. Not going. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The madman frowned, but suddenly his eyes rolled and he chuckled. Don't forget your promise to the five-clawed golden dragon. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked suspiciously, what promise did I make to him? Wine. What did you promise him when you asked for the 100 jars of heavenly immortal wine? Do you want me to remind you now? The madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and nodded. All right, let's go take a look. That's right. The madman laughed. After passing through several streets, Qin Feiyang and the madman finally arrived at the Heavenly Joy Building that everyone was flocking to. This was a restaurant that was 10 stories high. It had an ancient style, and it was gorgeous yet elegant. Above the main entrance, there was a plaque with the words Heavenly Joy Building engraved on it. The words were beautiful and fresh, revealing a lively aura. It was obviously written by a woman. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people gathered outside the door. Almost all of them were young talents with extraordinary temperaments. There were 4 waiters at the door, welcoming them in one by one. Qin Feiyang and the madman also followed the rules and stood behind the crowd in line. A moment later, it was finally their turn. One of the waiters glanced at the restaurant hall and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman, as well as the people behind them, and apologized. Sorry, today's restaurant is full, please come earlier next time. What? It's full again. I've already come 5 or 6 times, but I've been stopped outside every time. I'm even more pitiful, this is already the 7th time. It seems that next time, I'll have to come earlier. When the group of people heard this, they immediately turned around and left in disappointment. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and shrugged. See, it's not that I don't want to accompany you, it's that they won't let you in. I'm really sorry. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, although he knew that Qin Feiyang was talking to his companion, the waiter still hurriedly apologized. All right. The madman sighed and was about to turn around and leave. I thought you guys wouldn't come. Come, I happen to be alone, there are 2 empty seats. But suddenly, a familiar voice came from inside. Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. They looked up and saw that it was the black-clothed youth from before. We meet again, it's really fate. Qin Feiyang smiled. The black-clothed youth walked out and looked at the waiter with a smile. They are my friends. The waiter retreated to the side and bowed. The 2 young masters, please come in. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, then entered the Heavenly Joy building with the madman. They followed the black-clothed youth to the left corner of the hall. Where did you guys go? The black-clothed youth was suspicious. The madman coughed and complained. Isn't it because you walked too fast? I couldn't even catch up with you. That's my fault. The black-clothed youth was stunned. Huh, the madman grinned and scanned the hall full of guests. Then he looked upstairs and asked curiously, Brother, there are people upstairs too? Definitely. And the people upstairs are basically the children of big families. They all made reservations in advance. The black-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed youth and smiled. Brother, you also look extraordinary. You should be from a big family too. Me? The black-clothed youth was slightly stunned and shook his head. I'm not from a big family. I'm just a very ordinary person. Qin Feiyang smiled. Such a young ordinary person can have a half-step undying cultivation. The black-clothed youth's expression froze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You can see through my cultivation? Qin Feiyang was hiding his cultivation, so the black-clothed youth couldn't see through him. Although the black-clothed youth restrained his aura and looked very low-key, he didn't hide his cultivation. So Qin Feiyang could see through him at a glance. Qin Feiyang smiled and a trace of divine power appeared in his palm. However, it was like a flash in the pan and was immediately restrained. Although it was just a flash, the black-clothed youth still clearly caught it and smiled. It seems that the 2 brothers are also not ordinary people. Same to you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. At this time, a waiter came and asked with a smile, Young masters, what do you need? Immortal drunken wine, of course. The black-clothed youth smiled and stretched out his index finger. He looked at the waiter and said, We'll each have a jar. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. Okay. The waiter nodded and then turned around and left quickly. The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and smiled. The 2 brothers came to the Heavenly Joy building, so you should be wine lovers. It's all right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The black-clothed youth said, Then I wonder what the 2 brothers' names are? Qin Feiyang. Madman Mo, Qin Feiyang and the madman spoke one after another. The madman's surname was from his foster father. His foster father was called Mo Wuyuan, so he also had the surname Mo, Madman Mo. The black-clothed youth looked at the madman in astonishment and smiled bitterly. Brother, your name is really different. What about you? The madman asked. Yun Ziang. The black-clothed youth smiled. Yun Ziang, Qin Feiyang muttered. There was no information about this person in Luo Tianshan's memory. However, it was not strange. The East Continent was vast and had countless people. Even a supergiant like Elder Hua could not know everyone, let alone a small figure like Luo Tianshan. However, he could conclude that Yun Ziang was definitely not simple. Because he could faintly feel a trace of dangerous aura from Yun Ziang.